Chapter 4095. In the past, Fan Chen's cultivation was like swimming in a small stream. But now, the magnificent scene that appeared in his mind was like a raging sea. He was in the middle of it, and no matter how the wind and waves battered him, he was indifferent. At this moment, the surface of his skin was covered by a dark halo. His entire being had sunk into a miraculous state of enlightenment. Even though the battle in the martial arts field was extremely intense and there were countless shouts, none of this affected him. His soul was undergoing a metamorphosis, and the ultimate power in his body seemed to have undergone a fundamental change. His entire being was in an ethereal state. If there was an almighty or a world lord here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because Fan Chen was using his identity as a world lord to circulate the power within his body and fuse it with his ultimate power. Even a true world lord might not dare to try such a bold and risky method. The laws of the world are nothing more than space and the world. Fan Chen felt that this epiphany had touched him greatly. The 3,000 realms of the great Tao formed the complete primordial world. Although the great apocalypse had caused the primordial world to shatter and evolve into the 3,000 realms of the great Tao, all the rules of cultivation were under the framework of the rules of space and time. Moreover, after reaching the sovereign realm, one's comprehension of the heavenly Tao would become even more profound. At the same time, one would realize that the so-called space and time laws that they cultivated weren't true laws. Everything in the world operated under the framework of space and time laws. In other words, these two great laws were the foundation that supported the primordial world. In the battle just now, Fan Chen seemed to have a completely new understanding of space. It was as if he had touched upon the true space laws, but it also felt a little illusory. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the battle on the stage finally came to an end. Just as the Purple Dragon family's Grand Elder had said, they had lost the battle of the 6th Guest Elder. However, they would definitely win the battle of the 5th Guest Elder. It had to be said that those who could become Guest Elders of two great families were indeed very strong. In reality, the two of them were about the same. However, the Purple Dragon family's 5th Guest Elder was more patient. He had seized the moment when the Moke family's 5th Guest Elder was anxious to defeat him. A battle between experts was decided in milliseconds. Dong! A deafening roar resounded through the sky. In the Moke family's area, everyone's faces were ashen. This was not the result they wanted to see. In the past few years, they'd already figured out the Purple Dragon family's background. The only thing they couldn't figure out was the mysterious 1st Guest Elder. But now, the result of the battle was something they couldn't accept. The 9th honored guest had jumped out and defeated the Moke family's 3 honored guests. This had already caused them to lose a lot of face. Who would have thought that they would still lose to the 5th honored guest? Whoosh! The elder of the Moke family took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the anger in his heart. He glanced at the great elder of the Purple Dragon family and said coldly, "This is only the beginning." There was no need to say much about the following battle. The Moke family's 4th Guest Elder stepped onto the stage. Contrary to everyone's expectations, this 4th Guest Elder, who was looked down upon, overcame all difficulties along the way. First, he defeated the Purple Dragon family's 5th Guest Elder with an unstoppable momentum. Then, he defeated the Purple Dragon family's 4th Guest Elder with shocking methods. In this way, the Moke family would become the host. Next, after defeating the Purple Dragon family's 4th Guest Elder, the Moke family's 4th Guest Elder looked at the Purple Dragon family's territory with disdain. At this moment, a ray of light flashed in Fan Chen's mind. He suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the ultimate power in his body was like a monstrous wave that shook violently in his body. Finally, it flowed to every corner of his body and merged with his blood and bones. Fan Chen's face revealed a look of astonishment. He also didn't expect that a moment of enlightenment would allow his body to completely merge with the ultimate power. What did this mean? He knew better than anyone else. Under the effect of the ultimate power, the strength of his physical body had increased again. Although his current martial realm wasn't high, his strengthened physical body was comparable to a high level or even a peak honorable. Whoosh! Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. He raised his head and glanced at the Moke family's territory, but he didn't see the bald man. He had to admit that it was all thanks to the bald man that he was able to achieve a breakthrough. However, at this moment, he noticed the situation on the stage and was secretly speechless. He didn't expect the Moke family's fourth guest elder to be a dark horse. He actually defeated the Purple Dragon family's fourth guest elder and even threatened to challenge the last three guests. Even if it's me, I don't have much of a chance of winning against him, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Of course, this was under the condition that he didn't use his ultimate trump card. If his life was in danger, he might be able to fight. Guest Elder Fong, what do you think of this person? Mr. Ram saw that Fong Chen had woken up and hurried over to ask. This person is very strong, Fong Chen said. How could the Purple Dragon family, an overlord force of the Zilong region, allow others to provoke them? The third guest elder directly jumped onto the stage and fought fiercely with the Moke family's fourth guest elder. After seeing the secret technique that the third guest elder of the Purple Dragon family used, Fong Chen exclaimed softly, Mr. Ram, do you know what secret technique the third guest elder used? If my guess is correct, the third guest elder used his famous ultimate skill, the Void Condensing Sword, Mr. Ram said. Everyone knew that before the third guest elder joined the Purple Dragon family, he was a famous bandit in the Zilong region. He was called Mr. Void because of his famous ultimate skill, the Void Condensing Sword. Void Condensing Sword? Fong Chen muttered to himself and fell into deep thought. In the previous epiphany, he had a new understanding of the true spatial rules. Now, after seeing the secret technique that the third guest elder used, he had a strange feeling in his heart. The Void Condensing Sword, as the name suggested, was related to the void. However, Fong Chen found that he had only touched the surface of the spatial rules. Nevertheless, Fong Chen was greatly inspired. It seems that if I have the chance, I will have to spar with the third guest elder and ask for advice, Fong Chen said. The battle on the martial arts practice stage had already entered a white-hot stage. At this moment, no one knew that a group of mysterious black-clothed men had quietly arrived on a towering mountain outside the Zilong city. They were using a special method to seal the void here, as if they were trying to open a passage. Boom! After a while, a sound that pierced through the heavens and earth spread into the Zilong city, shocking everyone. Chapter 4096. Roar! The roars of beasts filled the sky. Suddenly, everyone in Zilong city felt an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire city. Everyone felt an unprecedented fear in their hearts. Everyone's gazes, simultaneously, looked towards a mountain peak outside Zilong city. There was a dazzling void gate that was gradually opening. What's going on? The terrifying roars of beasts alarmed the entire Zilong city. The two clans that were exchanging pointers also stopped fighting. The first elder of the Zilong clan and the elder of the Moke clan suddenly stood up. They looked at the mountain peak outside Zilong city. When they saw the void gate, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. It's the assassins. The first elder of the Zilong clan roared, reminding everyone to enter battle mode. Then he turned to the elder of the Moke clan and said in a low voice, "Let's join forces." Obviously, the elder of the Moke clan did not expect the assassins to invade at this juncture. He knew very well that if they did not join forces, when the assassins completely invaded, the entire Zilong city would become a living hell. Kill! Following the alliance of the two great clans, all the experts moved out. At this moment, the void gate on the mountain peak, was gradually stabilizing. Countless beastly roars could be clearly heard coming from within. It seemed like there were powerful, demonic beasts that were about to walk out. Destroy the Void Gate. The first elder of the Zilong clan rushed to the mountain peak, wanting to destroy the Void Gate. Behind him were several guests. Assassins. Fang Chen was a little confused. The Wandering Dragon World was divided into 9 regions. Each region had its own dominating force, but they were all loyal to the supreme power center of the Wandering Dragon World, the Golden Dragon Palace. Where did the assassins come from? How dare they invade the Zilong region? Weren't they going against the Golden Dragon Palace? Guest Fang, be careful. Mr. Ram's expression changed drastically. He directly pulled Fang Chen to a corner. The assassins are an ancient force. They are best at rearing beasts in captivity and transforming them into killing machines. For a long time, the assassins had been hiding in the darkness of the Wandering Dragon World, hunting the cultivators of the Wandering Dragon World. However, following the rise of the Golden Dragon Palace, the assassins gradually declined. Over time, people began to overlook the cruelty and terror of the assassins. There was once a saying, wherever the hitman goes, not even a blade of grass grows. It was enough to see how cruel and terrifying they were. We're not qualified to participate in a battle of this level. If we're not careful, we'll lose our lives. Mr. Ram reminded him. At first, he was jealous of Fang Chen, but now he was completely convinced by Fang Chen's talent. Therefore, he immediately reminded him. Aren't they afraid of the Golden Dragon Palace? Fang Chen asked. Mr. Ram smiled bitterly. The Golden Dragon Palace was located in the center of the Wandering Dragon Realm. It was too far away from the Zilong region. Even if they wanted to help, they might not be able to make it in time. What is the Void Gate? Fang Chen continued asking. That's the assassins' exclusive gate of hunting. The monsters that they've reared in captivity all fight in the alternate dimension. The ones that survive in the end are the strongest. Every time the assassin opens the gate of hunting, they'll release the surviving beast kings from the alternate dimension. There was one more thing that Mr. Ram didn't say. That was the opening of the hunting gate meant that the Zilong city would be destroyed. Ah! Miserable screams were endless. In just a few minutes, countless people died, tragically in front of Fang Chen. In the face of absolute strength, those weak people were helpless. However, the 2 families were too busy now. Boom! Suddenly, the sky darkened. Some powerful figures joined the battle and rushed toward the hunting gate, trying to stop it from expanding. Everyone exclaimed. It was the Zilong clan leader. The clan leader is back. The people of the Zilong clan were instantly excited. Stupid! The men in black who were maintaining the hunting gate sneered. The hunting gate is opened. Zilong City will become a purgatory. No one can stop it. Presumptuous. Seeing his clan members die one after another, the Zilong clan leader was furious. However, every time he approached the hunting gate, he was blocked by an invisible force. At this moment, an old man with dark energy came from the Moke clan's area. The assassins are too long. It was the Moke clan leader. In the Zilong region, the 2 giants appeared and temporarily stabilized the situation. However, they seemed to be powerless against the hunting gate. Quickly close the hunting gate and leave the Zilong region. Then we will let bygones be bygones. The Moke clan leader's cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Fang Chen, who was in the corner, raised his head and looked at the 2 clan leaders standing in the air. He was shocked. Are these the giants of the Zilong region? The aura that they emitted was too strong. Compared to them, he was like a speck of dust. I wonder if the 2 giants can stop the hunting gate from opening? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Mr. Ram shook his head. I think it will be difficult. This was because the assassin's gate of the hunt had never failed since the beginning of time. I hope the cultivators of the Golden Dragon Palace can come as soon as possible, Mr. Ram prayed. At the same time, the various regions of the Wandering Dragon Realm were also in a state of shock. All the giants were watching the battle from the air. What's going on? The assassins who have been dormant for tens of thousands of years actually appeared so brazenly? Why did the assassins attack the Zilong region? The hunting gate has reappeared in the world. Is the assassins going to fight the cultivators of the Wandering Dragon Realm head-on? The Zilong region is finished. The Zilong clan leader and the Moke clan leader alone can't stop the hunting gate. Some giants were shocked, while others shook their heads in pity. The Golden Dragon Palace has already sent cultivators there. As long as they can hold on for half an hour, it will be enough. All the forces continued to pay attention. In just a few minutes, Zilong City turned into a battlefield of carnage. All the innocent people died tragically. Those who were slightly weaker were not spared either. Even the powerful experts of the two major clans were not qualified to intervene in this battle. Strictly speaking, this battle had already surpassed their understanding of the world. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the rescue from the Golden Dragon Palace. Only Fong Qin didn't think so. He couldn't rely on anyone. He had to escape from Zilong City before the hunting gate was fully opened. He thought of Ada, who was hiding outside Zilong City. He had secretly contacted Ada and asked him to control the battleship and come quietly. Soon, he sensed that the battleship had arrived outside Zilong City. It was only about 100 meters away from him. Humph! The man in black on the mountain peak also noticed the battleship. He waved his sleeve, and a terrible light swooped down, trying to destroy the battleship. But to everyone's surprise, the battleship withstood his attack. Just as everyone was surprised, Fong Qin rushed into the battleship as fast as he could. Then the battleship started and disappeared into the sky. The man in black was surprised, but soon he felt that something was wrong. Is that the battleship of the Hydra organization? The Zilong clan leader and the Moke clan leader were also surprised. Why would the Hydra organization come here? Chapter 4097. The battleship that Fong Qin obtained used to belong to the Hydra organization. Although he used special means to remove the mark on it, the top powerful figures could still recognize it at a glance. Therefore, when Ade appeared with the battleship, the Purple Dragon Patriarch and the Moke Patriarch immediately noticed it. They were quite shocked. Why did the Hydra organization come to the Purple Dragon City? Was Fong Qin also a member of the Hydra organization? Then, what was his purpose of sneaking into the Purple Dragon clan? However, before they had time to think about it, they felt a strong pressure from the gate of the hunt. Countless beast roars resounded through the sky. At this moment, the two opposing forces also joined forces to resist the attack of the assassin organization. Destroy the gate of the hunt. After a short period of shock, the Purple Dragon Patriarch roared. The Moke Patriarch nodded heavily. His face was very serious as he took the lead and rushed toward the gate of the hunt. In just a few seconds, the gate of the hunt had completely expanded. For a moment, the Purple Dragon City encountered an unprecedented crisis. Everyone's life was hanging by a thread, waiting for the experts of the Golden Dragon Palace to rescue them. However, at this moment, Fong Qin stepped on the battleship and quickly left the Purple Dragon City. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the border of the Purple Dragon Domain. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to leave the Purple Dragon Domain completely. Master. Ada looked at Fong Qin with some worry. The latter shook his head. I'm fine. Originally, he planned to hide his identity and train himself as a guest of the Purple Dragon clan. He also planned to collect some important information about the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a thing? The assassin. In Fong Qin's mind, memories surfaced. He had vaguely seen clues about the assassin among the inheritances of the experts in the chaotic realm. However, his cultivation was too low at that time and he did not understand it, so he did not investigate further. Now that he thought about it, The assassin organization should be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the Purple Dragon clan and the Moke clan would not be so afraid. Of course, what piqued Fan Chen's curiosity the most was the Gate of Hunting. What exactly was hidden behind that void gate? What kind of special method did the hitman use to cultivate so many beast kings for his own use? Wouldn't such an extremely cruel method be resisted by the cultivation world? Rumble. The deafening sound pulled Fan Chen back from his thoughts. Through the warship, he could see the Purple Dragon City far behind him. Flames soared to the sky, and countless miserable cries resounded incessantly. At the same time, loud shouts reverberated in the void, followed by the sounds of intense fighting. Fan Chen guessed that the experts from the Golden Dragon Palace should have arrived. "Master, where are we going now?" Ada asked. "Let's leave the roaming dragon world first. His identity has been exposed. No matter how he explains it, no one will believe what he says, and everyone will treat him as a member of the Hydra organization. The environment he was in was very dangerous, so it was better to leave this place first." However, just as they were about to leave on the battleship, the Gate of Hunting in the distance opened completely. Just as the Beast Kings were about to rush out, the experts of the Golden Dragon Palace attacked together and distorted the Gate of Hunting. Crack! Cracks actually appeared on the Gate of Hunting, and it was on the verge of collapsing. The expressions of those black-robed men changed abruptly. The leaders shouted, "Let's go!" In an instant, countless black-robed men retreated into the Gate of Hunting, and at the same time, the strongest power of the experts from the Golden Dragon Palace also descended on the Gate of Hunting. Boom! The extremely terrifying power collided with the Gate of Hunting, and it was destroyed directly. When the Gate of Hunting collapsed, a dazzling light burst out, illuminating the entire purple dragon field. Countless light spots scattered and burst into every corner of the purple dragon field. Whoosh! One of the light spots coincidentally shot toward the battleship Fan Chen was on. Seeing this, the latter's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly asked Ada to control the battleship to dodge. However, the light spot seemed to have a scope. No matter how the battleship dodged, it could not get rid of its aim. The light spot was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it hit the battleship. Whoosh! The next moment, the battleship disappeared into thin air. Buzz! All the light spots in the purple dragon field also collapsed. The void was filled with the smell of blood. At a glance, it was a scene of devastation. With Purple Dragon City as the center, the entire purple dragon field had suffered various disasters. Both big and small, and countless people had died. Those cultivators who had fallen in a pool of blood would forever sleep here. Purple Dragon City had been directly turned into ruins, and all the innocent people had died. Only the experts from the two aristocratic families were spared under the protection of the experts from the Golden Dragon Palace. Even so, the loss was still very great. Faced with this bloody lesson, the two clan leaders were completely silent. They clenched their fists, and their hearts were filled with anger. The experts from the Golden Dragon Palace were also very angry. They had already rushed over as fast as they could, but they were still a little late. Assassins! The leading expert from the Golden Dragon Palace's cold voice echoed in the void. From now on, the Wandering Dragon Field and the assassins will be irreconcilable enemies. The experts from the other fields of the Wandering Dragon Field also shook their heads. This battle had completely plunged the Wandering Dragon Field into boundless anger. Even the two opposing forces would definitely join hands to rebuild the Purple Dragon Field. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. The Purple Dragon clan leader was furious. Beside him, the Moke clan leader also said, "Purple Dragon, we've been fighting for so many years. It's time to join hands." Purple Dragon City had been turned into ruins. They had to rebuild it and continue to increase the strength of the Purple Dragon Field. Then they would seek revenge on the assassins. The experts from the Golden Dragon Palace also expressed their stance. After this incident, their strategy towards the Purple Dragon Field had changed. They would no longer exclude the Purple Dragon clan, but instead they would bring the two aristocratic families together. All right, quickly rebuild Purple Dragon City. I will report this matter to the Palace Lord. We will definitely destroy the assassins, the expert from the Golden Dragon Palace said. At the same time, he also said that the other fields would also send people to support the Purple Dragon Field. After the news spread, the entire Wandering Dragon Field was shaken. All the cultivators were filled with fear. After so many years, the Gate of the Hunt had reappeared. If the assassins dared to openly attack the Purple Dragon Field, then they would dare to attack the other fields. Without the protection of the experts from the Golden Dragon Palace, no one could stop the Gate of the Hunt. For a moment, everyone was in a panic. Even within the Golden Dragon Palace, there seemed to be different voices. The entire Wandering Dragon Field was in the flames of war. In the ruins of Purple Dragon City, Mr. Ram, who had survived, had lost his ability to fight. He looked blankly for Fong Qin. "Master Fong, you'll be fine." Ziyu clenched his fists. His heart was bleeding. With his strength, it was impossible for him to resist the power of the Gate of the Hunt. At the critical moment, the first master came out of seclusion and protected him. "Strength. I'm still not strong enough," Ziyu said crazily. Chapter 4098. When the battleship disappeared, Fong Qin felt that he had entered a state of confusion, as if he was in a strange world. The flow of time around him was different. He could clearly see the endless darkness shuttling around him. He reached out to touch it to see if it was real, but he found that he could not grab anything. His vision became more and more blurred, and in the end he fell into a coma. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around him, and darkness filled him, but he knew nothing. Some people said that a person's life would eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil. Others said that immortality existed in the world, and the biggest dream of martial arts cultivators was to pursue immortality. Every person who fell down paid the price for exploring the mystery of immortality, and they were worthy of respect. However, endless years had passed, and there was no answer or conclusion about immortality. There was only endless martial arts cultivators who spent their whole lives exploring and pursuing it. Not long ago, Fong Qin felt that he had experienced a dreamlike life. In the endless darkness, he seemed to see his life passing by in a hurry, but in the end it became blurred. He could not see his future clearly. It was completely different from the power of reincarnation of 100 lives before. This time he felt very real. It had been 7 days and 7 nights since he woke up, but he still did not say a word, and some strange memories appeared in his mind from time to time. "Master." After traveling through the boundless darkness, the 9-headed snake warship was already in ruins. Fortunately, the internal structure was not damaged and could still operate normally. This was also the reason why Ada and Fong Qin were not seriously injured. Ada had been waiting for his master here for 7 days and 7 nights, and he could not help but call out. Hearing that, Fong Qin, who was in a daze, finally woke up. He slowly raised his head, and his face was slightly pale, as if he had not recovered from the previous experience. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Ada asked. Fong Qin shook his head forcefully and slowly got up. He looked around. He didn't know where he was or where he was. At a glance, there was smoke everywhere. It was as if he had just experienced a great battle and ended up here in a daze. In his memory, the experts of the assassin organization wanted to destroy the Zilong family and the Mok family. They summoned the Gate of Hunting and destroyed the Zilong city directly. It also caused the entire Wandering Dragon world to be shaken. Experts from all over the world came to stop the Gate of Hunting from opening. The fierce battle was not something Fong Qin could intervene in. When his life was threatened, he resolutely chose to escape Zilong City. He stepped onto the battleship and was about to leave Zilong domain. However, at the critical moment, the Gate of Hunting was destroyed by the experts of the Golden Dragon Palace, which caused cracks to appear. It then shattered and turned into countless light spots. One of the light spots locked Fang Chen's battleship, and then Fang Chen entered the endless darkness. What's going on? Where am I? Why am I here? These three questions kept repeating in Fang Chen's mind, but he could not get an answer. However, after thinking for 7 days and 7 nights, he finally calmed down under Ada's call. Throughout his cultivation history, he had encountered many strange things. In this special and strange environment, the most important thing for him to protect himself was to stay calm. Whoosh! After taking a few deep breaths, Fang Chen decided to understand the situation here first before making a decision. Can the battleship still be used? Fang Chen asked. Ada nodded. Although the battleship looked damaged, its core was not damaged. It could still be used, but most of the energy crystals were destroyed, so it could not be used for long. Okay, use the battleship's scanning system to explore the surroundings. Be careful. If you find anything, report it immediately. Fang Chen ordered. Ada quickly returned to the cockpit to scan, while he himself went to a small hill not far away. Even though he was standing on a small hill in the middle of the desert, he couldn't see anything at all. What is this place? Fang Chen racked his brains, but he could not figure it out. However, in front of a mountain stream thousands of miles away, a mutant lion with a bloody smell roared to the sky and said in human language, "Brothers, foreigners are coming." Hearing that, the demonic beasts hiding in the mountain stream raised their heads and roared, "Kill all the foreigners." They roared because they thought that they were trapped here because of the foreigners. Also, they longed for freedom. Only by completing the task could they be free. The outsiders, however, were their life-saving straw. After another half a month, Fang Chen still made no progress in exploring this place. However, the danger was approaching step by step. I can't be trapped here forever. This day, Fang Chen made a difficult decision. He was going to let Ada control the battleship and take him away. Master. Ada wanted to say something, but stopped. This was a very dangerous decision. Firstly, they did not know where they were. Blindly advancing would bring danger. Secondly, there were not many energy crystals left to maintain the operation of the battleship. Once they were used up, they would lose their last reliance. Once they encountered danger, they would definitely die. Of course, there was the most important point. If they found a way out, they would need a battleship. Otherwise, how could they pass through the world gap? We can't wait for death here. We can only find hope by advancing. Fang Chen's attitude was very firm. Ada had no choice but to control the battleship and prepare to advance. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly looked into the distance and felt a shocking killing intent approaching. What a strong killing intent! An unprecedented killing intent was rapidly approaching. Soon, Fang Chen discovered a blood-red lion galloping at the far end of the barren desert. Upon closer inspection, he saw a dense pack of demonic beasts following behind it. No, to be precise, it was a beast king. That is, Fang Chen's pupils constricted. He was shocked. Ada hurriedly controlled the battleship. Boom! Just as the battleship was activated, the mutant blood-red lion's hooves stepped on the battleship, instantly forcing it to stop. The other beast kings surrounded the battleship. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen frowned. How could he escape from such a dangerous situation? However, the mutant blood-red lion's gong-sized eyes looked at Fang Chen and Ada through the battleship. Suddenly it grinned and said, "Foreigners, welcome to the world of hunting." Fang Chen's heart was shaken, and a storm was set off. He knew where he was. This was the world inside the Gate of Hunting. Chapter 4099. Welcome to the hunting world. When these words rang in Fang Chen's mind, he was completely dumbfounded. He had been trying to find out where he was. Now, It seemed that he had entered the world behind the Gate of the Hunt. The Gate of the Hunt was an important place for the assassin organization. It was used to breed monsters and let them kill each other. In the end, the remaining monsters would become powerful beast kings for their use. This was why every time the Gate of the Hunt opened, a force would be destroyed. Fang Qin shook his head hard. He was puzzled. What was going on? Why did he enter the Gate of the Hunt? Normally, if one wanted to enter the Gate of the Hunt, they would have to get permission from the assassin organization. But now he had mysteriously appeared here. In his mind, he remembered that he had arrived at the edge of the Zilong domain in a battleship. However, at this moment, the Gate of the Hunt collapsed and turned into countless light spots. One of the light spots was aimed at him and hit the battleship. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. Could it be Fang Qin was shocked? The root of all the problems was that light spot. After he gradually calmed down, he guessed that it was because the Gate of the Hunt had collapsed. The light spot had quietly brought him here. Even the assassin organization did not know about it. Phew! Fang Qin took a deep breath and then looked forward with his pitch-black eyes. His gaze came to rest on the blood-red lion in the lead position. The blood-red lion opened its gaping maw and lifted its head up to the sky to let out a long roar of rage. It seemed to hate the outsiders. Roar! Following a furious roar, the mutated blood-red lion charged at Fang Qin with boundless power. Fang Qin hurriedly dodged, but he was still struck by the blood-red lion's claws. His clothes were torn apart, and his body fell to the ground. With a bang, Fang Qin felt that his internal organs were about to explode. The blood-red lion's power was too strong. In desperation, he took out his long sword and performed the ultimate sword art. He also fully activated the ultimate power in his body. Bang! 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 The sound of metal colliding was heard. Fang Qin gradually calmed down in the face of the mutant blood-red lion's bombardment. He was able to deal with it more easily. Outsiders die. The mutant blood-red lion roared, and in the next instant, it appeared behind Fang Qin at a speed invisible to the naked eye. It opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Fang Qin's head. Fang Qin circulated his ultimate strength, and his entire body was covered in this kind of power. He forcefully resisted the lion's attack and continuously retreated. Fang Qin didn't say anything as he used the force of his retreat to turn around and leave. Ada had already started the battleship. The moment Fang Qin stepped on the battleship, he disappeared without a trace. Roar! The mutant blood-red lion roared. It seemed to be even angrier. It ordered the other beast kings behind it to attack. This way, a shocking scene appeared. Behind a broken battleship, there was a group of beast kings chasing after it. Master, we can't go on like this. Once the energy crystals run out, we'll definitely die. De looked at the beast kings chasing after them anxiously. Fang Qin was lost in thought. He had just fought with the mutant blood-red lion, and he could feel that its realm was only slightly higher than his. Strictly speaking, they couldn't be called real beast kings. If he guessed correctly, these demonic beasts should be on the path of evolution. Once they finished their evolution, they would transform into beast kings. That was why he could escape from the mutant blood-red lion. Even so, he couldn't resist so many demonic beasts at the same time. Therefore, the most urgent thing was to find a safe place to hide. Damn it! Fang Qin couldn't help but complain. Of all the places to go, he just had to enter the Gate of Hunting. This mutant blood-red lion wasn't strong. If he really encountered those top beast kings, he would definitely die. After all, for countless years, the assassin organization had been using the Gate of Hunting to cultivate beast kings. Those top beast kings were definitely not a small number. Otherwise, the experts in the Wandering Dragon field wouldn't be afraid of the Gate of Hunting. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battleship was extremely fast, but the mutant blood-red lion wasn't slow either. It kept chasing after them. Wherever it passed, the roar was deafening. Fang Chen was worried that the roar of the mutant blood-red lion would attract more and stronger beast kings. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and ordered Ada to go through the abyss on the left. Okay, Ada understood. He controlled the battleship to change direction at the fastest speed and came to the abyss. The abyss was bottomless. It was surrounded by terrible power, which made people feel extremely frightened. However, at this time they couldn't care less. The battleship could cross the abyss, but beast kings like the mutant blood-red lion might not be able to. This was their only chance. As expected, with a whoosh, the battleship directly went into the mist above the abyss. The mutant blood-red lion and other beast kings hurriedly stopped not far from the abyss. A touch of fear appeared in their eyes. "Alien, you're courting death." After a long while, the mutant blood-red lion said coldly, "In the gate of hunting, no one dares to go near the abyss. You're dead." Then it turned around and left with the other beast kings. Rumble. Just as the battleship was about to cross the abyss, a strong pulling force suddenly came from below. Ada's face changed. He hurriedly said, "Master, there's something terrible below the abyss. We're in danger." Before he could finish, the battleship was pulled into the abyss. Buzz! Fang Chen didn't have time to react. He felt his mind go blank. He entered a state of confusion and let the battleship descend quickly. After the mutant blood-red lion heard the noise, a touch of regret appeared in its eyes. What a pity. It's not easy to meet an alien, but he ran away. When it said that, it meant that the alien wasn't caught by it. "Lion King, what's at the bottom of the abyss?" A petite cat king behind it asked. This wasn't the first time this had happened. They really wanted to see what was at the bottom of the abyss. That was an alien. If they could find the alien's head in the abyss, they wouldn't be far from completing the task. However, every time they talked about the abyss, the mutant blood-red lion was very reluctant to talk about it. Don't. There seemed to be the sound of scriptures from heaven and earth, spreading to every corner of the abyss. Vaguely, they could hear a sigh across the river of time and space. Chapter 40-100. The hunting world was, in fact, an independent space. However, it was different from the ordinary space created by ordinary powerful figures. It was a space created by an extremely advanced method. In fact, no one knew how the hunting world appeared. They only knew that it belonged to the assassins. There were countless demonic beasts in the hunting world. To be exact, the demonic beasts that could survive would be called beast kings in the outside world. Of course, since it was an independent space, there would naturally be all kinds of strange areas that existed naturally. The abyss that Fang Chen fell into was the first forbidden area in the hunting world. No beast kings dared to approach it. No one could figure out what was in the abyss. They only knew that once they got close to the abyss, they would be sucked in and lose their lives. Therefore, when Fang Chen crossed the abyss, the mutant red lion didn't want to chase him at all. It just turned around and went back, because it knew that Fang Chen would definitely die. The dark abyss was completely silent. However, on this day, a sigh that seemed to have crossed the river of time broke the silence of the abyss. Buzz! Then, a beam of light gradually appeared in the dark abyss. If someone was here, they would realize that the center of the light in the abyss was the battleship that Fang Chen and Ada were on. The battleship wanted to cross the abyss, but it was pulled down by a strong force. At first, it dived down at the speed of light. However, when the light shone on the battleship, it slowed down instantly. The slowly descending battleship reached the bottom of the abyss under the light. With a bang, the battleship stopped descending. Fang Chen was stunned and woke up from his trance. He checked the battleship immediately and found no obvious damage. Then he called Ada and asked him to go deeper. In an unfamiliar environment, the battleship was the most important thing. If something happened to the battleship, it would be very dangerous. Ada heard Fang Chen's call in a daze. He quickly woke up and started to check the battleship. Everything was normal. However, Ada found that the energy crystals hadn't been used up yet. No matter how hard he tried, the battleship couldn't be started. This strange scene shocked Fang Chen. Light. Soon, Fang Chen discovered that the root of the problem lay in that beam of light. What did it mean for a ray of light to suddenly appear in this pitch-black abyss? What should we do? Ada asked. Under the illumination of the bright light, the battleship was unable to move at all. Could it be that they were just going to wait for death on the battleship? If he blindly opened the cabin door, would he encounter unknown dangers? For a moment, Fang Chen was caught in a dilemma. He began to hesitate, but in the end he still decided to open the cabin door and personally investigate the situation in the abyss. He didn't want to sit around and wait for death. Master, Ada was a bit worried. Stay on the battleship and prepare to activate it. Having said that, the battleship's cabin door opened and Fang Chen stepped out, arriving outside the battleship. When that beam of light shone on his body, he felt extremely comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in divine light, and the power in his body also soared. It's so weird. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This was simply the holy land of cultivation that everyone dreamed of. Being illuminated by the light, one's cultivation speed would be doubled. If he could cultivate here for a long time, he was confident that he could step into the ranks of the top supremes within 10,000 years. Whoosh! But soon, Fang Chen came to his senses. There wouldn't be a free lunch in the sky. Perhaps there was some hidden danger? He tried to leave the place illuminated by the light. As soon as he took a step out, a strange scene appeared. In front of him, 3 paths appeared. Each path was shrouded in a gray aura. He wanted to release his divine sense to check, but it was impossible. What's going on? His intuition told him that there seemed to be an inheritance left by a powerful figure in the abyss. Were these 3 paths for him to choose? He was a bit hesitant. Should he choose the path in front of him? If he didn't choose, would he be trapped in the abyss forever? If he chose, he would definitely encounter great danger. What should I do? In Fang Chen's mind, various memories of the past appeared. He gritted his teeth and resolutely chose to move forward. This is it. He glanced at the first path and could clearly feel that there was an endless amount of immortal qi coming from it. As long as he got close, he would feel extremely comfortable. It was the same feeling as when the light shone on his body. But he didn't choose the first path. The more surprising a place was, the greater the hidden danger. He came to the second path and heard the sound of bones cracking, accompanied by miserable screams. He shook his head and gave up the second path. In the end, he chose the third path. The first path was very quiet and suitable for cultivation. The second path was the opposite, bloody and cruel. As for the third path, it was very strange. There was no movement in it, as if it was really just an ordinary path. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Chen stepped on the third path. When he came to the third path, everything behind him disappeared. But Fang Chen felt strange. This path was peaceful, and he didn't feel any trace of energy escaping. What was going on? With his cultivation, as long as there was energy, he would definitely be able to sense it. In this situation, there were only 2 possibilities. First, this was really an ordinary path. Second, this path was created by a top almighty, and he couldn't detect it yet. He leaned towards the second possibility. Thinking of this, he moved forward more carefully. After he moved forward 100 meters, it was still peaceful. Keep going. There was no turning back. He had already moved forward for so long, and there was no way back. He could only force himself to move forward. Time passed by. Ada, who stayed on the warship, kept a close eye on the surroundings. He found that after Fang Chen entered the third path, the abyss returned to peace. Only a beam of light still shone on the warship, making it unable to move. As for the 3 paths, they had completely disappeared. Master won't be in danger, right? Ada was a bit worried. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. At this time, Fang Chen had already moved 10,000 miles. as expected. As he went deeper, he finally found the abnormality of this path. The deeper one went into this path, the more it would affect one's mind. If one's mind wasn't strong enough, he would fall into madness, and then completely lose his mind. Fang Qin checked his body's condition. It was quite good. When he was 5,000 miles, he already felt the abnormality. When he reached 10,000 miles, he felt a bit of pressure. However, he discovered that walking this path had a great effect on tempering one's spirit. In just a short 5,000 miles, his spirit had been raised to a whole new level. Chapter 40, 101. After just walking for 10,000 miles, his willpower had improved by a level. This was a huge gain for Fang Qin. As everyone knew, after cultivating to a certain level, one's willpower would become a nightmare for many top powerhouses. It was too difficult to improve it. In fact, there was no complete cultivation method to improve one's willpower in the cultivation world. Therefore, the more powerful a powerhouse was, the more they paid attention to the training of their willpower. Since leaving the chaotic realm, Fang Qin had been thinking that his willpower was still not strong enough. He deliberately slowed down his cultivation speed to match the training of his willpower. He didn't expect to come to such a treasure land by accident. Who created this place? In the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, there were very few powerful people with willpower. To be able to create such a powerful space to train one's willpower, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be an eternal existence above the Supremes? Let's move on. After adjusting his state of mind for a short while, Fang Qin chose to move on. After all, where could he find such a good place to train his willpower? Just like that, 15,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles, time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. For a martial arts cultivator at the Supremes level, 300 years was just a snap of the fingers. After all, a powerful person at this level could sleep for hundreds of millions of years. However, for a warrior like Fang Qin, who had cultivated for an extremely short time, it was not short. Whoosh! After 300 years, Fang Qin stopped at 80,000 miles. At this time, his willpower was extremely strong. According to his speculation, his willpower was at least comparable to a top Supreme's. At 80,000 miles, the surrounding environment had begun to affect his mind. He could fall into confusion at any time. He was hesitating whether to move on. I wonder what this powerful person was thinking when he created this path. Fang Qin was guessing. Was it purely to train his willpower, or did he have other unknown ideas? But for now, he didn't feel any malicious intent. It was purely to train his willpower, and he had benefited a lot. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to check his body. After checking, he found that there were fine gray lines in his mind. He carefully sensed it and realized that these gray lines seemed to be caused by the power of this path invading his body. The gray lines contain the power to temper one's spirit and will. Although I can use it, I've discovered that it's rejecting me. This discovery made Fang Qin a little nervous. Is this the side effect of this path? He also knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This path could temper a martial artist's willpower, so there were bound to be drawbacks. However, he still didn't know how serious the drawback was. 1. He forcefully used his ultimate power to trap the gray thread and refine it. After about a month, the gray line was completely refined. At the same time, Fang Qin also figured out some patterns of the gray lines. This path was very useful for tempering one's willpower, but the further one advanced, the harder it was to resist the invasion of the gray lines. Once there were too many gray lines, it would cause irreversible damage to the body. At that time, the path of cultivation would be cut off. Who? Fang Qin took a deep breath and felt a trace of fear. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. I wonder what's at the end of this path. Fang Qin was very curious. He had already walked for 80,000 miles, but he still couldn't see the end. He really didn't know what kind of willpower could reach the end. In my current state, I can still continue to move forward, but it will be very slow. After thinking for a moment, Fang Qin knew that there was danger, but he was unwilling to give up such a good cultivation opportunity. He decided to continue moving forward, but he also set a goal for himself. As long as the gray lines in his mind reached 9, he had to stop moving forward and wait until all of them were refined before moving forward. In this way, he once again embarked on the path of tempering his willpower. At this moment, at the end of this path, one could clearly see that the 3 different paths had actually converged together. At the point of intersection, there was a statue. Suddenly, the statue opened its eyes and saw Fang Qin on the 3rd path. This kid's mentality is quite good. The statue said, "I just don't know if he can resist the temptation of the other 2 paths." Immediately, the statue moved its mind. Fang Qin, who was on the 3rd path, was shocked to find that the space around him had changed. The pressure on his willpower disappeared instantly. What's going on? Fang Qin was stunned, but he soon calmed down and found that he had actually appeared on the 1st path. Oh my God, A vast amount of energy gushed out and rushed into Fang Qin's body. His cultivation was actually rising steadily. This path, Fang Qin was stunned. He couldn't help but take a step forward. He was shocked to find that the more he moved forward, the more energy he obtained and the higher his cultivation. After a long time, he finally realized that this 1st path was simply a cultivation, holy land in the hearts of warriors. As long as he cultivated here, he would definitely be able to reach the top. That's not right. He stopped and looked behind him. He had only walked a few meters, and he had already gained so much. How could there be such a good thing? Moreover, he was clearly on the 3rd path. Why did he suddenly appear on the 1st path? He was full of doubts. Although he wanted to continue cultivating, his rationality told him that the more he did so, the more dangerous it was. The 3rd path tempered one's willpower, and there was a backlash from the gray lines. This 1st path was such a holy land for cultivation. The backlash would definitely be great. Otherwise, who knew how many powerhouses would be created? Thinking of this, he decisively stopped and returned to his original place. At the end of the path, the statue nodded in satisfaction. Few people could be so calm in a holy land for cultivation. Most of them would get lost. Who knew how many geniuses had been buried on this 1st path? As long as one got lost in it and kept chasing after cultivation speed, one's mind would gradually collapse and eventually die. He vaguely remembered that there were once 15,381 people who had come to the 1st path. Only 15 of them had restrained their greed. The other 15,300 people had all died here. Interesting. Then, the statue transferred Fang Qin to the 2nd path. After arriving at the 2nd path, Fang Qin heard the sounds of fierce battle. What he saw was endless battle scenes. Chapter 4102. On the 2nd path, the scene that entered his eyes was an endless battlefield filled with smoke. The sounds of killing shook the sky. Even Fang Qin couldn't see clearly which faction was fighting. Or was it a war between races? In short, at a glance, it was a dark mass. However, there were also a few places that shocked Fang Qin. When he saw a few peak battlefields, his eyes widened. Those were the battles of top powerhouses. He saw that with every move they made, the world trembled, and they could even resonate with the great Tao. Is that an ultimate expert who is above the supremes? Fang Qin exclaimed. However, unknowingly, his eyes blurred as he fell into a trance, unable to extricate himself. All the battle scenes were completely reflected in Fang Qin's mind. Although it didn't take long, he felt as if he had experienced hundreds of millions of years of reincarnation. He even felt that his consciousness could possess the bodies of those ultimate powerhouses and personally experience their every move and style. Destruction of the world. A certain ultimate powerhouse flicked his finger, and a resplendent light destroyed the world. Fang Qin's consciousness was attached to Xiao Chen's body. He could clearly sense how strong the power that could destroy the world was. When the power of this finger exploded, it swept through the entire world gap, and the universe exploded as if the end of the world had arrived. He was shocked to the extreme. However, at the same time, his comprehension of the martial Tao was also rising steadily. No. Suddenly, Fang Qin shook his head forcefully and woke up. He hurriedly peeled back his consciousness. He forced himself to stop watching the battles of those ultimate powerhouses. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his heart was filled with lingering fear. Just now, I fell into it without any warning. The first path was a holy land for cultivation. The cultivation speed was hundreds of millions of times faster, so he didn't dare to continue staying there. Now, the second path allowed him to possess the bodies of ultimate powerhouses and personally experience their ultimate techniques to improve his martial arts attainments. Moreover, he had fallen into it unknowingly. That was the most terrifying thing. He believed that the backlash of the second path was definitely more terrifying. Although on the surface, the benefits of the second path were higher, he didn't believe that there would be a free lunch in the sky. It was clearly luring people to learn and comprehend it. Whoosh! After thinking it through, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to keep his mind clear. At the end of the path, a smile appeared on the statue's face. With a thought, he sent Fang Chen back to the third path. After returning to the third path, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The previous experience felt like a dream. However, he was even more certain that there was a supreme being watching him at the end of the path. It seemed to be a test for him. If you can advance 100,000 miles, you can become a disciple of our sect. A voice entered Fang Chen's ears. His heart shook violently. He looked around but didn't find any traces. However, he still cupped his fists towards the void and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior." One could imagine that the owner of this voice must be an ultimate cultivator who is above the sovereign level. Even in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, he was probably one of the top figures. If one could become his disciple, it would be much easier for one to travel and experience the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. However, Fang Chen was worried about how to quickly refine the Gray Line. Now he had only advanced 90,000 miles and had reached his limit. If he rashly advanced, it would bring disaster. Therefore, the most important thing now was to refine the Gray Line in his mind. Let's give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chen decided to use the ultimate power and his bloodline power to refine it. At the end of the path, the statue was more and more satisfied with Fang Chen. This guy is not greedy, not in a hurry, very steady, and has excellent talent. He is a good seedling. The gate of the hunt suddenly appeared in the wandering dragon realm. Even the surrounding realms were in an uproar. The entire wandering dragon realm was in a state of battle. Even the Golden Dragon Palace master came out of seclusion to personally investigate this matter. Experts from other realms closer to the wandering dragon realm also came one after another to inquire about the gate of the hunt. Palace Master, the empty spirit realm emissary, came today. The core of the wandering dragon realm, Golden Dragon Palace. A majestic middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He was the Golden Dragon Palace Master and also the ruler of the wandering dragon realm. Logically speaking, the ruler of the wandering dragon realm should be the Realm Lord. However, the position of the Realm Lord had always been vacant. The Golden Dragon Palace had always followed the last words of the old Realm Lord. Only by gathering the 9 bloodlines could one be qualified to be the Realm Lord's successor. However, after so many years, there were many people who had gathered the 9 great bloodlines, but those who could truly fuse them were few and far between. Of those who had merged the 9 bloodlines, some died suddenly, some went crazy. Only one survived, and that was the current Golden Dragon Palace Master. However, since then he had never tried it again. He knew how terrible it was, so he established the Golden Dragon Palace and trained generations of young people. Before the realm lord appeared, the Golden Dragon Palace Master was the ruler of the wandering dragon realm. Empty spirit realm? The Golden Dragon Palace Master's voice was slightly dignified. What are they doing here? The wandering dragon realm and the empty spirit realm rarely interacted. The last time was tens of thousands of years ago, when the Golden Dragon Palace Master and the empty spirit realm lord met during the treasure auction. The empty spirit realm messenger said that the empty spirit realm lord is very interested in the gate of hunting and hopes that we can provide detailed information. They are willing to repay us with 100,000 empty spirit fruits, the Vice Palace Master said. Oh! The Golden Dragon Palace Master's lips curled into a meaningful smile. How generous! They are willing to give out 100,000 empty spirit fruits just to enter the gate of hunting. After thinking for a while, the Golden Dragon Palace Master said, "Tell them everything we know about the gate of hunting. 100,000 empty spirit fruits. It would be a waste not to take them." Everyone knew how terrifying the gate of hunting was. Since the empty spirit realm lord did not believe it and wanted to hunt a lord-level beast. Then let him go. Palace Master, I will do it right away. Soon, the Vice Palace Master sent a message saying that the transaction was successful and they had gotten 100,000 empty spirit fruits. Whoosh! Inside the Golden Dragon Palace, the empty spirit realm lord's projection came and expressed his gratitude to the Golden Dragon Palace Master. Thank you, Golden Dragon Palace Master. Then the projection dissipated. The Golden Dragon Palace Master smiled but did not say anything. The gate of hunting was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. This time it suddenly appeared and there were some terrifying things hidden inside. It was just right for the empty spirit realm lord to find out. Send 100,000 empty spirit fruits to my secret room. From today onwards, completely seal off the wandering dragon realm. No one from the outside is allowed to enter. Also, I will be in seclusion. During my absence, you have full authority to make decisions for me, the Golden Dragon Palace Master said, and entered the secret room. Perhaps what the gate of hunting brought wasn't just simple fear, but a real disaster. Chapter 4103. The gray lines in his mind had to be refined. Otherwise, once they increased to a certain extent, they would pose a threat to Fang Chen's life. After witnessing the first and second paths with his own eyes, Fang Chen was even more convinced that the third path was the safest. The first path was a holy land for cultivation. It could rapidly increase a martial artist's cultivation. However, there were many hidden dangers, and there was even a strong backlash. On the second path, if one continued to possess the body of a top powerhouse, there would come a day when one would be eroded by the remnant thoughts left behind by those top powerhouses. Eventually, one would become a walking corpse, a combat puppet. Moreover, he had heard the powerhouse at the end of the path say that if one could reach 100,000 miles on the third path, they could become an inner disciple of their sect. Now, Fang Chen had already advanced 90,000 miles. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to seriously ponder how to refine the gray lines in his mind. If he wanted to refine the gray lines, he had to understand them in depth. After a long period of observation, he discovered that the gray lines were formed because of the invisible strength on the third path. It constantly tempered one's will, causing the power of the soul to erupt and drill into the mind. The impurities in the power of the soul couldn't be completely purified and thus turned into gray lines. In fact, the gray lines could also temper a martial artist's will and enhance the strength of their primordial spirit. However, the danger of doing so was too great. If one was the slightest bit careless, they would suffer a backlash from the gray lines. Since ancient times, there had been people who came to the third path. Moreover, they didn't believe in heresy and believed that they could control the gray lines. In the end, because there were too many gray lines in their mind, they died. Although they had touched the edge of 100,000 miles, they died and everything became nothing. The gray lines seemed to be a very special kind of strength. Fong Qin spoke softly. If spirit force was said to be a type of energy that was born from tempering one's spirit will, then this gray line seemed to be created specifically to suppress one's spirit will. These two types of energy complemented each other, but also restrained each other. What's going on? Fong Qin fell into a daze. In his mind, the ancient texts left behind by the past powerhouses of the Chaos realm appeared. He searched for any records regarding the gray lines. Day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. During this time, Fong Qin had not made any progress. He had been refining the gray lines in his mind while studying them. One day, Fong Qin felt the gray line in his mind tremble violently. He suddenly opened his eyes and discovered that the spirit force he had used to temper his spirit and willpower had been completely devoured by the gray line. There was only one gray line left in his mind. This is the other gray lines have merged into this person's gray lines. Fong Qin was speechless. After 300 years of research, he had gradually understood the structure of the gray lines. He had also faintly sensed that it had something to do with spirit force. Moreover, he had tried to fuse the two together before, but he had failed in the end. He didn't expect that there would be a change right now. What was going on? Fong Qin was a little worried about whether the fusion of the gray lines would affect his body. However, right at that moment, the ultimate power in his body suddenly burst forth. Then it rushed into his head and fused with the gray lines. The next moment, Fong Qin felt that the gray lines had turned into a terrifying force that flowed back into his body, occupying the position of his spirit force and vaguely having the intention of replacing it. His intuition told him that this mutated gray line was definitely an extremely terrifying force. Moreover, it was a force that he had never grasped or recognized. At this moment, at the intersection of the paths, a hint of a smile appeared in the eyes of the statue. It was way too lonely for him to be guarding the 3 paths here. Only a single person would come here every few 100 million years. He was way too lonely. Now that he had finally met one, he did not want to let him die so easily. Moreover, he was very satisfied with Fong Qin's test earlier, be it in terms of character or cultivation talent. Fong Qin was outstanding in all aspects. Therefore, he reminded him that if he could reach 100,000 miles, he would be able to become an inner disciple of the sect. In his calculations, with Fong Qin's potential, he would need at least tens of thousands of years to reach 100,000 miles. After reaching 100,000 miles, he would undergo the final baptism of his spirit and will. Only then would he have the hope of comprehending heart force. But who would have thought that in just 300 years, and at 90,000 miles, he would be able to condense a strand of heart force? If those old monsters in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao knew about it, they would definitely go crazy. Heart force. The statue sighed. He walks on the ultimate path. The ultimate power in his body accelerated the mutation of the gray lines. In the end, it absorbed the spirit force and transformed into true heart force. Heart force. This was a completely new term to Fong Qin, but to the statue, it was too deep in his memory. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, the power that the cultivators of the path of spirit yearned for was heart force. This was a special power that was billions of times stronger than spirit force. The two were not on the same level at all. However, to condense heart force, one had to temper one's spirit and will and give birth to spirit force. Only then would there be a chance. Fong Qin could be considered to have accidentally condensed his first heart force and reached the threshold of the path of spirit. This little fellow is a bit interesting. The statue flicked his finger. Immediately, Fong Qin felt a change in his surroundings. He was directly teleported to a place 100,000 miles away. Immediately, a vast power rushed over. He discovered that his spirit and will were constantly transforming. In the blink of an eye, his spirit and will had reached the pinnacle. The spirit force that was born was completely integrated into that special power, and under his efforts, a second similar power was born. The two strands of heart force lay quietly in his body. Fang Chen had unknowingly walked a very long path on the path of spirit. Congratulations on successfully condensing heart force and becoming a cultivator of the path of spirit. The statue's voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. These two powers are called heart force. At this time, Fang Chen was still unfamiliar with cultivators of the path of spirit, and this was the first time he had heard of this power called heart force. At the same time, congratulations on passing the test and becoming a disciple of our sect. As soon as the voice fell, the statue revealed its true appearance. In the air above the gray third path, the statue appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, Fang Chen felt a strong pressure all over his body. His scalp exploded. Fortunately, it was not an enemy. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Junior Fang Chen greets Senior. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. Chapter 4104. Heart Force? Fang Chen was stunned. He had never heard of heart force before. Although he had seen some simple records about soul cultivators in the records left behind by the ancestors of the Chaos Realm, Fang Chen did not know much about it. However, he had always paid attention to the training of his soul will. Moreover, he had experienced too much since he was young. His soul will had long been transformed. This was the reason why he could progress so far on the third path. However, he did not expect that training his soul would allow him to form heart force. Moreover, from what the statue said, heart force seemed to be an extremely powerful force. However, after hearing the statue's words, Fang Chen stopped thinking about what heart force was. Instead, he was overjoyed. He clasped his fists and thanked the statue. "Thank you, Senior." Although he did not know what kind of sect the statue belonged to, a powerful cultivator who could design 3 paths was definitely one of the most powerful cultivators in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. If he could become a disciple of such a sect, he would have someone to rely on in the future. When he walked the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, he would have a new identity. "You should call me Senior Brother now." With a buzzing sound, the statue shattered. A white-haired old man with a transcendent aura sat cross-legged beside the statue. His aged face was filled with a gratified smile. He looked at Fang Chen with incomparable joy. After waiting for so many years, someone has finally come. "Disciple Fang Chen greets Senior Brother," Fang Chen said. "All right, let me introduce you to the situation of our sect." The white-haired elder waved his hand and smiled. At first, Fang Chen thought that the white-haired elder was the leader of the sect. He did not expect him to be just a disciple. He wondered what kind of powerful cultivator the sect's top cultivator was. "Our sect is called the Palace of Fortune." The Palace of Fortune. When the white-haired elder said these 3 words, his voice became much heavier. "Palace of Fortune? Senior Brother, what level of power does our sect belong to in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. He knew nothing about the Palace of Fortune, nor did he know how many disciples there were in the sect. Hee. Hearing this, the white-haired old man smiled. What level of power was it? "Our Palace of Fortune was one of the top forces in the primordial world before the great shattering of the world," the white-haired elder said. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He had once flipped through ancient records, and in addition to the explanations given to him by the mighty sages, he learned that this world was originally the primordial world, all-encompassing. However, after experiencing the great calamity, the 3,000 realms of the great Tao evolved. The original realm was once the core of the primordial world, and now it was called the primal chaos realm. Normally speaking, only those peak experts would be able to survive the great calamity. However, the Palace of Fortune was actually a force from the primordial world. Don't be surprised. The Palace of Fortune is much more powerful than you think. Back in the primordial world, there were only a handful of us. However, after experiencing the great calamity, the sect suffered heavy casualties, and only a few of us remained. The white-haired elder continued, "Luckily, as long as the palace leader does not die, the Palace of Fortune will never be destroyed. After the great calamity, the 3,000 realms of the great Tao evolved. After all the realms stabilized, the palace leader began to rebuild the Palace of Fortune. After countless years, the Palace of Fortune was revived. However, the palace leader believed that the quality of the disciples was not the quantity. Therefore, he did not accept many disciples, but rather he developed the palace in secret. Those who were able to join the Palace of Fortune were all extremely talented. With Fang Chen's talent, he was merely an entry-level disciple. From an entry-level disciple to an official disciple, and then to a core disciple, it was a long journey. However, due to certain reasons, the palace leader mysteriously disappeared after the Palace of Fortune was revived. From then on, he could no longer be contacted. The Palace of Fortune gradually went into hiding. The training ground that I am guarding was set up by the palace leader himself. It is also used to test the disciples. The white-haired elder revealed his Taoist name. His name was King Xiaoyao, and he was the 9th disciple of the Palace of Fortune. 9th brother, Fang Qin called out, "Where is the headquarters of the Palace of Fortune?" King Xiaoyao shook his head, and a sorrowful look appeared on his face. Back in the day, the Palace of Fortune could be said to be at the top of the world. However, after the palace leader mysteriously disappeared, we were attacked by various forces. To protect ourselves, we had to hide. In the years that followed, the disciples of the Palace of Fortune fell apart and were scattered to every corner of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. Even my real body died in battle in the gap of the Great Tao. "What?" Fang Qin exclaimed. The King Xiaoyao in front of him was actually an avatar. His real body had died in battle. Who was it that was so powerful that they could kill the 9th brother's real body? You don't have to be surprised. At our level, even if the real body dies in battle, the avatar will not fall apart. Unless we encounter a top-notch almighty who uses karma to kill all the avatars. King Xiaoyao continued. However, once the real body dies, although the avatar will not fall apart, the path of martial arts will come to an end. They will not be able to continue improving their cultivation. No wonder. Fang Qin sighed. The battle back in the day was too tragic. The 9th brother was so strong, but his real body was killed. Only his avatar was hiding here to seek refuge. For countless years, I have been in a deep sleep. I will only wake up when someone enters the trial grounds. I have completely lost contact with the other disciples. Therefore, even now, I have no idea where the disciples of the Palace of Fortune are, King Xiaoyao said. However, he firmly believed that the Palace Lord would return one day. Shaking his head forcefully, King Xiaoyao said, "The primordial world is too far away for you. Even the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path is too far away for you. With your current strength, it will be difficult for you to survive in the world gap. Don't think too much. Although you have become a disciple of the Palace of Fortune, you still have a long way to go. If you fall along the way, the Palace of Fortune will not avenge you. The Palace of Fortune would only protect him if he became a core disciple. Of course, after becoming a disciple of the Palace of Fortune, he would be able to enjoy more cultivation resources than ordinary people. You just have to remember that you are a disciple of the Palace of Fortune." As he spoke, King Xiaoyao flicked his finger. A mark disappeared into Fang Chen's forehead. This is a mark unique to the Palace of Fortune. If two disciples of the Palace of Fortune come into contact with each other, the mark will alert them. Finally, King Xiaoyao emphasized one thing. The rule of the Palace of Fortune was that disciples of the same sect were not allowed to kill each other. Violators would be severely punished. 9th brother, I will remember that, Fang Qin said. He was becoming more and more curious about the Palace of Fortune. For the latest updates and error-free reading, Please visit, please visit. Chapter 4105. Even the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, didn't know what the current Palace of Fortune was like. After all, his real body died in battle, leaving only this avatar behind to guard this place and search for fated people. It had been too long, so long that he had lost track of time. He only remembered that the last time someone came here to train was 30 million years ago. As time passed, the power of King Xiaoyao's avatar gradually weakened. Therefore, he needed to sleep for a long time. But this time, he was pleasantly surprised when he woke up. He didn't expect Fang Qin to pass the test. More importantly, he was able to use his own strength to condense heart force. This meant he didn't need anyone's guidance to be able to enter the door of spiritual cultivation. In the entire Palace of Fortune, his talent was outstanding. The Palace of Fortune specialized in heart force. Most of the cultivators in the palace were spiritual cultivators. Only a small number of them cultivated martial arts. Spiritual cultivation was the most difficult, especially when it came to condensing heart force. This was a natural threshold. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been stuck at this threshold. But anyone who could condense heart force and master it would definitely become a spiritual cultivator in the future. He remembered that before the destruction of the primordial world, the first disciple of the Palace of Fortune had condensed heart force on his own. After joining the Palace of Fortune, with the help of countless cultivation resources, he finally took the final step and became a spiritual cultivator. His combat strength was second only to the Palace Lord. Of course, these memories were far too distant. When the primordial world was destroyed, the first disciple seemed to have died. Thinking of this, King Xiaoyao's expression darkened. So many of his fellow disciples were dead. What was the point of him living? Ninth brother, what's wrong? Fang Qin saw King Xiaoyao's desolate expression and asked. King Xiaoyao shook his head hard and laughed self-deprecatingly. I've lived for countless years. From the primordial world until now, I've long disregarded life and death. The only reason this avatar of mine still exists is to find the Palace of Fortune. Therefore, I can't have any distracting thoughts. Even if all his fellow disciples died, even if the Palace Lord fell, as long as he was still breathing, the Palace of Fortune would still exist. 1. A layer of light appeared on King Xiaoyao's body as a frightening heart force vibrated around him. When Fang Qin saw this, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He could clearly sense that the ninth brother's heart force was much stronger than his. Is this ninth brother's heart force? Fang Qin was shocked. In comparison, his own heart force was equivalent to a human infant. As for the ninth brother's heart force, it was like he was in the prime of his life. They were on completely different levels. Junior brother. After a long while, King Xiaoyao's heart force gradually dissipated. His face was ruddy, and he smiled at Fang Qin. After sleeping for so many years, my brain has become a bit rusty. My conversation with you just now allowed me to gain new insights, allowing me to make another breakthrough in my heart force. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Ninth brother! Just as Fang Qin was about to speak, he was interrupted by King Xiaoyao. The latter said, You must never reveal your identity as a disciple of the Palace of Fortune to outsiders. Otherwise, you will bring death upon yourself. Moreover, he mentioned that Fang Qin was only an inner disciple. He had to go through many tests before he could become an inner disciple. Once he became an inner disciple, he would be given more resources. All right, I have told you everything I need to tell you about the Palace of Fortune. As for the specifics, you will know in the future. You have become an inner disciple, so you should be given something by the sect. However, due to the current situation of the Palace of Fortune, I cannot contact anyone else in the sect. My own resources are also limited, so I cannot give you much. Finished speaking, the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, waved his hand. Instantly, an illusory image appeared in midair. On the image, there were 3 items. You can choose any 2 of these 3 items. Of course, if you don't need them, I will convert them to spiritual liquid according to the market price. Spiritual liquid was once the currency of the primordial world. All cultivators used spiritual liquid for transactions. Furthermore, spiritual liquid had another function, which was to aid in cultivation. Even though the primordial world was broken, the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path was still a product of the primordial world. The common currency was still spiritual liquid. It was just that spiritual liquid had become rarer and more precious. Feng Qin had some understanding of this. The first item is an axe. King Xiaoyao introduced the 3 treasures to Feng Qin. The first item was a blood-red axe. It looked very ordinary, but when Feng Qin used his inner force, he could feel that it was not ordinary. He could even feel that there was a summoning force coming from the axe. I believe you have also noticed that there is inner force within the axe. It can resonate with our own inner force. King Xiaoyao said, "This is also the reason why this axe is so precious. It is called the sky-splitting axe. It was once used by an elder in the Palace of Fortune. Back then, he used his own strength to split open a planet. Hence, it was called the sky-splitting axe. Of course, the axe has long lost its spirituality. However, for us spiritual cultivators, it is extremely rare. As long as we can completely awaken the inner force within the axe and merge it with our own inner force, the axe's grade will be restored. When that time comes, you will be able to defeat the Supremes." Hearing this, Feng Qian's heart trembled. A single axe could allow him to defeat the Supremes. Wasn't this axe too heaven-defying? Furthermore, the inner force within the axe was very compatible with spiritual cultivators. He immediately made his decision and chose this axe. "Good, you have good taste." Then, King Xiaoyao introduced the second treasure to Feng Qin. This was a blood-red metal plate. There were complicated carvings on it. It was a defensive equipment. This blood-red metal plate is called the blood coagulation plate. Its defensive capabilities are very strong. If you use it now, you can defend against an attack from a top Supremes. The reason why it was called the blood coagulation plate was because when one's blood was injected into the plate, it could quickly condense the blood into essence. Then it would feed back into one's body. This would allow one to connect with the blood coagulation plate and provide endless defensive capabilities. Do you choose? After introducing the blood coagulation plate, King Xiaoyao asked. Out of the 3 treasures, he could only choose 2. If he chose the blood coagulation plate, then he couldn't choose the third one. Feng Qin really wanted it, but after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Ninth brother, why don't you introduce the 3rd treasure to me first?" It wouldn't be too late for him to make a decision after listening. King Xiaoyao looked at Feng Qin with admiration. This 3rd treasure, strictly speaking, is not a treasure. It is a promise. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit Chapter 4106. If you pass the test and become a disciple of the Palace of Fortune, you will receive 3 treasures. The 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, introduced the first 2 treasures. To Feng Qin, these 2 treasures were very attractive. The heaven-splitting axe was an offensive weapon, while the blood coagulation plate was a defensive weapon. The 2 complemented each other. If Feng Qin could obtain them, his strength would increase tremendously. At the very least, at the Supreme Realm, his life would not be in danger. Normally, Feng Qin would choose these 2 treasures without hesitation. But after hearing the 9th brother's words, he hesitated. The 3rd treasure, strictly speaking, is not a treasure. It is a promise. The 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, said, "Ever since the primordial world was destroyed, he has been wandering the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path. Since then, he has been guarding this place. The treasures he had were limited. He wanted more disciples of the Palace of Fortune. Therefore, the promise mentioned by the 3rd treasure was his promise. I can promise you that if you are in danger, I will help you once." The 9th senior brother, the unfettered king, said with a smile, even though I'm only left with a clone if I were to take action. Even existences above the utmost exalted realm might not be able to withstand it. In other words, a single promise from ninth senior brother was enough to kill a utmost exalted expert at will. In fact, he could even save her from an existence above the utmost exalted. After gradually understanding the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path, Feng Qin felt the weight of this promise more and more. Soon he made his decision. Ninth brother, I choose the third treasure. Feng Qin said firmly. A promise from the ninth brother in the outside world would definitely cause a commotion in the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path. Okay, but I must remind you that I will only attack once. After that, even if you die, I will not attack. So you must be careful when you use it. As King Xiaoyao spoke, he took out a token and handed it to Feng Qin. On the front of the token, the word creation was written. On the back, the number 9 was engraved, representing the identity of the ninth brother. In the face of danger, if you channel your heart force into the medallion, the power I've stored up will explode. The ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, said. Feng Qin carefully put away the token and cupped his fists in thanks. Thank you, ninth brother. King Xiaoyao waved his hand. All right, there are only 2 items left. You can only choose one. One for attack and one for defense. It was indeed a difficult choice. However, Feng Qin had always grown up in battle. He liked the feeling of battle. So, after some hesitation, he chose the offensive weapon, the sky-splitting axe. Your choice is the best choice. It also proves that you are brave. If it were any other ordinary person, they would definitely choose the defensive weapon to save their lives. Choosing an offensive weapon proved that Feng Qin was brave. The Palace of Fortune needed someone like him. Whoosh! A slightly broken axe appeared in Feng Qin's palm. As soon as it touched his hand, he felt a special heart force circulating in his palm. As expected, the ninth brother was right. Inside the axe there was a strong heart force. Unfortunately, with his current spiritual power, he could not awaken it. With your current heart force, you can barely use the sky-splitting axe. When your heart force reaches a higher level, you will probably be able to use 30% of the sky-splitting axe's power. King Xiaoyao said. He still thought highly of Feng Qin. After all, he was the first person to come here and become a disciple of the Palace of Fortune. All right, I've given you what you deserve. King Xiaoyao waved his hand, indicating for Feng Qin to leave. When your heart force reaches the 3rd stage, use your heart force to sense the sky-splitting axe. You can come to me. Hearing this, Feng Qin was overjoyed. This was a surprise that the ninth brother had prepared for him. Thank you, ninth brother. Feng Qin said. Oh, right, ninth brother. Do you know what this hunting world is? The outside world only knew that the door of the hunt belonged to the hunters. However, they did not know what was going on inside the door of the hunt. Countless people had explored it, but they all ended in failure. Feng Qin came to the hunting world in a daze. He was chased by countless demon kings and fell into the abyss. Luckily, he became a disciple of the Palace of Fortune. It was a blessing in disguise. The hunting world was created by a little guy called the Prime Hunter. King Xiaoyao explained. Back then, when he created the hunting world, his goal was to raise demon kings in captivity and let them compete. The one who survived would be the strongest demon king and could fight for him. Feng Qin nodded. The door of the hunt now had the same purpose. Could it be that the hunter world was created by the Prime Hunter? Then, what about the Prime Hunter? Why would the ninth brother be in the hunting world? A series of questions surfaced in his mind. Feng Qin looked at the ninth brother in confusion. The Prime Hunter was killed by me. The ninth brother's next words shocked Feng Qin. A top Prime Hunter had died in the hands of the ninth brother. Back then, my avatar was stationed in the abyss to help the Palace of Fortune select the best disciples. That little guy named Killer of the Supremes created the world of hunting and covered the abyss with it. How could he have thought of that? It's just that I couldn't be bothered with him. Otherwise, how could he have thought of covering the abyss? Ninth Senior Brother said with disdain. According to the ninth brother, the abyss seemed to be in the hunting world. But in reality, it wasn't part of the hunting world. It was connected to the outside world. It was just that the ninth brother couldn't be bothered with it. So, the hunting world continued to exist. But one day, the prime hunter found the abyss and wanted to barge in. But he was killed by the ninth brother. After that, the hunter world inherited the hunting world. The door of the hunt's name shook the world. The ninth brother continued to sleep. What a guy! Fong Chin couldn't help but complain. The door of the hunt, which was feared by the world, had survived because the ninth brother couldn't be bothered with it. Your strength will definitely surpass them in the future. Don't be envious. Cultivate well. The ninth brother waved his hand and sent Fong Chin out of the passage. In an instant, he appeared in front of the battleship. Before you leave the hunting world, you can use the Beast Kings here to train yourself and increase your compatibility with the sky-splitting axe. The ninth brother's voice sounded in Fong Chen's ears. He cupped his fists and thanked the 3 disappearing passages. Then he returned to the battleship. Ada, who was in a daze, thought that Fong Chen had died. He was a little dazed. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. He jumped up reflexively and found that it was Fong Chen. Boss, you. Ada was very excited. Well, let's get out of here first. Fong Chen said. Rumble. The battleship rumbled. Fong Chen returned from the abyss. Chapter 4107. After knowing the details of the Gate of the Hunt, Fong Chen decided not to leave for the time being. After all, the Hunter organization had nurtured so many Beast Kings here. Those who could survive were the absolute elites among the Beast Kings. Where else could he train himself better than here? Especially since he had just received the sky-splitting axe from the ninth brother. He had to test its power. Fong Chen boarded the battleship and left the abyss, returning to the hunting world. Buzz. A gray aura shrouded the abyss. No demonic beasts dared to approach within 100 miles. Even the strongest Beast Kings did not dare to approach. Fong Chen turned around to look at the abyss, feeling deeply moved. Back then, he was chased by the Beast Kings and had nowhere else to run, which was why he fell into the abyss. Who would have thought that it would be a blessing in disguise? Today, he had become a disciple of the Palace of Fortune and even received a gift from his ninth senior brother, King Xiaoyao. Whoosh! Fong Chen signaled Admiral A to stop the battleship above the abyss. No demonic beasts dared to invade here. It was very safe. As for himself, he left the abyss and headed to other areas to find the Beast Kings. Crash! Fong Chen moved his mind, and the sky-splitting axe appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and appeared 100 miles away. Roar! Coincidentally, there was a huge snow leopard fighting fiercely with another snow leopard here. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The battle between the 2 snow leopards was unusually intense. Fong Chen observed for a while. According to the classification of the cultivation world, the 2 snow leopards should be in the intermediate sovereign realm. However, their combat strength was infinitely close to that of an advanced sovereign realm. Most importantly, their gifted superpower could allow their combat strength to soar rapidly in a short period of time. This was something that human warriors could not do. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed the battle between the 2 snow leopards. He saw that after the huge snow leopard fought for an hour, it suddenly leaped and appeared behind the other snow leopard. Its 2 claws tore fiercely, and a green light burst out from its body. It was like a laser that directly cut the enemy's body into 2. Roar! The other snow leopard let out a pitiful cry and fell to the ground unwillingly. The huge snow leopard opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the enemy's corpse. Not long after, A green light appeared on its forehead as if it had been fully charged. What gifted superpower is this? Fang Chen also felt a little emotional. There were thousands of races in the universe, and each race had their own innate divine abilities. There were many strange innate divine abilities that were inconceivable. In fact, it had already noticed Fang Chen when he first arrived. However, it had been busy dealing with the enemy and had no time to pay attention to Fang Chen. Most importantly, it looked down on humans. Boom! Fang Chen circulated the energy in his body and swung the sky-splitting axe at the snow leopard's body. With a cracking sound, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. A large gash appeared on the snow leopard's body, and blood continuously spurted out. However, these were all superficial wounds and would not affect the snow leopard, but it had successfully angered it. "You're courting death." The enraged snow leopard realized that the sky-splitting axe in Fang Chen's hand was not ordinary. Its first reaction was to snatch the sky-splitting axe. Just a superficial wound. Fang Chen's mouth twitched. Without using his heart force, the sky-splitting axe was just an ordinary utmost exalted level weapon. It had only caused a superficial wound to the snow leopard. Next, he began to use his heart force. A strand of heart force quickly flowed from his palm into the sky-splitting axe. In the next moment, the sky-splitting axe seemed to have been activated. The axe shone with a bright light. When the snow leopard charged at him, the sky-splitting axe slashed out. The axe carried a terrifying amount of heart force. It landed on the snow leopard's leg. Instantly, a miserable shriek rang out. With a boom, one of the snow leopard's legs fell to the ground. Blood spurted out. Its injuries were not light. Moreover, it was corroded by the heart force. Its entire body was trembling. What kind of power is that? The snow leopard's heart trembled. The sky-splitting axe's power had clearly increased by a lot. Moreover, that special power made it feel danger. As expected, I still have to rely on heart force. Fang Chen was very satisfied with the sky-splitting axe's power. With the assistance of heart force, the sky-splitting axe's power increased explosively. If it wasn't for the experiment, he was confident that he could kill the snow leopard in a real battle. Whoosh! The snow leopard sensed danger. Without caring about anything else, it activated its innate ability. The green mark on its forehead loosened and a terrifying green light shot out like a laser. It turned into a beam of light and charged at Fang Chen. Since the experiment was over, Fang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He continued to activate the sky-splitting axe. With a full-force chop, the green beam of light dissipated. The snow leopard's head fell to the ground. It died instantly. It didn't even have the chance to let out a final scream. Hiss! After the snow leopard died, the sky-splitting axe seemed to have its own consciousness. It crazily sucked away the energy in its body. When the last trace of green light was absorbed by the sky-splitting axe, the snow leopard's corpse turned into white bones. So powerful! Fang Chen held the sky-splitting axe and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wasn't this sky-splitting axe too tyrannical? Just by activating it with heart force, it could erupt with such power. If the special heart force could be completely awakened, how powerful would it be?" Fang Chen was very curious. Whoosh! After this experiment, Fang Chen had a rough understanding of the sky-splitting axe's power. After weighing his own strength, he would definitely continue to look for advanced Supreme Being Beast Kings. Only by constantly challenging his own limits could he increase his strength and achieve his goal of tempering himself. Perhaps his ninth brother was watching his current actions. It was just as he had expected. At the end of the 3 passages, the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, wasn't asleep. Instead, he was looking at the outside world. In his eyes, the scene of Fang Chen activating the sky-splitting axe appeared. After a long while, he laughed in satisfaction. Amazing! His heart force had just been initiated, and he didn't have a master to guide him. Yet he was able to use heart force to activate the sky-splitting axe. Although he didn't display its full power, it was still very impressive. The ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, was increasingly satisfied with his junior brother. He even asserted that there would definitely be a place for his junior brother in the 3,000 realms of the great Tao in the future. He even had a strong premonition that his junior brother's achievements in heart force might surpass his in the future. He was looking forward to his junior brother's future. Chapter 4108. Pucci, the huge snow leopard, died instantly. It didn't even have time to let out a final cry before it died. Seeing this, Fang Chun revealed a joyful smile. It seemed that the ninth brother was right. The power of the sky-splitting axe was indeed very strong. It was just that he couldn't unleash its true power at the moment. He also couldn't wait to see how strong the heaven-splitting axe was. Perhaps it can kill an existence above the supremacy realm with a single blow. Of course, Fang Chun knew his limits. Even if he awakened the special power of the sky-splitting axe, he probably wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. A powerful weapon definitely needed a strong power of the heart. Therefore, he had to make a breakthrough in his power of the heart. Continue. After killing the snow leopard, Fang Chun continued to use the sky-splitting axe to kill other beast kings. A month later, under a towering tree, Fang Chun rested with his back against the tree, playing with the sky-splitting axe in his hand. In this month, there were almost no beast kings that could withstand a blow from the sky-splitting axe. Most of the intermediate, supreme being beast kings were killed in a single blow. Only a few of them had special innate abilities that allowed them to withstand a single blow. However, they were still severely injured. In a month's time, he had killed 36 intermediate supremacy beast kings. The beast kings in this area should have been wiped out by him. As for high-level beast kings, he hadn't encountered one yet. Perhaps there weren't any high-level beast kings in this area. Fang Chun planned to rest for a while and sum up the experience of this month. Then he would go to other areas to look for beast kings. However, he didn't know that his crazy actions had already attracted the attention of the beast kings in other areas. In a dazzling canyon, there were 5 bronze thrones. Accompanied by a violent aura, there were 4 beast kings sitting on the bronze thrones. Below them, there were many low-level beast kings. There was no lack of intermediate beast kings among them. These beast kings didn't belong to this area, but they had gathered here today to discuss the recent frequent deaths of beast kings. Kalong didn't come? The beast king sitting on the first bronze throne asked coldly. The other beast kings shook their heads. Humph, that Kalong flaunts himself as the #1 beast king in this region. He looks down on us. This guy, he actually didn't come at such a crucial moment. The leader of the Beast Kings also knew about the situation of the Kulong Beast King. He ignored it and turned to look at the other Beast Kings below. He said in a low voice, "I think you have all noticed that the Beast Kings in the 9th zone have been killed recently. In just 1 month, all 36 Beast Kings in the 9th zone have died. I suspect that someone is hunting Beast Kings, specifically." Of course, they had done their research and thought that it was some other high-level beast king who had lowered himself to hunt them. However, after investigating the scene, they concluded that it was the outsiders who were hunting them. I don't know how the foreign race managed to get in, but since he dares to hunt down our comrades, he must die. The leader of the Beast Kings said coldly, "That's right. How dare you kill people in our territory? You're courting death. I've checked the wounds of the dead Beast Kings. They should have been killed by a sharp weapon and had almost no strength to fight back." A Beast King with snow-white skin said, "Therefore, the strength of the foreign race should be at least at the level of a high-level supreme being, and he has a divine weapon." Everyone was making their own guesses. The eyes of the many mid-level Beast Kings below were filled with horror. The mid-level Beast Kings couldn't even withstand a blow from the foreign race. This was too terrifying. They were afraid that they would encounter the foreign race. As for the 4 Beast Kings on the bronze thrones, after a discussion, they decided to explore together. As long as they found the foreign race, they would immediately gather. With the strength of the 4 of them, they would definitely be able to kill the foreign race. I agree with the Kirin Dragon Beast King. If the 4 of us join forces, we can definitely kill a high-level Supreme Being. However, we have to prevent him from killing us one by one. We also have to prevent him from killing other mid-level Beast Kings. The leader of the Beast Kings nodded. All right, today's meeting is over. Inform Kulong. The Kirin Dragon Beast King nodded and immediately used a special communication tool to send a message to the Kulong Beast King. However, the message soon came back. The communication tool showed that the message could not be delivered. Seeing this, the 4 Beast Kings stood up at once. Their faces were extremely gloomy. The message could not be delivered. There were 2 meanings. First, the Kulong Beast King had entered a special area and could not contact the outside world. Second, it meant that he had died. How could this be? I saw the Kulong Beast King a few days ago. He shouldn't have gone far, right? The 4 Beast Kings began to think about whether there was a special sealed area in this area. Soon, they found that there was no such place. Then, the 4 of them looked at each other as if they had realized the seriousness of the matter. By the way, before I came here, I saw the Kulong Beast King from afar. He seemed to be heading in the direction of the 9th district. The Snow-White Beast King suddenly remembered and exclaimed. The 4 Beast Kings were silent. The mid-level Beast Kings below were a little confused. What had happened that made the 4 Beast Kings look so serious? After a long time, the leader of the Beast Kings said, "So, there is only one possibility. The Kulong Beast King is dead?" The Kirin Dragon Beast King shook his head in disbelief. In terms of individual combat strength, the Kulong Beast King's strength is not inferior to mine. Moreover, his special divine sense makes even me somewhat afraid. It will not be easy for the alien tribe to kill him. That's right. If the alien tribe has the strength to kill the Kulong Beast King, they will definitely attack directly instead of disappearing, the Snow-White Beast King said. Forget it. From now on, the 4 of us will go directly to the 9th district to search. The leader of the Beast Kings could not wait any longer and set off immediately. The Kulong Beast King was very sad. He originally had the hope to replace the leader of the Beast Kings and become the master of this area. But now he had become the first high-level Beast King killed by the sky-splitting axe. He had always been very conceited and thought that his strength was not inferior to the other 4 Beast Kings. Therefore, he did not attend the meeting at all. After learning that 36 mid-level Beast Kings in the 9th district had been killed, his first reaction was to go to the 9th district to find the murderer. Coincidentally, Fang Chen had just finished absorbing the battle experience, and his strength had increased slightly when he found this place. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen still had the upper hand. He hacked down with the sky-splitting axe, cutting the Kulong Beast King 9 times before killing it. Whoosh! Looking at the body of the Kulong Beast King on the ground, Fang Chen felt a little staggered. He had consumed too much energy, especially his heart force. It is indeed a high-level Beast King. Its divine sense is too terrifying. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He could not help but sigh as he recalled the Kulong Beast King's divine sense. But the most important thing now was that he could not stay here for long. He had to find a quiet place to recover his strength. Otherwise, if he was besieged by other high-level Beast Kings, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the latest updates, please visit. For mobile phones, please visit Chapter 4109. Fang Chen didn't know that the Kulong Beast King he had just killed was one of the 5 high-level Beast Kings in this area. Its death had completely stimulated the other Beast King's determination to besiege him. Rip! The Kulong Beast King's corpse was cut up by Fang Chen. Its inner core was devoured, and its flesh was roasted and eaten by him. In the end, only a piece of beast skin was left, which was made into a leather jacket for him to wear. It's worthy of being called a high-level Beast King. eating its inner core is worth at least 100 years of cultivation. Fong Chen's face was full of joy. No wonder so many experts like to hunt powerful monsters, because the risks were far less than the benefits. In addition to the inner core that could increase one's strength, the flesh and blood could also strengthen one's physical strength. Finally, the leather jacket made from beast skin was equivalent to having a supreme-level defensive equipment. It was no exaggeration to say that with this leather jacket, ordinary weapons couldn't do any harm to him at all. In this way, his defense would be greatly improved. It could be said that the benefits of killing 36 mid-level beast kings over the past month were not as high as killing one high-level beast king. Although I can fight against high-level beast kings, I have to be careful with their innate magical powers. Moreover, I have to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, I'll be in danger if other high-level beast kings are attracted. Fong Chen muttered to himself. He had already grasped the basics of using the sky-splitting axe, and he was gradually becoming proficient in the use of heart force. If he were to fight against high-level beast kings alone, he wouldn't be afraid. However, if a group of high-level beast kings surrounded him, it would be very dangerous. I can't stay here for long. Soon, Fong Chen left this place. Half an hour later, the 4 beast kings arrived together. When they saw the blood and the remaining bones on the ground, they were furious to the extreme. Who the hell is hunting our compatriots? Although the Cologne Beast King was usually conceited and unwilling to form an alliance with them, they were still beast kings that hunted the world. Moreover, they were high-level beast kings. Now, they wanted revenge for the death of the Cologne Beast King. The murderer must still be in the 9th area. Pass down the order to all the monsters to seal off the 9th area. Don't let anyone escape. The leader of the Beast Kings said coldly. The Snow-White Beast King nodded and went to send the message. Fong Chen had already slaughtered all the Beast Kings in the 9th region. He was ready to move to another region. After contacting Ada and confirming that there was nothing wrong, Fong Chen headed to the 8th region. However, when he arrived at the border of the 8th zone, he was surprised to find a few mid-level beast kings guarding it. Who? Mid-level beast kings discovered him and swarmed towards him. Pucci, the heaven-splitting axe, chopped down 3 times in a row, instantly killing 3 middle-class beast kings. However, before the final beast king died, it managed to send back a message. District 9, in a secluded place. With a boom, a terrifying shockwave broke through the clouds. When the 4 high-level beast kings saw the scene sent back by the mid-level beast king before its death, they were furious to the extreme. A human dares to invade our world. You're courting death, the Snow-White Beast King said angrily. Chase after him. We can't let him escape. Just like that, the 4 high-level beast kings chased after Fong Chen like crazy. Not long after, they arrived at District 8 and saw Fong Chen's tracks. Human, go to hell. The Snow-White Beast King immediately rushed towards Fong Chen and tried to tear him apart with its claws, but it was blocked by the beast skin. Bang! Caught off guard, Fong Chen's body flew back. However, he quickly adjusted his position in the air. Then, he leaped up and landed steadily on the ground. Fong Chen's face changed when he saw this. 4 high-level beast kings came at once. Could it be that they discovered him when he was killing the mid-level beast kings? Cologne skin. The Snow-White Beast King did not expect that its full attack would be blocked so easily. However, when it saw that Fong Chen was wearing the Cologne Beast King skin, it went into a state of madness. He has the aura of the Cologne Beast King's inner core and flesh, the Kirin Dragon Beast King said coldly. Suddenly, the void was distorted and an extremely terrifying aura filled the air. This was the first time in nearly 10,000 years that the leader of the Beast Kings was so angry. You killed the Cologne Beast King, drank its flesh, ate its inner core, and even used its hide to make leather clothes. The Beast King in the lead said, Human, You are provoking the beast kings of our world. Provocation. This was definitely a provocation. How noble was a high-level beast king? In the outside world, it would be considered a top expert in the supreme realm. However, at this moment, it was provoked by a human warrior. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him, the Snow-White Beast King said. It's too easy to kill him like this. We should destroy his cultivation and throw him into the beast lair to let him taste all the pain in the world, another Beast King said. Seeing the 4 high-level Beast Kings, Fang Qin did not intend to fight back. While they were not paying attention, he directly chopped with his axe. Immediately, the 4 Beast Kings attacked together, instantly dispersing Fang Qin's attack. However, Fang Qin had already taken advantage of this time to flee. Trying to escape? In the world of hunting, if they let a human warrior escape, these high-level Beast Kings would not be able to survive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 Beast Kings were extremely fast, but Fang Qin was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the abyss. Oh no, he is heading towards the abyss, the Kirin Dragon Beast King warned. Is he trying to use the abyss to restrict us? The Snow-White Beast King said. Unless he jumps into the abyss, he will definitely die, another Beast King said. The leader of the Beast Kings did not speak, but there was a trace of fear in the depths of its eyes. No one knew better than how terrifying the abyss was. However, in order to kill this human, it was going to go all out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing that the 4 high-level Beast Kings were about to catch up with Fang Qin, they suddenly stopped at the same time. This guy really jumped in. The Snow-White Beast King's eyes widened in disbelief. Does he think he can survive by jumping in? The Kirin Dragon Beast King said coldly. Those who entered the abyss would definitely die. Unfortunately, we can't kill him with our own hands. However, he will definitely die if he enters the abyss. The leader of the Beast Kings was silent for a long time. In the end, it led the other 3 Beast Kings and left the abyss. At this moment, Fang Qin, who was in the abyss, saw this scene through the worship and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the 9th brother's deterrence is still very strong. These high-level Beast Kings don't dare to go near the abyss, Fang Qin said with a smile. Today he had survived the ordeal. However, he could not escape to the abyss whenever there was danger in the future. I am still too weak. With the help of the sky-splitting axe, I can only fight against 1 high-level Beast King. Fang Qin sighed. Then he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Chapter 41:10. After a month of training, Fang Qin had a new understanding of his own strength. With his current strength, even if he used his heart force to control the heaven-splitting axe, his battle strength would at most be equal to that of an advanced Beast King. Being able to kill the Kulong Beast King was partly due to luck. However, human warriors were definitely not as strong as monsters in the same realm. Therefore, he should be able to easily defeat an advanced Supreme Being. Of course, the biggest gain was not the beast skin clothes, but a deeper understanding of the heaven-splitting axe. The primordial world shattered and fell apart, turning into the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. Connecting the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao was the World Gap. Along the way, Fang Qin had experienced a lot. However, he was still full of reverence for the Tao of cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the battleship in the abyss, Fang Qin's mind flashed with various memories of his past cultivation. At the same time, his spirit entered a state of emptiness. His heart force was also slowly increasing. Even the heaven-splitting axe beside him seemed to be giving off a special aura, either intentionally or unintentionally, to help him cultivate. Seeing this scene, at the end of the passage, the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, was also deeply moved. Although the heaven-splitting axe had long lost its spirituality and had fallen into a deep slumber, it was still a treasure of the Palace of Fortune. Moreover, the Palace Lord had personally refined it for him. It was a divine object with spirituality. It had acknowledged Fang Qin. Little junior brother's spiritual talent is very strong. Even the heaven-splitting axe has acknowledged him. There was a trace of envy in the eyes of the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao. When they were at the same realm, he was far from little junior brother. Based on little junior brother's current talent in heart force, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Palace of Fortune before the primordial world shattered. Top 10. What kind of concept was this? If he did not die prematurely, he would definitely reach the peak in the future. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao. King Xiaoyao even believed that his little junior brother could become a peak powerhouse like the Palace Lord of Fortune. Of course, this was all in the future. Little junior brother still had a long way to go. To exalted realm experts, it was very rare for them to have a sense of time. That was because a single thought could allow millions and millions of years to pass. To them, hundreds and thousands of years of cultivation were nothing more than a snap of a finger. Fang Chen's long and arduous cultivation came to a sudden halt one day. The reason was that he had made a breakthrough in his heart force. The amount of heart force in his body had reached 2 digits. This meant that his spiritual cultivation had reached the 2nd level. Is it the 2nd floor? He could feel that his control and utilization of heart force had become even more familiar. Furthermore, he could summon even more heart force at once. He stood up and attempted to activate the heaven-splitting axe. To his surprise, he discovered that he could sense the special heart force slumbering within the heaven-splitting axe. Although he had only sensed a little, it was still a huge improvement for him. I wonder how strong my full-powered attack is now. Fang Chen was eager to give it a try. He was ready to go out and find the 4 Beast Kings to test his fighting strength. At the end of the passage, the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, looked at Fang Chen's departing figure, somewhat dumbfounded. It had only been 3,000 years, and his junior brother's heart force had already reached the 2nd level. Wasn't this a bit too much? One had to know that the Palace of Fortune's eldest senior brother had spent 5,000 years to reach the 2nd level. It had caused a sensation at the time, and even the Palace Lord had personally praised him. Heavens, what kind of monstrous disciple did I take in for the sect? King Xiaoyao was somewhat regretful. With the potential that Fang Chen had displayed, becoming an official disciple or even a core disciple wouldn't be a problem. But now he was only an inner disciple. When he leaves the world of hunting, I'll make him a core disciple, King Xiaoyao said. Above the abyss, Fang Chen suddenly appeared. He stepped into the air and appeared in the 8th district without the slightest scruple. Boom! Seeing that there was no one within 100 miles, he deliberately released his aura. Instantly, a tsunami of angry roars erupted. The first to arrive were a dozen mid-level Beast Kings. Facing Fang Chen, they had no power to resist at all and were killed by the heaven-splitting axe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After that, the 4 Beast Kings arrived one after another. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they were furious. But when they saw Fang Chen, they were completely stunned. It's you! The Kirin Dragon Beast King stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. How is that possible? How can you come out alive after jumping into the abyss? The Snow White Beast King shook its head. The leader of the Beast Kings looked coldly at Fang Chen. I don't care what method you used to get out of the abyss, but you should never, ever have killed my compatriot. Last time, Fang Chen had escaped. This time they had experience. After a brief moment of surprise, the 4 Beast Kings stood in 4 different directions to prevent Fang Chen from escaping. This time, you're the ones who escaped, right? Fang Chen grinned. Without further ado, he activated the heaven-splitting axe and activated his heart force. Dozens of heart force surged into the heaven-splitting axe, instantly increasing its power. The first to rush over was the Snow White Beast King. Just as it was about to attack Fang Chen, it was shocked to find that its head had been chopped into pieces by the heaven-splitting axe. Ah, The snow-white Beast King screamed in agony. It wanted to reattach its head to its body, but what happened next made it fall into despair. Heart force invaded the head that was chopped off by the heaven-splitting axe and destroyed its brain, causing its head to die completely. Bang! The headless body of the snow-white Beast King fell to the ground and died instantly. Oh no! The Kirin Dragon Beast King cried out in alarm. With just one strike, he had killed an advanced Beast King. This scene had successfully intimidated the other 3 Beast Kings. What's going on? How did he become so strong? Could it be that axe? The remaining 3 high-level Beast Kings felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Feng Chen, on the other hand, was very satisfied with the heaven-splitting axe. Heart force is really powerful. Breaking through from the first level to the second level actually increased my power by so much. Previously, he had used special means to kill the Kirin Dragon Beast King and was lucky to do so. Now he could kill an advanced Beast King with one attack. The power of the second level of Heart Force was too strong. As I said, you are the ones running away this time, Feng Chen said coldly. Then he raised his axe and rushed towards the 3 Beast Kings. Let's go! The Kirin Dragon Beast King and the other Beast King were scared. They turned around and wanted to escape. However, what greeted them were 2 terrifying axe shadows. Pucci! 2 Beast Kings were killed. In the end, only the leader of the Beast Kings was left. He was the strongest of the 5 Beast Kings and was infinitely close to the level of a top Beast King. Although he was afraid of Feng Chen's heaven-splitting axe, he did not run away in the end. For the glory of the Beast King, he was ready to fight. I haven't fought for my life in a long time. Thank you for bringing me so much pressure and giving me a chance to break through to a higher level. The leader of the Beast Kings grinned and laughed coldly. Chapter 41:11. The leading Beast King was called the Wood Forest Beast King. There were a total of 9 Beast Kings like it in the hunting world, and above them there was a top Beast King. However, the Beast Kings were also divided into territories, and there were also grievances between them. The 5 Beast Kings belonged to the same camp and occupied half of the hunting world. The other 4 Beast Kings did not like to form an alliance and fought for themselves. But now their alliance had lost 4 Beast Kings, and the mid-level Beast King had suffered heavy casualties. Only the Wood Forest Beast King was left. It had stepped into the higher realm for a long time and had been trying to break through to the top Beast King realm. However, it was stuck at the bottleneck and could not move. This time it could feel a great pressure from Feng Chen's figure. Thus it decided to give it a try. Kill! The Wood Forest Beast King took the lead and attacked. Feng Chen, naturally, did not want to be outdone. He held the sky-splitting axe and fought with it. At this moment, at the end of the passage, the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, had been watching Feng Chen's every move. Seeing this scene, he could not help but laugh. This junior brother, is he trying to kill all the Beast Kings in the hunting world? He was now looking forward to his junior brother meeting the top Beast King and seeing how much power he could withstand. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. He needed to accumulate it over time. Outside, roaming dragon territory. Ever since the empty spirit realm sent over 100,000 empty spirit fruits, the Golden Dragon Palace Master had told him all the detailed information about the Gate of Hunting. The empty spirit realm master studied it personally and even lived in the Zilong domain to find the entrance to the Gate of Hunting. What's going on? The empty spirit realm master's illusory figure was faintly discernible. He frowned slightly and seemed to have noticed something wrong. Logically speaking, the place where the Gate of Hunting is opened will definitely leave the aura of the assassin organization. Following their aura, there should be some hope to open the Gate of Hunting. That was the case in theory, but it was very difficult in practice. Whoosh! At this moment, the empty spirit realm messenger came, and he brought a few strangers with him. Realm Master, these are the people from the assassin organization that we captured. The messenger said. Hearing this, The empty spirit realm master's eyes flashed with joy. He then began to use a special method to search the people from the assassin organization. In an instant, the members of the assassin organization widened their eyes and turned into walking corpses. After a long while, the empty spirit sector lord smiled and waved his sleeve. The assassin organization's members were instantly annihilated. However, a few of their auras remained. I understand. Congratulations, Sector Lord, for finding a way to open the gate of hunting. The messenger hurriedly congratulated. Among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the Wandering Dragon Realm was considered a very weak realm, especially since they did not have an official realm lord so far. Only the Golden Dragon Palace Lord was in charge. However, as long as one wasn't a realm lord, they wouldn't be able to fully fuse with the Wandering Dragon Realm and wouldn't be able to unleash their true power. This was also why the Golden Dragon Palace Master had agreed to the Empty Spirit Realm Lord's offer of 100,000 empty spirit fruits. On one hand, he felt that the information he had on the assassin organization was useless. He could also exchange it for 100,000 empty spirit fruits. This was a profitable deal. On the other hand, he was also showing goodwill to the empty spirit realm. After all, in terms of overall strength, the empty spirit realm was much stronger than the roaming dragon realm. 1. On this day, the Golden Dragon Palace Lord came out of seclusion and asked about the empty spirit realm Lord situation. Palace Lord, the empty spirit realm Lord has been studying in the Zilong domain, but has not found anything. The subordinate reported. Oh, right, the things you asked us to prepare are all prepared. As they spoke, 9 young people slowly walked in. The subordinate introduced, these 9 people are the people with the purest bloodline in the 9 domains. The Golden Dragon Palace Lord nodded in satisfaction and then flicked his finger. Suddenly, the heads of the 9 young people exploded. Streams of blood shot toward the Golden Dragon Palace Lord's palm. In the blink of an eye, 9 different types of blood condensed into 9 drops of blood in the Golden Dragon Palace Lord's palm, emitting a dazzling light. These 9 drops of blood were the strongest bloodline in the roaming dragon realms, 9 domains. Only by completely merging these 9 drops of blood could the strongest bloodline be created and then merge with the roaming dragon realm to become the true Sector Lord. Whoosh! The Golden Dragon Palace Lord looked at the 9 drops of blood in his palm and took a deep breath. In the end, he did not have the courage to swallow them. Instead, he placed them in a container. Continue to look for people with the purest bloodline. The Golden Dragon Palace Lord said, Don't worry, Palace Lord. We have been secretly nurturing them all these years. After the subordinate left the Golden Dragon Palace, Lord looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, I need an opportunity. The appearance of the Gate of Hunting not only alarmed the empty spirit realm Lord, but also gave the Golden Dragon Palace Lord a glimmer of hope. He hoped that the assassin organization would appear and fight with the empty spirit realm Lord. It would be best if both sides were injured and he could reap the benefits. Fan Qin did not know what happened in the roaming dragon realm. He had been fighting with the Forest Beast King for 3 months. Both of them were almost exhausted, but he had the sky-splitting axe, so he had a huge advantage. Pucci, with the last swing of the axe, the Forest Beast King was completely defeated. Its huge body fell to the ground, its forehead full of blood. It was panting and had no more strength to fight. Human, you are strong. The Forest Beast King said in a deep voice, You are not weak either. Fan Qin curled his lips. The Forest Beast King had forced him to use his strongest state. Even so, it took him 3 months to use his heart force to activate the sky-splitting axe and defeat the Forest Beast King. Plop! He was so tired that he sat on the ground and turned to look at the Forest Beast King. The latter's pupils turned, and it made a shocking decision. I, Mu Sen, have always respected the strong. I admire you for being able to defeat me with a lower realm. The Forest Beast King said, From today onwards, I, Mu Sen, I'm willing to listen to you and become your most loyal servant. Are you willing?" Fong Qin was stunned. He did not expect the Forest Beast King to take the initiative to surrender. He even suspected that the other party had some ulterior motives. "Don't worry, I, Musen, can swear on my cultivation," the Forest Beast King said. "Ever since I was captured and brought to the hunting world, I have always wanted to escape. But as my cultivation increased, I realized that escaping is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." However, after seeing Fong Chen, it changed its mind. The latter not only had outstanding battle strength, but also walked out of the abyss unscathed. This was something that no one else could do. Even that peak-level Beast King could not do it. It saw hope in Fong Chen that it could escape. "Okay." Hearing this, Fong Chen agreed. Hiss! He cut his finger and shot out a drop of blood. The Forest Beast King also threw out a drop of blood. The moment the two drops of blood fused together, the Forest Beast King swore on his cultivation that there seemed to be an invisible force binding him from the dark. Between the two of them, a karmic relationship was formed, as well as a contractual relationship. Chapter 41:12. There were a total of 9 high-level Beast Kings in the hunting world, as well as a top-level Beast King above them. But now, 4 of them had died at the hands of Fong Chen. The Wooden Forest Beast King sensed Fong Chen's strength and immediately chose to surrender. In this way, there were only 4 high-level Beast Kings left in the hunting world. Fong Chen wondered if he should capture a few more high-level Beast Kings. That way, his battle strength would increase. "Do you know the other Beast Kings?" Fong Chen asked. The Wooden Forest Beast King nodded. "We are all high-level Beast Kings, so we naturally have a certain understanding of each other. However, these 4 Beast Kings are not in an alliance like the 5 of us. They fight on their own. If Master wants to capture them, it will be much easier," the Wooden Forest Beast King said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face revealed a meaningful smile. In the following time, he began to seriously listen to the Wooden Forest Beast King's analysis. After half an hour, he finally understood the situation of the remaining 4 high-level Beast Kings. According to Fong Chen's guess, if he were to fight alone, he wouldn't need to fear any Beast King. Moreover, with the help of the Wooden Forest Beast King, he could practically sweep through the hunting world. The only thing he was worried about was the top-level Beast King. Once the top-level Beast King was alarmed, it would definitely bring him danger. However, riches and honor were found in danger. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another one. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chen decided to give it a shot, lead the way. "Okay," the Wooden Forest Beast King nodded. Along the way, Fong Chen helped the Wooden Forest Beast King recover its strength. After a few days, the Wooden Forest Beast King's strength had completely recovered. At the same time, they arrived at the territory of one of the Beast Kings. At a glance, there was a canyon in front of them. Towering cliffs and precipitous cliffs stretched across the canyon. It was a lush green area. "The Hanshin Beast King is in this canyon," the Wooden Forest Beast King said. "I have met the Hanshin Beast King once before. I can go and persuade it." Fong Chen nodded and then stepped into the canyon under the Wooden Forest Beast King's lead. However, as soon as they entered the ravine, they felt a boundless and terrifying power rushing toward them. Without even thinking, they knew that the Inhale Beast King must have discovered them. "Musen, what are you doing here?" Back in the day, when Hanshin Beast King was fighting against another Beast King, it had received the help of the Wood Forest Beast King. Although they didn't have many interactions after that, as a high-level Beast King, it still valued these hidden relationships. Therefore, when it saw the Wood Forest Beast King, Hanshin Beast King immediately expressed its welcome. "I didn't expect Beast King Hanshin to still remember me." Mu-san Beast King grinned. "I've naturally come here to look for you, Beast King Hanshin." "What is it?" The Hanshin Beast King was a lone wolf. It rarely interacted with other Beast Kings, and it disliked other Beast Kings intruding into its territory. If it wasn't for the Forest Beast King, it would have already started a fight. Hanshin Beast King, you and I are both high-level Beast Kings. We can't possibly be trapped in the hunting world forever, right? Wooden Forest Beast King asked. Hearing this, the Hanshin Beast King's eyes flickered. It didn't say anything, but stared at the Wood Forest Beast King. Which Beast King didn't want to leave this place? But even the top Beast King couldn't do it, so it was even more impossible for them to do so. Unless, only by completing the missions issued by the Hunter organization and accumulating enough points could they exchange for their freedom. In its memory, in the past tens of thousands of years, there was only one Beast King who was lucky enough to complete an impossible mission. For this reason, it paid the price of breaking off its cultivation path. In the end, it obtained enough points to regain its freedom. Back then, that incident caused a huge commotion in the hunting world. However, after that incident, no one was able to use their points to leave. You have a way to leave. Finally, after a long silence, the Hanshin Beast King spoke. I don't have a way, but my master has a way. The Wood Forest Beast King turned sideways and pointed at Fong Chin behind it. It grinned and said, I forgot to introduce you. This human is my current master. Before the Wood Forest Beast King could finish its words, a cold light shot out from the Hanshin Beast King's eyes. Humph, Wood Forest Beast King, don't you even care about your face? You actually recognized a human as your master. The Hanshin Beast King could feel that this human warrior's aura was not much stronger than its own. What right did such a person have to be the master of a high-level Beast King? The Wood Forest Beast King did not pay much attention to the Hanshin Beast King's mockery. It smiled and said, At first, I had the same idea as you. However, after exchanging blows with my master, I completely submitted. Although my master's realm is not high, his combat strength is far above mine. The Hanshin Beast King frowned and stared at the Wood Forest Beast King. It felt that the other party was not lying. Really? A human warrior's combat strength was far above the Wood Forest Beast King. Furthermore, to be able to make it surrender so willingly, its strength must have reached an extremely terrifying level. Of course it's true. I, the Wood Forest Beast King, am a high-level Beast King. There are not many people who can make me surrender. The Wood Forest Beast King said, My master has a way to leave this place. Whoosh! The Hanshin Beast King's sharp gaze fell on Fong Chin. The latter nodded and said, I do have a way to leave. If you submit to me, I am willing to take you away. From now on, we will be fighting partners. Humph! As proud as the Hanshin Beast King was, it was disdainful. You want me to recognize a human as my master? Impossible. However, in the next moment, Fong Chin directly took out the sky-splitting axe and released a terrifying heart force. At this moment, the Hanshin Beast King's expression finally changed. The Hanshin Beast King felt its heart palpitate. The Wood Forest Beast King said, The reason why I came to find you first is because the two of us can be considered acquaintances. Let me tell you the truth. With my master strength, he can completely suppress you. Believe it or not, I will be beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. Furthermore, even if you can resist my master's attack, what if I join in? The Wood Forest Beast King grinned. Just him alone could fight the Hanshin Beast King to a draw. If his master joined in, the Hanshin Beast King would not be able to resist at all. There was only one path in front of it, and that was to submit. What if I refuse? The Hanshin Beast King asked. Are you curious as to why I am the only one who submitted and brought my master here when we 5 high-level Beast Kings formed an alliance? The Wood Forest Beast King shrugged and said, That's because the 4 Beast Kings, including the Cologne Beast King, all died in the hands of my master. Only I survived. At this moment, the Hanshin Beast King's body trembled slightly. The 4 high-level Beast Kings all died in the hands of Fong Chin. This made its heart fluctuate greatly. Chapter 41:13. Although the Hanshin Beast King was shocked by the Wooden Forest Beast King's words, it couldn't directly surrender. If it wanted to surrender, it had to display enough strength. However, seeing the scene, Fang Qin knew that the Wooden Forest Beast King had achieved its goal. When the Hanshin Beast King was hesitating, the outcome had already taken the initiative. It was afraid that it would follow in the footsteps of the other 4 high-rank Beast Kings. But it wasn't sure if the Wooden Forest Beast King was telling the truth. Boom! Seeing this, Fang Chen's mind moved. The second layer of heart force was suddenly released like a flood, crazily drilling into the sky-splitting axe. In the next moment, the sky-splitting axe exploded with a terrifying power. This power made the Hanshin Beast King's body tremble. It actually felt death from the aura just now. Wasn't this too terrifying? Boom! Fang Chen didn't hesitate. Since he wanted to let the Hanshin Beast King know his strength, then he had to go all out. He activated the sky-splitting axe, exploding with his strongest power. One axe after another. After 3 consecutive axes, the Hanshin Beast King was forced to retreat. While it was still in shock, the sky-splitting axe's sharp edge was already on its neck. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Fang Qin withdrew the sky-splitting axe and grinned. The Hanshin Beast King was dumbfounded. It had thought that the Mu Sun Beast King wasn't lying. Fang Chen's strength was very strong, but it didn't expect it to be so ridiculous. Was this still the battle prowess of a mid-level supreme being human warrior? What kind of freak was this guy? How is it? I didn't lie, right? The Wooden Forest Beast King grinned. However, your strength is still not bad. If we were to fight one-on-one, I might not be your opponent. The Wooden Forest Beast King only blocked 2 axes of Fang Chen's heart force, while the Hanshin Beast King blocked 3 axes. Humph! The Hanshin Beast King coldly snorted. It didn't give the Wooden Forest Beast King a good look, but when it turned to look at Fang Qin, its eyes were filled with respect. It directly knelt on one knee and said, "Master, from now on, I am your loyal subordinate." In this way, of the 9 Beast Kings, for were dead, 2 were subdued by Fang Qin and only 3 were left. There was no longer a need for strategies. They could completely suppress the 3 Beast Kings in a direct confrontation. Just like that, under the lead of the Wooden Forest Beast King and the Hanshin Beast King, they began to search for the other 3 Beast Kings. Half a month later, 2 more Beast Kings had submitted to Fang Qin. Now, Fang Qin had 4 high-level Beast Kings under his command. Their combat strength was terrifying. "Master, there's only the Lianhong Beast King left. You don't have to do anything. The 4 of us can suppress it." Fang Qin nodded. 1 man and 4 beasts soon arrived at the territory of the last Lianhong Beast King. It had to be said that Lianhong Beast King's aura was definitely much stronger than the other Beast Kings. However, it did not have the confidence to win against the 4 Beast Kings. "Lianhong Beast King, long time no see." Mu Sun Beast King chuckled. "What are you doing here?" Lianhong Beast King frowned. For Beast Kings came at once, and they were hostile to it. It became vigilant. "We came to you for something." Hanshin Beast King said, "You only have 2 choices now. Submit to the master or die." The other 2 Beast Kings stood respectfully beside Fang Qin, one on his left and one on his right. "Human." Lianhong Beast King's face was full of disdain. "You're all high-level Beast Kings. You actually recognized a human as your master. It's a shame. It's useless to say so much. What's your choice?" Mu Sun Beast King said. It did not believe that the 4 Beast Kings together could not defeat Lianhong Beast King. "Get lost. I don't want to fight with you," Lianhong Beast King ordered. "In that case, you've chosen death." While speaking, the 4 Beast Kings stood in 4 directions of Lianhong Beast King to prevent it from escaping. Their aura surged and directly sealed the space. You'd better leave now. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Lien Hong Beast King was naturally not stupid enough to fight with the 4 Beast Kings. It did not have the strength to fight 1 against 4, but it had a trump card in its hand. It was not afraid of the 4 Beast Kings. You're still so stubborn even now. Hanshin Beast King despised. A wise man submits to circumstances. They were caught in the hunting world and could not escape no matter how hard they tried. Now that there was a chance to live, why would they reject it? With the 4 of us together, you can't escape. Either you die or you submit. Faced with the pressure of the 4 Beast Kings, the Lien Hong Beast King had no choice but to use his trump card. Buzz! Suddenly, a token appeared in its palm. The token was surrounded by an extremely terrifying aura. The 4 Beast Kings felt their hearts palpitating. Do you recognize it? Lien Hong Beast King snorted. This is the token that the Thunder Fire Beast King gave me. It promised me that if I'm in danger, I can summon it once. As soon as it said that, the 4 Beast Kings were stunned. They looked at each other and shock appeared on their faces. The Thunder Fire Beast King's promise? How is that possible? Mu Sun Beast King shook its head. The Thunder Fire Beast King was the only top Beast King in the hunting world. It was extremely powerful. They could not even see the Thunder Fire Beast King on normal days. How could Lien Hong Beast King have the token of the Thunder Fire Beast King? Moreover, it was said that with the Thunder Fire Beast King's strength, it could have left the hunting world long ago. However, it seemed to have reached an agreement with the assassin organization and did not leave. Why? You don't believe me? Lien Hong Beast King flipped its palm, and the front of the token revealed its true appearance. There's a flame drawn on it with a trace of lightning inside. That's right. This was the token of the Thunder Fire Beast King. No one dared to fake the token of the Thunder Fire Beast King. It was a matter of life and death. Are you still not going to leave? Do you want me to summon the Thunder Fire Beast King and kill all of you? Lien Hong Beast King threatened. However, at this moment, Fong Qin spoke. Do it, he ordered. Although the 4 Beast Kings did not understand, they did not dare to disobey and attacked. You all are courting death. Lien Hong Beast King was completely enraged and started to summon the Thunder Fire Beast King. However, in Fong Chen's mind, the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao's voice just now echoed. He stopped the Thunder Fire Beast King and allowed it to fight Lien Hong Beast King without any worries. With the 9th brother as his backing, Fong Chen was not afraid of the Thunder Fire Beast King. Buzz! The moment the token was activated, a terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. The 4 Beast Kings were terrified, thinking that the Thunder Fire Beast King was about to arrive. What should we do? We can't disobey Master's orders. Besides, so what if it's the Thunder Fire Beast King? If we 4 Beast Kings work together, we might be able to fight it. Mu Sun Beast King encouraged. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit mobile phone. Chapter 4114. The token of the Thunder Fire Beast King was Lien Hong Beast King's final trump card. Hiss! When he activated the token, the extremely terrifying power of thunder and fire swarmed towards him. He was overjoyed. The Thunder Fire Beast King did not lie to him. Ha ha ha, wait for your death. The Thunder Fire Beast King was an absolute overlord in the hunting world. As long as it arrived, these people would all die. What should we do? Hanshin Beast King was a little frightened, but Mu Sun Beast King was ready to give it a try. Don't forget that our master has great abilities. Since he dares to let us attack, he naturally has nothing to fear from the Thunder Fire Beast King. Hearing that, the other Beast Kings did not care so much. The 4 Beast Kings joined forces and a powerful pressure descended, directly surrounding Lien Hong Beast King. Are you crazy? Lien Hong Beast King roared. The power of thunder and fire became denser. Seeing that the Thunder Fire Beast King was about to arrive, his heart was filled with anxiety. However, just as Lianhong Beast King was anxiously waiting for the Thunder Fire Beast King, an accident happened. The extremely terrifying power of thunder and fire dissipated at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Seeing that, the 4 Beast Kings were relieved. They thought that it was their master's doing. Then they launched their strongest attack. Pucci, Lianhong Beast King, was instantly repelled. In just a few seconds, he was covered in wounds and bleeding. But what made him disheartened was that no matter how he activated the token, he could not summon the power of thunder and fire. This also meant that the summoning of the Thunder Fire Beast King had failed. Thunder Fire Beast King, you promised me. Lianhong Beast King let out a miserable cry. He looked up to the sky and roared. Why did the Thunder Fire Beast King lie to him? Boom! Without the obstruction of the thunder and fire, the 4 Beast Kings' attacks became stronger and stronger. Soon, they suppressed Lianhong Beast King. The latter was heavily injured and gasped for breath. The token in his hand shattered. Lianhong Beast King, this is your last chance. Mu San Beast King said coldly. If you refuse, then die. Hanshin Beast King said. Lianhong Beast King was confused. The Thunder Fire Beast King promised him that he would help him once. But at the crucial moment, he actually lied to him. What was going on? However, it didn't count on the Thunder Fire Beast King anymore. It just wanted to survive. Without its trump card, it was nothing. Under the coercion of the 4 Beast Kings, it could only submit. I, Beast King Lianhong, am willing to submit. As he spoke, Lianhong Beast King knelt on one knee and signed a contract with Fangchen. Why didn't you do this earlier? Why did you have to force the 4 of us to take action? The Forest Beast King curled its lips. Since they had already submitted to their master, from now on, they would be battle companions. They also apologized for injuring the Lianhong Beast King. That's right. The Thunder Fire Beast King is unreliable. Our master is, Beast King Hanshin said. The other 2 Beast Kings were overjoyed. They increasingly felt that acknowledging Fangchen as their master was a very wise choice. One had to know that Lianhong Beast King's summoning of the Lightning Fire Beast King was about to succeed, but it was suddenly interrupted. They suspected that it was their master's doing. Imagine, even the top Beast King, the Thunder Fire Beast King, could be stopped. How strong was their master? Master, I have something I don't understand. Please enlighten me. After submitting, Beast King Lianhong was still very puzzled. Why did the Thunder Fire Beast King lie to him? You actually succeeded in summoning it, but I chased it away. Fangchen said with a smile. Strictly speaking, the Thunder Fire Beast King didn't lie to Beast King Lianhong. It was only because of the 9th brother's interference that the Thunder Fire Beast King didn't dare to show up. This, Beast King Lianhong was shocked. Was it really his master who forced the Thunder Fire Beast King to retreat? At this point, 4 of the 9 high-level Beast Kings were dead. The remaining 5 had all submitted to Fangchen. As for the top Beast King, Fangchen didn't plan to meet it. It was too strong. With his current strength, he wasn't its opponent. Moreover, he didn't want to trouble the 9th brother. At the same time, on a mountain peak in the distance, a grisly, bear-like monster looked in the direction of the abyss, shivering. What kind of terrifying power was that just now? The Thunder Fire Beast King was completely scared out of his wits. Although he knew that there was a terrifying existence in the abyss that couldn't be approached, he never dreamed that the terrifying existence would be so powerful. Just now, a mere thought had almost caused him to be annihilated. Fortunately, the other party only stopped him and didn't really want to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here. Could it be that the terrifying existence in the abyss is related to that human? The Thunder Fire Beast King pondered. After thinking for a long time, the Thunder Fire Beast King decided to meet Fangchen. At least he had to express his goodwill. If possible, he he wanted to follow Fong Chen. With the help of the terrifying existence in the abyss, perhaps that human could leave the hunting world? Compared to the terrifying existence in the abyss, signing a contract with the assassin organization was nothing. Whoosh! The 5 Beast Kings completely submitted. They were all thinking in their hearts, what method did their master use to stop the Thunder Fire Beast King? However, at this moment, a gray bear floated over. The terrifying power of thunder and fire surrounded its body. The 5 Beast Kings were stunned. Thunder Fire Beast King. The Wood Forest Beast King was the first to exclaim. Fong Chen looked at the Thunder Fire Beast King with a smile. It seemed that this guy was quite frightened by the 9th brother and had specially come to find him. Lian Hong, I didn't lie to you about the promise I made to you. Just now, when you summoned me, I also came. However, due to some matters, I had to retreat. I hope you can understand. The Thunder Fire Beast King looked at the Lian Hong Beast King and explained. The Lian Hong Beast King opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. At this moment, the Thunder Fire Beast King turned his head and his gaze fell on Fong Chen. I am the Thunder Fire Beast King. May I know your name? The Thunder Fire Beast King asked with a smile. The 5 Beast Kings were stunned. Was this still the Thunder Fire Beast King they knew? A top Beast King actually had such a docile attitude towards a human ancient martial art practitioner. It even seemed like he was deliberately trying to please him. What's the matter? Fong Chen asked instead of answering. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. I hope you don't mind, the Thunder Fire Beast King said. At the same time, he expressed his attitude. He wanted to invite Fong Chen to his territory as a guest. Forget about being a guest. I still have things to do. Fong Chen refused. In that case, I have a question that I would like to ask. The Thunder Fire Beast King hesitated for a moment before asking. May I ask if you can leave the hunting world? Fong Chen nodded. The Thunder Fire Beast King was overjoyed and hurriedly said, For some reason, I signed a contract with the assassin organization. I can't leave the hunting world for the rest of my life. Brother, please take me away. If you can take me away, I, Thunder Fire Beast King, am willing to be loyal to you. Chapter 41:15. The assassin organization was similar to the Hydra organization. However, in terms of strength, they were much weaker. However, they were famous in some of the regions around the Wandering Dragon world. Otherwise, the Empty Spirit Sector Master would not have taken out 100,000 empty spirit fruits in exchange for detailed information about the Gate of Hunting. It was reasonable for such an ancient organization to be able to suppress a powerful monster like the Thunder Fire Beast King. Sign a contract? Fong Chen was confused. What kind of contract did the Thunder Fire Beast King sign with the assassin organization? Why would it give up its freedom to sign a contract? Now that it had met him, it wanted to violate the contract and follow him? What kind of medicine was it selling in its gourd? That's right. When I was still weak, I was suppressed by the assassin organization and thrown into the hunting world. At that time, there were only low-level beasts in the hunting world. There were not many beast kings. Hundreds of millions of beasts were crazily fighting for territory and resources. Whoever could stand out would become the leader of the beasts. The Thunder Fire Beast King explained, As for me, I was lucky. I received a powerful inheritance and my cultivation soared. I established myself as a beast king in one fell swoop. In the years that followed, I displayed monstrous talent and continued to improve until I became a top beast king. However, the Thunder Fire Beast King said that when it became a high-level beast king, the assassin organization found it and used countless cultivation resources and a promise in exchange for it to sign a contract. However, once the contract was signed, it could not leave the hunting world unless it could break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. Otherwise, it would stay in the hunting world forever. There was a reason why the Hitman organization allowed it to hunt in the world. It was to manage the other demon beasts and give them missions to kill each other. Only the surviving Beast Kings were qualified to serve the Hitman organization. However, 3,000 years after the Thunderfire Beast King signed the contract, it finally understood that this was a scam set up by the assassin organization. In this world of hunting, it was impossible to break through the bottleneck. This was because the space itself had a limited capacity. In that case, it would never be able to break through the bottleneck and would have to stay here forever. After knowing that it had been scammed, the Thunderfire Beast King did not seek revenge because it knew that its life was in the hands of the assassin organization. Before it had enough strength, it could not act rashly. Just like that, it had endured. If it was before, it would not be willing to submit to an ordinary human warrior, even if it was beaten to death. It would even slap that human to death. However, after being blocked by the terrifying existence in the abyss, it was shocked to find that this human warrior seemed to have a great relationship with that terrifying existence. Most importantly, he could easily leave the hunting world. This was also the reason why the Forest Beast King and the other 4 high-level Beast Kings had all submitted to him. I can take you away, but you're the one who violated the contract. Won't you suffer a backlash? Feng Chen asked. After all, the signing of the contract was witnessed by the Heavenly Tao. No, the Thunderfire Beast King said. In fact, when King Xiaoyao had stopped him, he had forcibly removed the contract with him. It could be said that he was now free and did not need to care about what the Assassins organization thought. However, he also knew why the terrifying existence had removed the contract for him. So he went directly to Feng Chen and expressed his intention to surrender. I've cultivated to the level of a top-tier Beast King. In terms of combat power, even humans at the same level as me are no match for me. If the 5 of them attack me together, I can easily crush them. With me by your side, I will definitely bring you benefits, said the Thunderfire Beast King. Okay, I promise you. Feng Chen nodded. Seeing this, the Thunderfire Beast King was overjoyed and immediately signed the contract with Feng Chen. After the contract was signed, at the end of the Abyss Passageway, the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, revealed a meaningful smile. This is as far as I, the 9th brother, can help you. Originally, the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, wanted to see his junior fight with the Thunderfire Beast King. However, after seeing him subdue the 5 high-level Beast Kings, he had a certain understanding of him. There was no need for them to meet. Moreover, after all, Feng Chen was a disciple of the Palace of Fortune and had a noble status. The 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, had asked the Thunderfire Beast King to follow him to protect him. There were many strong cultivators in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. He was still too weak. With the help of the Thunderfire Beast King and the 5 high-level Beast Kings, it should be much easier. As for leaving the hunting world, he could do it with a single thought. Thunderfire greets Master. The Thunderfire Beast King was overjoyed and knelt on one knee. Feng Chen nodded and then transmitted his voice to the 9th brother, saying, 9th brother, my training is over. Send me out. Where do you want to go? The 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, asked. Send me back to the Wandering Dragon World. Buzz. Feng Chen felt dizzy. In the next moment, he found himself in the Wandering Dragon World. Looking down, he was surprised to find that he was at the place where the assassin organization had opened the door of hunting. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. The 5 high-level Beast Kings and the Thunderfire Beast King had already transformed into human form. They restrained their aura and followed beside Feng Chen. After breathing in the fresh air of the outside world, they were very excited. However, on this mountain, the Empty Spirit Realm Lord had ordered his subordinates to completely seal off the area. He was seriously studying the mystery of the hunting gate. Suddenly, someone shouted that they had found the enemy. In the next moment, countless warriors of the Empty Spirit Realm attacked. You're courting death. The Thunderfire Beast King spat out terrifying thunderfire. It instantly burned the 3 people at the front to death. Kill them. This scene completely angered the empty spirit realm cultivators. They attacked like crazy. The 5 high-level beast kings were also furious. They had just come out and were attacked by unknown people. They were simply courting death. Boom! Boom! In just a few seconds, many corpses of the empty spirit realm cultivators fell to the ground. The movement here was too big and alarmed the empty spirit realm lord who was concentrating on his research. The latter snorted coldly. His domineering majesty spread out. He took a step forward and instantly came to the north slope. Humph, courting death. He snorted and slapped out a palm. A vast palm print rushed toward Fangchen. With a bang, the Thunderfire Beast King blocked it and confronted the empty spirit realm lord. At this time, the empty spirit realm lord realized that the Thunderfire Beast King's aura was not weaker than his. Who are you? Why do you want to kill my people? The empty spirit realm lord asked. The Wooden Forest Beast King shrugged. It's not that we want to kill them, but they want to kill us. We're just fighting back. That's right. We just came out of the hunting world, and you attacked us without any reason. What is the meaning of this? Are you bullying us because we have fewer people? The 5 high-level Beast Kings were very angry. Fangchen frowned. Why would the empty spirit realm cultivators appear in the Zilong region of the Wandering Dragon World? End of chapter. Recommendation. Which? Dr. Awakening Mobile Reading. Chapter 41:16. Facing the Realm Lord's question. The 5 high-level Beast Kings were furious. Are you bullying us because we have fewer people? We've been trapped in the hunting world for countless years. When we finally got out, we were besieged by so many people. It's simply infuriating. The Thunderfire Beast King released a terrifying flame halo around its body. It was ready to attack at any time. The Realm Lord frowned and stared at these people, his heart full of doubts. Where did they come from? Did they come out from the gate of the hunt? Did you come out from the gate of the hunt? The Realm Lord asked in a deep voice. He had been studying the gate of the hunt. He did not expect that a Beast King would come out from the gate of the hunt today. What did this mean? Did it mean that the assassin organization had discovered his intention and deliberately released these demonic beasts to stop him? After a short moment of surprise, the Realm Lord regained his composure. He stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at the crowd. Finally, his gaze fell on the Thunder Fire Beast King. Judging from its aura, the Thunder Fire Beast King should be their leader. The Thunder Fire Beast King glanced at Fangchen. The latter did not intend to stay here, so it said, "What? Do you want to stop us?" Obviously, the Realm Lord did not intend to let them go. He had paid the price of 100,000 empty spirit fruits to obtain the secret of the Gate of the Hunt. He had been studying it and was about to succeed. How could he let them go? Boom! After sensing the Realm Lord's killing intent, the Thunderfire Beast King directly attacked and fought fiercely with him. The 5 high-level Beast Kings attacked the other experts of the realm. As for Fangchen, he did not make a move from the beginning to the end. These people are not experts of the Wandering Dragon Realm. Fangchen frowned. Why would outsiders come to the Wandering Dragon Realm and on this mountain? Were they also exploring the secret of the Gate of the Hunt? Why did the Golden Dragon Palace not stop them? A series of questions filled him with doubts. Boom! 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 The Thunderfire Beast King displayed extremely powerful strength. However, the empty spirit sector lord was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Soon, the battle between the two entered a white-hot stage. The other strong cultivators of the empty spirit sector were no match for the 5 high-level Beast Kings. They suffered heavy casualties. Seeing this, the Realm Lord did not care so much and directly displayed his strongest, unique skill. Boom! The terrifying ball of light exploded on the Thunderfire Beast King's body. The scorching sea of fire instantly swallowed the Thunderfire Beast King. Seeing this, the 5 high-level Beast Kings all stopped fighting and hurried over to help the Thunderfire Beast King. Fong Qin also felt the power of the Empty Spirit Sector Master at the first moment. Whoosh! The Empty Spirit Sector Lord's figure flashed as he dived into the sea of flames to find the Thunder Fire Beast King. He wanted to give it a fatal blow. He knew that the previous explosion of the light ball was not enough to kill the Thunder Fire Beast King, but he did not want to leave anyone alive. They are... Fong Chen's mind was suddenly flooded with information. He was shocked and recalled the detailed introduction of the roaming dragon domain and the surrounding domains that he had seen in Ziyu's home. Looking at the symbol on the Empty Spirit Sector Lord's clothes, he concluded that these people were from the Empty Spirit Sector. However, he wasn't sure if the one fighting the Thunder Fire Beast King was the Empty Spirit Sector Lord. One had to know that the master of a realm was fused with the realm. As long as the realm was not destroyed, the human society would not be destroyed. At their level, they rarely interfered with mortal affairs and spent most of their time cultivating. Empty Spirit Sector. Fong Qin secretly memorized the Empty Spirit Sector. He planned to leave with the Thunder Fire Beast King and the others. Boom! The Thunder Fire Beast King was incomparably enraged in the frenzied sea of fire. However, after receiving Fong Chen's orders, it still stopped attacking and fled with Fong Qin and the 5 high-ranked Beast Kings. The Empty Spirit Sector Lord wanted to chase after them, but the Thunder Fire Beast King was best at speed and soon lost its target. Soon after, the Empty Spirit Sector Lord returned to the mountain peak and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he sent a message to the Golden Dragon Palace Lord and told them that a few Beast Kings had escaped from the Gate of Hunting and had fled to the roaming Dragon Domain. After hearing the news, the Golden Dragon Palace Lord came out of seclusion and almost jumped. "Palace Lord, what's wrong?" the Vice Palace Lord asked. "Humph. The Empty Spirit Sector Lord sent me a message saying that a top-level Beast King came out of the Gate of Hunting. After fighting with him, they fled to the roaming Dragon Domain." The Golden Dragon Palace Lord's eyes flashed, and he resented the Empty Spirit Sector Lord. It must be him. He messed around with the Gate of Hunting and caused the top-level Beast Kings to appear. However, now was not the time to blame the Empty Spirit Sector Lord. The most important thing now was to find the top-level Beast Kings and then set up an inescapable trap to kill them. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to the roaming Dragon Domain. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Palace Lord suspected that the appearance of the top-level Beast Kings was caused by the Empty Spirit Sector Lord or the Assassin Organization. Could it be that the Assassin Organization really had their eyes on the roaming Dragon Domain? The last time the Assassin Organization appeared and opened the Gate of Hunting, it caused the Zilong region to turn into ruins. What kind of disaster would it bring to the roaming Dragon Domain this time? Fong Qin and the others were hiding in a secret canyon. The Thunder Fire Beast King was burned all over. It sat in the corner and remained silent. It seemed to have suffered a great blow. It was furious and wanted to take revenge. "What, you're not satisfied?" Fong Chen walked over slowly and said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, the one you fought should be the Empty Spirit Sector Lord. As a realm lord, it's normal that you can't defeat him. After all, the opponent is a realm lord, and you're just a top-level Beast King without the blessing of the realm lord. Give me time. I can defeat him," the Thunder Fire Beast King said. "Thunder Fire Beast King, we've been trapped in the hunting world for countless years. We're very unfamiliar with the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Don't act rashly. It won't be too late to take revenge after we thoroughly understand this world," the Wood Forest Beast King said. "That's right. The monk can run, but the temple can't. He's the master of the empty spirit world. Even if he hides, the empty spirit world is right there. We can just go and break through the empty spirit world, right?" Lian Hong, Beast King, said. Hearing that, the anger in the Thunder Fire Beast King's heart gradually subsided. After calming down, it analyzed. Although the empty spirit sector lord's realm is the same as mine, his use of cultivation methods and secret techniques has reached a very high level. Moreover, he has a special power that can block most of my attacks. Are you interested in occupying a realm lord? Suddenly, Fan Chen said with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing that, the 5 Beast Kings and the Thunder Fire Beast King raised their heads and looked at him in surprise. Fan Chen said, "As far as I know, the Wandering Dragon Realm has never had a real realm lord. The Golden Dragon Palace Master is just a proxy realm lord and can't use the power of the heavenly way of the Wandering Dragon Realm. If we can destroy it, we can take over the Wandering Dragon Realm. Moreover, we can be blessed by luck and become the real realm lord. At that time, we can use the power of the entire Wandering Dragon Realm to fight against the ethereal realm." Chapter 41:17. There were 9 regions in the Wandering Dragon world. Fan Chen had been to the Zilong region before and had even become the 9th consecrator of the Zilong family. He had planned to learn more about the Wandering Dragon world, but the appearance of the Gate of the Hunt had completely disrupted his plans. He had even been sucked into the hunting world without knowing what had happened. However, this was a blessing in disguise. Not only had he met the 9th brother, but he had also entered the Palace of Fortune. This was definitely a great opportunity for him. Now he had returned with a strong momentum. Not only had he reached the middle stage of the Supreme Realm, but he also had 5 high-level Beast Kings and 1 top-level Beast King. This lineup was enough to sweep through the Wandering Dragon world. However, Fan Chen was still keeping a low profile. He planned to take it one step at a time. He would first take over the Zilong region, then the other regions. Of course I'm interested. The Wooden Forest Beast King liked to be lively. Naturally, he would be present wherever there was a fight. "Master, do you have any plans?" the Hanshin Beast King asked. The Thunder Fire Beast King also looked at Fan Chen and said, "With our current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take over this small wandering dragon world." Fan Chen expressed his thoughts. The Beast Kings nodded. "All right, let's begin." In the following days, Fan Chen traveled all over the Zilong region. Although the Zilong and Mok families had been destroyed by the assassin organization, there were still many people who had survived. After asking around, he found out that the Zilong family's patriarch was still alive. The Mok family also had a few experts who had survived. It was said that these 2 forces were already secretly recruiting troops and buying horses. They wanted to rebuild their families and once again occupy the Zilong region. It was said that the Mok family had already taken the initiative in this matter. There were not many opportunities left for the Zilong family. Let's go and meet someone. On this day, Fan Chen brought the Thunder Fire Beast King and the others to the Zilong mountain range. This mountain range was located a few hundred miles away from the former Zilong city. In the depths of the mountain range, the survivors of the Zilong family were hiding in front of a mountain stream. The patriarch of the Zilong family stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with worry. Beside him was the first consecrator, Patriarch. The first reverend called out. The purple dragon patriarch shook his head and sighed. "Could it be that my purple dragon family is destined to perish?" "Patriarch, we still have the strength to fight," the first consecrator said in a low voice. "We can't give up unless we have no other choice. Besides, the Mok family has only found a peak supreme being." The news they heard was that the Mok family had found a supreme being to help them rebuild and clear the obstacles in their way. One had to know that in a small place like the Zilong domain, a top-notch supreme being could definitely sweep through everything. For the Zilong family, this was a huge blow. "If we can't do it, then let's go all out," said the first consecrator. Behind him, many members of the Zilong family were also enraged. As the patriarch of the Zilong family, he was more concerned about the survival of the family before fighting for the Zilong region. Now, they were facing the crisis of extinction. Just as Patriarch Purple Dragon was hesitating, the sound of footsteps came from afar. The people of the Purple Dragon clan instantly entered a state of alert. The Purple Dragon clan leader and the first consecrator also exuded a terrifying power, ready to fight at any time. "Who is it?" The Purple Dragon clan leader shouted angrily. Whoosh! Fong Chen grinned and walked over slowly. "Long time no see, Patriarch Purple Dragon. How have you been?" After seeing Fong Chen, the Purple Dragon clan leader was stunned, but he quickly reacted. "It's you, Consecrator Fong?" The first consecrator relaxed. He was also curious that the 9th consecrator was still alive. "Yes, I was lucky to not die back then." Fong Chen smiled. Generally speaking, the Purple Dragon clan had treated him well. So this time, he chose to stand on the side of the Purple Dragon clan. "How did you survive?" The Purple Dragon clan leader asked curiously. However, Fong Chen didn't intend to dwell on this question. He directly stated his purpose. "I heard that the Purple Dragon clan is in trouble, so I'm here to help." The first consecrator shook his head. Obviously, the 9th consecrator couldn't help the Purple Dragon clan at all. "I appreciate Consecrator Fong's kindness, but our opponent is too strong," the Purple Dragon clan leader said helplessly. Fong Chen waved his hand and interrupted the Purple Dragon clan leader. He continued, "As far as I know, the Moke clan has found a supreme being, and the Purple Dragon clan has no chance of winning." The Purple Dragon clan leader nodded. "Then, what if I say that I can help the Purple Dragon clan get through this?" "Huh?" The Purple Dragon clan leader and the first consecrator looked at Fong Chen in confusion. The latter continued, "I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. I want to dominate the roaming dragon world. The Zilong region is just the first step. The reason I came to the Purple Dragon clan is that I want you to represent me in managing the Zilong region." The Purple Dragon clan leader and the first consecrator were stunned. "Humph, shameless boasting." The first consecrator was a little angry. A mere supreme being dared to say such arrogant words? "Consecrator Fong, you don't seem to understand the current situation," the Purple Dragon clan leader said. The people of the Purple Dragon clan sighed. They thought that Fong Chen was here to help them, but who knew that a lunatic would come? "I can't do it alone, but what if I add them?" The moment Fong Chen's voice fell, the Thunderfire Beast King led the 5 high-level Beast Kings and stood quietly behind him. Boom! This scene was extremely visually stunning. The Purple Dragon clan leader and the first consecrator were stunned. "How about it? Am I qualified?" Fong Chen shrugged and grinned. After a long time, the Purple Dragon clan leader swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said, "Consecrator Fong, no, Mr. Fong, how could you?" The first consecrator also hurriedly apologized to Fong Chen. "Mr. Fong, I was too arrogant before. I hope you don't mind." Fong Chen waved his hand and said, "Now, can we talk about cooperation?" What kind of joke was this? 5 high-level Beast Kings and 1 top-level Beast King. This lineup could kill the Moke family in seconds. Even if they found a top-level Supreme Being, it would be useless. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. They couldn't imagine how a consecrator of the Purple Dragon clan could find such a powerful fighter. Wasn't this too surreal? However, the Purple Dragon clan leader still calmed down and listened to Fong Chen's idea. "How does Mr. Fong want to cooperate?" "As long as you can help the Purple Dragon clan get through this difficult time, we can agree to any cooperation," the Purple Dragon clan leader said. "Our cooperation is very simple. I will destroy the Moke family and suppress all the big and small forces in the Zilong region. Then the Purple Dragon clan will take over and rebuild the Zilong region. But you have to listen to my orders." Fong Chen said. He couldn't split himself to manage the 9 regions, so it was most convenient to find a representative for each region. Chapter 4118. The Purple Dragon Patriarch would never have dreamed that a human warrior brought back by Ziyu would grow to such a height in such a short time. With the team he was leading now, It was enough to challenge the entire wandering dragon world. What was a mere purple dragon family to him? He was willing to come to them and take the initiative to cooperate with the purple dragon family. This was enough to show that he still cared about old ties. After all, he was once the 9th consecrator of the purple dragon family. Hearing this, the purple dragon clan's patriarch agreed without any hesitation. What kind of joke was this? Although the purple dragon clan would become Fang Chen's subordinate force from now on, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was letting the purple dragon clan manage the purple dragon region. As long as it didn't go against morality, the purple dragon family was basically the absolute ruler of the Zilong region. Moreover, the actual situation forced him to choose to cooperate. The Mok family had found a top supreme being who could destroy the purple dragon family with a raise of his hand. And this time, Fang Chen's cooperation simply came at the right time. Thank you, Mr. Fang, for giving the purple dragon family this opportunity. I represent the entire family and will definitely follow Mr. Fang's lead. The purple dragon patriarch patted his chest and expressed a stance. The first consecrator, who had previously been indifferent, also apologized for his recklessness and supported the patriarch. As long as the purple dragon family can survive and destroy the enemy Mok family, I'm willing to die, the first consecrator said. Just like this, the cooperation between the two sides began. Years later, when the purple dragon patriarch looked back on the past, he would probably be filled with endless emotions. Of course, this was a story for later. Mr. Fang, do you have any specific plans? The purple dragon patriarch asked. After all, the other party was the Mok family and had external help. He couldn't be careless. However, Fang Chen's answer stunned him. No plan. Find the Mok family's nest and destroy it directly. Fang Chen shrugged. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the Mok family. He would use the simplest method to destroy them. The purple dragon patriarch hesitated. Fang Chen said, Don't worry, I don't care about the Mok family at all. Humph, are you looking down on our master? The forest beast king exuded a terrifying aura and said coldly, No. The purple dragon patriarch hurriedly explained. In the incomparably desolate Zilong region, in a certain mountain range, the Mok family had already gathered all the clan leaders outside, and had also invited that top-notch supreme martial artist. The leader, Patriarch Mok, was dressed in a black robe and had an excited smile on his face. Beside him stood a tall and sturdy man. He had 2 heads and was known as the Two-Headed Sovereign. Senior, we have already found the hiding place of the purple dragon family. Can we make our move now? Patriarch Emoku asked respectfully. The two-headed supremacy's 2 heads swayed, his face filled with inexplicable confidence. Let's set off right away. However, just as they were about to set off, countless footsteps suddenly came from afar, followed by a cold voice. Today is the day your Mok family perishes. The person who spoke was the first consecrator. With a leap, he appeared before the members of the Mok family. Following closely behind him was the clan leader of the Purple Dragon clan, followed by Fang Chen and his subordinates. Of course, the Wooden Forest Beast King and the others retracted their auras and transformed into human form. The Mok family members did not sense that something was wrong. Seeing the clan leader of the Purple Dragon clan, Patriarch Emoku's pupils shrank and he sneered. Purple Dragon, I originally planned to let you live for a few more days. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. If I were you, I would be worried about whether the Mok family members would be able to leave alive today, Patriarch Purple Dragon said. As soon as these words came out, the two-headed sovereign laughed sarcastically. Do you think I don't exist? With a boom, the two-headed sovereign exuded a terrifying aura that belonged to a top-tier sovereign. It swept across the entire mountain range, and everyone's expression changed. That's right. With the two-headed sovereign here, your Purple Dragon family will definitely die. A top-tier sovereign was definitely an overlord in the Zilong region. How? could a mere purple dragon family resist him? Patriarch Moke was full of confidence. However, Patriarch Purple Dragon did not seem to be afraid. Instead, he threatened, Senior Two-Headed Sovereign, I have long heard of your name. However, today's matter is between the Purple Dragon family and the Moke family. You don't have to get involved in this mess. Are you threatening me? The Two-Headed Sovereign frowned. He was very unhappy. Patriarch Purple Dragon shrugged. I'm just speaking the truth. Today, the Moke family will definitely die. If you insist on helping the Moke family, then don't blame us for being rude. Haha, I'd like to see what right the Purple Dragon family has to talk to me like this. The Two-Headed Sovereign moved. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Patriarch Purple Dragon. He raised his hand, wanting to kill him. However, just as his palm was about to reach the Purple Dragon clan leader, the Thunderous Fire Beast King's huge body blocked his palm. Boom! The Thunder Fire Beast King easily dispelled the power of the palm, and there was a strong rebound force that sent the Two-Headed Sovereign flying. Dang, dang, dang! After stabilizing himself, the Two-Headed Sovereign saw the Thunder Fire Beast King and exclaimed in his heart, "How is this possible? How did the Purple Dragon family find a top-tier Sovereign Beast King?" Impossible. Patriarch Moke also exclaimed in shock. Let's end this quickly. Fong Qin couldn't be bothered to look at the shocked expressions of the Moke family members. He directly gave the order. Immediately, the 5 high-level Beast Kings attacked together. In an instant, there were screams. Patriarch Moke didn't even have the strength to fight back before he was torn apart by the Forest Beast King. You dare to be a mountain king with such little strength? The Forest Beast King said disdainfully. Poochie. One by one, the Moke family members fell into a pool of blood. The 5 high-level Beast Kings attacked, and not even a blade of grass was left alive. Seeing this scene, the Two-Headed Sovereign was completely stunned. What kind of existence had the Moke family provoked? At the same time, he cursed in his heart, "Damn the Moke family. They provoked such a strong existence, and they actually dragged me into it. I hate them." However, now wasn't the time for him to be angry. He calmed down and directly begged the Thunderfire Beast King for mercy. "Friend Beast King, I have nothing to do with the Moke family. I can leave now. I only hope that you will be magnanimous." The Two-Headed Sovereign said, "Is that so? That's not what you said just now." Fong Qin sneered. "You." The Two-Headed Sovereign glared fiercely at Fong Qin. This scene made the Thunderfire Beast King even angrier. "I originally couldn't be bothered to kill you, but you dared to glare at my master like that. You're dead meat." "What?" The Two-Headed Supremacy was stunned. This weak human martial artist was actually the master of these Beast Kings? Chapter 4119. Moments later, everyone from the Moke family had died at the hands of the 5 high-level Beast Kings. As for the Thunder Fire Beast King, it was staring at the Two-Headed Supremacy. The Purple Dragon Clan leader was stunned. It was as if he was dreaming. It felt like a dream. Not long ago, he was still racking his brains on how to deal with the Moke family's attack and how to save more clan leaders from the Two-Headed Supremacy. It was a very difficult task. But now, not only did they not need to escape, but they could also annihilate their opponents. More importantly, the Purple Dragon Clan had not done anything. They had become bystanders. The Purple Dragon Clan leader was shocked. Was this Fong Chen's terrifying strength? Although he did not know how strong Yishuin was, he could command a top expert like the Thunder Fire Beast King. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. How could this be? The Two-Headed Paragon was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he had planned to help the Moke family destroy the Zilong family. After taking over the Zilong region, he would take half of the territory. But now he had suffered a double loss and was even facing the threat of death. "Master, what should we do?" the Thunder Fire Beast King asked. The Two-Headed Supremacy had lost his fighting strength. He would definitely die with one order. Fong Qin glanced at the Purple Dragon Clan leader, then walked to the two-headed supremacy and asked, "Now you have a chance to live. Do you want to cherish it?" Hearing this, the two-headed supremacy nodded and said, "As long as you let me go, I will do anything." People under the eaves had to lower their heads. A short period of forbearance was for better development in the future. Of course, the two-headed supremacy would not dare to think about revenge even if he was given 10,000 guts. It was good enough that he could keep his life, make a martial oath, and become a guest of the Purple Dragon Clan, assist the Purple Dragon Clan leader, and control the Purple Dragon domain. Fong Qin said lightly, but there was a hint of threat in his words. If he did not agree, he would kill him on the spot. Hearing this, the two-headed supremacy was a little stunned. He thought that Fong Qin would make things difficult for him. It turned out that he wanted him to assist the Purple Dragon Clan leader? I agree. The two-headed autarch agreed immediately. Then Fong Qin looked at the leader of the Purple Dragon family and said, "The Purple Dragon family is too weak. We need a strong warrior to hold the fort. The two-headed sovereign is quite suitable. Now, come and make a contract with him." With the martial oath and bloodline contract in place, there was no way the two-headed autarch would betray the Zilong clan. Hearing this, the Purple Dragon Clan leader was extremely excited. He quickly completed the contract with the two-headed paragon. Whoosh! At this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a top-notch battle prowess like the two-headed sovereign, the Zilong family strength would rise to another level. They would definitely be able to regain control of the Zilong region, and they would be able to firmly control it. The two-headed paragon rose to his feet and apologized. "Clan chief, I was in the wrong earlier. Allow me to apologize. From now on, I'll do my best to assist the Violet Dragon Clan." "Senior Two-Headed, you must be joking. Although you are a guest of our Purple Dragon family, you are still a senior." "We should respect you," said the Purple Dragon family leader with a smile. "Well, the matter has been resolved." "It's up to you now," said Fong Qin. The Purple Dragon Clan leader nodded. His eyes were burning. He patted his chest and promised, "Rest assured, Mr. Fong, I will definitely unify the Zilong region as soon as possible. But what will you do next?" Fong Qin said, "I'm going to unify the Black Dragon region." The two-headed autarch was rather taken aback when he heard this. "Mr. Fong, the Black Dragon region is extraordinary. With the Black Dragon Hall guarding it, you must be careful." The two-headed sovereign hurriedly reminded him. What a joke! After seeing the strength of the Thunder Fire Beast King, he didn't dare to act rashly in front of Fong Qin. He even wanted to be a loyal subordinate. "The Black Dragon Hall?" Fong Qin whispered, "I don't care at all." Not long after, Fong Qin left with the Beast Kings, leaving the two-headed sovereign dumbfounded. "Clan leader, what's going on?" asked the two-headed sovereign. "Mr. Fong is too strong. We can't afford to offend him at all. He gave the Zilong clan a chance to be reborn." "I won't let him down," said the Purple Dragon Clan leader. When the two-headed sovereign learned from the Purple Dragon Clan leader that Fong Qin's purpose was to unify the entire roaming dragon world, he thought he was crazy. Wasn't this too crazy? Soon, the Zilong clan reappeared. With the help of the two-headed sovereign, they quickly quelled the internal strife of the Zilong region and incorporated all the forces, big and small. Those who resisted were all killed on the spot. The remaining forces were all under the command of the Zilong clan. In just half a month, the Zilong clan became the overlord of the Zilong region again. Their cohesion was stronger, and they were the absolute masters. In addition, they announced that the two-headed sovereign had become the guest elder of the Zilong clan. No one dared to offend them. At this point, the Zilong region was officially under the control of Fong Qin. As for them, they had quietly arrived at the Black Dragon region, which was next to the Zilong region. After some investigation, they found that the distribution of forces in the Black Dragon region was relatively simple. The Black Dragon Hall was the strongest force, and there were some first-rate forces below them. However, they posed no threat to them at all. Fan Qin brought the 5 Beast Kings and the Thunderfire Beast King to the Black Dragon Hall. After a battle, the Black Dragon Hall leader died, and the Black Dragon Hall submitted to him. "What's your name?" Fan Qin asked, pointing to a middle-aged man below. "My lord, I'm the Deputy Hall leader of the Black Dragon Hall." Before he could finish, Fan Qin interrupted him. "Okay, from today onwards, you are the new hall leader of the Black Dragon Hall. I'll hand the Black Dragon region over to you. You must guard it well." "Thank you, my lord." The new hall leader of the Black Dragon Hall was very excited. "I hope you don't play any tricks. Otherwise, my fists are not to be trifled with." The Thunderfire Beast King's voice reverberated above the Black Dragon Hall. All the disciples of the Black Dragon Hall prostrated themselves on the ground. After feeling the terrifying killing intent, their hearts were filled with fear. At the same time, they were very glad that these people did not kill the innocent. They only killed the Black Dragon Hall leader and his confidants and let them go. Too strong. The new hall leader of the Black Dragon Hall was in a daze. The Thunderfire Beast King alone was enough to destroy the Black Dragon Hall. When did such an expert appear in the Wandering Dragon realm? Fan Qin was naturally not afraid of the Black Dragon Hall turning against him. When he chose the new hall leader, he had signed contract with him. The latter could not betray him. After easily conquering 2 regions, the confidence of the Wood Forest Beast King and the other Beast King's sword. Isn't the Wandering Dragon realm too weak? The Wood Forest Beast King curled his lips. The Lianhong Beast King slapped him in the face. Isn't that because the Thunderfire Beast King is too strong? Otherwise, with the 5 of us, we may not be able to take down the Black Dragon Hall so quickly. Chapter 41:20. In the following days, Fan Qin and the others took down a few more regions. This also attracted the attention of the Golden Dragon Palace. On this day, the Golden Dragon Palace master personally came out of seclusion and gathered his subordinates to discuss this matter. In the meeting hall of the Golden Dragon Palace, on the Golden Dragon throne, the Golden Dragon Palace master was wearing a golden dragon robe. He looked down and said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, have you heard about what happened recently?" "Palace master," although the regions seem to be calm on the surface, there are actually undercurrents surging. According to the news we received, 5 regions have been completely controlled by a mysterious force. One of the vice palace masters said, "That's right. This mysterious force is extremely powerful. Their methods are also very direct. With an extremely strong stance, they suppress the strongest force in each region and then let the strongest force unify the smaller forces. Finally, they have complete control." Another vice palace master also said. The elders were also discussing spiritedly. "Palace master, could it be the ethereal realms doing?" The first elder suddenly said. Immediately, the other elders echoed and agreed with the first elder's point of view. "It must be the ethereal realms doing." "That's right. They pretended to give us 100,000 ethereal fruits in exchange for information about the Gate of the Hunt. In fact, they want to secretly infiltrate every corner of our Wandering Dragon world. Humph, the ethereal realm is too despicable." However, at this time, there were still some elders who were calmer. After careful analysis, they came to the conclusion that the mysterious force that secretly started the war should not be the ethereal realm's doing. After the ethereal realm master exchanged 100,000 ethereal fruits for information about the Gate of the Hunt, he has been studying the Gate of the Hunt in the Zilong region. But not long ago, our spies sent back news that the ethereal realm master returned to the ethereal realm. One of the elders said, "I don't think it's the ethereal realm's doing. Perhaps it's the assassin organization's doing." As soon as this was said, even the Golden Dragon Palace master's expression changed greatly. However, he quickly calmed down and said in a low voice, Why did the ethereal realm master suddenly leave the Zilong region and stop studying the Gate of the Hunt? Did he know something? Then he expressed his opinion. No matter what, it has already happened. We have to find out who is the force that secretly attacked us as soon as possible. At the same time, send someone to the Zilong region to investigate. The Golden Dragon Palace Master issued an order for the other 4 regions to strengthen their defenses. As long as they found any traces of the enemy, they must inform the Golden Dragon Palace as soon as possible. After occupying the 5th region, Fang Chen revealed a smile on his face. The Thunder Fire Beast King played with the flame in its palm and curled its lips. I haven't met anyone who can fight yet. Don't worry, we'll meet them soon, Fang Chen said. Then they continued to the next region. The Blood Rain region was known as one of the forbidden areas in the roaming dragon realm. It was said that this region was covered in blood rain all year round, as if the heavens were crying. Therefore, the native cultivators of this region were also very strong physically. After being baptized by the blood rain all year round, they were best at physical strength. Moreover, their martial culture was more barbaric. The fist was the law. Whoever had the hardest fist would be the strongest in the blood rain domain. A long time ago, the Golden Dragon Palace Master had arrived and suppressed the native cultivators of the Blood Rain region in an unstoppable manner. From then on, the Blood Rain region had completely submitted to the Golden Dragon Palace. Time passed. Although there were no forces in the Blood Rain region now, the person with the loudest voice and the highest reputation had reached the advanced Supreme Realm. It was said that he was infinitely close to the Golden Dragon Palace Master. This person was called Immortal Bitao. After Fang Chen and the others came to the Blood Rain region, their goal was very clear. They were looking for Immortal Bitao. After investigation, they learned that Immortal Bitao's mansion was in the core of the Blood Rain region. There were countless complex formations surrounding it. It was said that one could absorb the power of the blood rain to cultivate. Along the way, Fang Chen saw countless devout cultivators. They prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed all the way, hoping to be summoned by Immortal Bitao. These people's faith is too strong, the Thunder Fire Beast King said with emotion. As a top Beast King, it naturally knew how strong the faith of all living beings was. Why did countless top experts spread cultivation methods and attract so many disciples? It was for the faith of all living beings. It seemed that Immortal Bitao had quite a few disciples. In fact, in the entire blood rain field, the only person that everyone believed in was Immortal Bitao. Is the Golden Dragon Palace not going to do anything? The Wood Forest Beast King was curious. Yes, if a person enjoys the faith of all living beings in the Blood Rain region, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, even the Golden Dragon Palace may not be a match for him. This is a potential threat, the Hanshin Beast King said. I am afraid the Golden Dragon Palace can't do anything about it, the Lianhong Beast King said. Soon after, the group arrived at the core of the Blood Rain region. Standing in the distance, they could see that in the wilderness ahead, there were countless intersecting formations. In the core of the formations, there was a cave residence. That was Immortal Bitao's cave residence. Above the cave residence, countless drops of blood rain had gathered. It seemed to be being refined by the formations. At a glance, within 100 miles, countless devout disciples prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed slowly. They were all here to visit Immortal Bitao. The sudden appearance of Fang Chen and the others instantly attracted the attention of the devout disciples. How dare you not kneel in front of Immortal Bitao's residence? Are you blaspheming an immortal? Do you want to die? Humph, a bunch of idiots. You've angered Immortal Bitao. You'll all die. The devout disciples looked ferocious as they roared angrily. They believed in and respected Immortal Bitao the most. They would not allow anyone to blaspheme him. The actions of Fang Chen and the others had completely angered these disciples. Boom! The devout disciples who were closer to them rushed over as if they had gone mad. They immediately surrounded and annihilated them. Idiots. However, the Wood Forest Beast King could not help but attack. He killed all the disciples who rushed over with lightning speed. Heavens, you dare to kill people in front of Immortal Beatau's residence. You're all dead. More and more disciples rushed towards them, but the 5 advanced Beast Kings easily dealt with them. The Thunder Fire Beast King stared at the cave residence. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble. Then, a wisp of flame spewed out from his palm. It penetrated the intersecting formations and bombarded the cave residence. You're watching your believers die for you, but you're indifferent? Do you think you're worthy of their faith? The Thunder Fire Beast King's voice echoed above the cave residence. Buzz! Then, the door of the cave residence opened. The surrounding formations made a path in a regular pattern. An old man with an immortal aura walked out. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty aura. You're making trouble in front of my door. Your sins are unforgivable. As soon as Immortal Beatau's voice fell, all the disciples were unafraid of danger. They surrounded Fong Chen and the Beast Kings like a tide. Chapter 41:21. Even now, Immortal Beitao did not intend to take action himself. Instead, he sent his followers to surround Fong Chen and the others with their advantage in numbers. This scene made Fong Chen shake his head slightly. This was their so-called faith. In the end, they did not care about their lives at all and only treated them as tools. However, it was useless to explain. For these fanatical disciples, killing them was the best solution. These people were simply not a match for the 5 high-level Beast Kings. One after another, cultivators died in their hands. In the blink of an eye, corpses piled up like mountains on the plain and blood flowed like rivers. The blood even flowed to the feet of Immortal Beitao, which made the remaining followers even crazier. Your blood has infected the immortals. You all deserve to die. Someone raised his arms and shouted. Thousands of followers rushed madly towards the 5 high-level Beast Kings. The Thunder Fire Beast King and Fong Chen stared at Immortal Beitao. The latter said coldly, "Still not going to take action? Humph, they should be proud that they died for me." Immortal Beitao sneered as if these stupid followers dying for him was an extremely honorable thing. Your mind is twisted. You're wasting air by living, Fong Chen whispered. Then he and the Thunder Fire Beast King crossed the battlefield and came directly to the cave residence. Seeing this, Immortal Beitao's eyes shot out cold murderous intent. You're all courting death. Immortal Beitao displayed a very terrifying, unique skill. His whole body shone with golden light as if a god had descended. However, in the face of the Thunder Fire Beast King and Fong Chen, these flashy skills were useless. Bang! The Thunder Fire Beast King was furious and punched Immortal Beitao in the head. The latter fell to the ground with a bang, the bridge of his nose broken. How dare you offend the immortals? Some followers saw this scene and turned their heads to deal with Fong Chen and the Thunder Fire Beast King, but they were directly killed by the Wood Forest Beast King. You can't even take care of yourself, and you still have the mood to care about the lives of others? Boom, boom, boom. News of the battle in the Blood Rain domain quickly reached the ears of the Golden Dragon Palace Lord. When he heard the news, his face was extremely gloomy, and he instantly made a decision. Let's go. The Golden Dragon Palace Master took a few Vice Palace Masters and arrived at the Blood Rain region in an instant. This was the strongest formation in the roaming dragon realm. Even if the Empty Spirit Realm Master came, he would have to think twice. From far away, Golden Dragon Palace Lord could see that in front of Immortal Beitao's cave, corpses were piled up like mountains. Countless fanatical disciples were rushing forward, eager to serve Immortal Beitao even if they had to die. The 5 high-level Beast Kings didn't allow them to do as they pleased. Immortal Beitao, on the other hand, had been beaten black and blue by the Thunderfire Beast King and had lost his ability to fight. Who are you? At this moment, Immortal Bitao finally felt fear and began to beg for mercy. You old faker, you sure know how to trick people, the Thunder Fire Beast King said. Boom! At this moment, the Golden Dragon Palace's leader attacked. A terrifying dragon roar filled the sky, instantly dividing the battlefield. The crazy disciples couldn't resist this terrifying sound wave attack and prostrated themselves on the ground. As for the 5 high-level Beast Kings, they leaped and returned to Feng Chen's side. So it's you who are attacking the roaming dragon realm, the Golden Dragon Palace's leader said coldly, wearing a golden dragon robe and glowing with golden light. Bang! The Thunder Fire Beast King stomped Immortal Bitao to death, then looked at the Golden Dragon Palace's leader domineeringly. Yes, it's us who are attacking the roaming dragon realm. So what? The Golden Dragon Palace's leader frowned and stared at the Thunder Fire Beast King. He could clearly feel that the Thunder Fire Beast King's aura made him feel fear. Who are you? Why are you attacking the Golden Dragon Palace? The Golden Dragon Palace's leader asked. Feng Qin stepped forward and grinned. You're the Golden Dragon Palace's leader, right? If I'm not wrong, the roaming dragon realm still doesn't have a true realm master, right? I happen to be interested in the roaming dragon realm, so I want to try. Hearing this, the Vice Palace Masters behind the Golden Dragon Palace's leader were furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch our roaming dragon realm? Humph! Surrender, or don't blame us for being rude. If you dare to attack the roaming dragon realm, we'll kill you. However, the Golden Dragon Palace's leader was unusually calm. His eyes were fixed on the Thunder Fire Beast King. It seems that they don't believe in our strength, Feng Qin said with a smile. The Thunder Fire Beast King understood. He roared to the sky and charged toward the Golden Dragon Palace's leader. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. The roars of dragons and beasts resounded through the sky. The lightning flames surrounded the battlefield. No one could see clearly what was happening inside, but Feng Chen was very confident in the Thunder Fire Beast King. Although the Golden Dragon Palace's leader was the strongest in the roaming dragon realm, he had not reached the level of an ultimate supreme and could not use the roaming dragon realm's heavenly way power. This was a huge shortcoming for him. Although the Thunder Fire Beast King was only a top Beast King, if he used all his strength, he could rival an ultimate supreme for a short time. As expected, after an hour, the lightning flames disappeared, and the 2 people on the battlefield came into view again. The Thunder Fire Beast King was sitting on the ground, panting. His body was covered with wounds, but the Golden Dragon Palace's leader was in an even worse state. Blood kept flowing from his abdomen, as if he had been seriously injured. Palace Master. Several deputy palace masters hurriedly helped the Golden Dragon Palace's leader up. The Thunder Fire Beast King shook his head and returned to Feng Chen's side. He said embarrassedly, "This guy is quite strong. He forced me to use a forbidden technique to defeat him." The Golden Dragon Palace's leader trembled slightly, but he quickly recovered. He smiled bitterly and looked up at Feng Chen. He did not expect to fail after so many years in charge of the Golden Dragon Palace. His defeat meant that he had lost control of the roaming dragon realm. I lost. The Golden Dragon Palace Lord knew when to advance and when to retreat. He immediately admitted defeat. There was no point in continuing the battle. Even the entire roaming dragon realm might not be able to kill the Thunder Fire Beast King. Furthermore, there were still 5 high-level Beast Kings waiting for them. However, the Golden Dragon Palace's leader did not understand where they came from. These 6 Beast Kings seemed to be vaguely centered around this human martial practitioner. Who are you? The Golden Dragon Palace's leader asked. The Hydra Organization. Feng Qin said. The Hydra Organization was an interstellar bandit. Their influence was very wide. Using the name of the Hydra Organization, they should be able to make the Golden Dragon Palace's leader give up resistance. As expected, after hearing the name Hydra, the Golden Dragon Palace's leader was relieved. I didn't expect the Hydra organization to take a fancy to such a remote domain like the roaming dragon realm. Well, since I lost, the roaming dragon realm will be under your control from now on. Chapter 41:22. The Golden Dragon Palace Master had no choice but to lower his head. Moreover, from the information he had gathered, Fang Qin could not stay in the Wandering Dragon world forever. After he left, the Wandering Dragon world would still be his. As long as the Golden Dragon Palace was not destroyed, he would have a chance. Buzz. The Golden Dragon Palace Master took out a golden ball of light and handed it to Fang Qin, officially completing the transfer of power. From this moment on, Fang Qin was the new master of the Wandering Dragon world. However, he had not been recognized by the Heavenly Way, so he was not the master of the world. Congratulations. The Golden Dragon Palace Master cupped his fists. Fang Qin nodded and asked, I heard that in order to become the master of the Wandering Dragon world, one must merge 9 types of blood into one to be recognized by the Heavenly Way. That's right. I once tried to merge 9 types of blood, but something went wrong at the critical moment, causing my origin to be damaged. I haven't fully recovered after so many years. The Golden Dragon Palace Master told Fang Qin all the dangers. The latter pondered for a moment and made a decision. Take me to the Golden Dragon Palace, Fang Qin said. The Golden Dragon Palace Master nodded and led Fang Qin and the others back to the Golden Dragon Palace. He took the initiative to send the 9 types of blood to Fang Qin. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Keep an eye on the situation in the Wandering Dragon world. Fang Qin reminded the Thunder Fire Beast King that they could make their own decisions when necessary. This was also to prevent the Golden Dragon Palace Master from playing any tricks. Don't worry, Master. They won't dare to play any tricks. The Thunder Fire Beast King exuded a fiery aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Just like that, Fang Qin entered the secret chamber and began cultivating in seclusion. The first step was to merge the 9 types of blood. This was not difficult for Fang Qin. After all, he had merged countless types of blood in the Chaos Realm and finally succeeded in evolving the perfect blood. After so many years, Fang Qin took a deep breath and swallowed all 9 types of blood into his body. The next moment, the power in his body became chaotic. However, Fang Qin suppressed it, and the 9 types of blood gradually calmed down and no longer rejected each other. The next step was to fuse different bloodlines. Compared to the previous step, this step was slightly more difficult. However, Fang Qin managed to complete it with ease. The merged bloodline was an extremely special bloodline. Even his physical body felt a little unable to bear it. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his heart force worked and suppressed the special bloodline. The final step, which was also the most important step, was to deeply brand the bloodline within one's body. In other words, one had to let the bloodline completely fuse with one's body and draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao to temper one's body and seek the approval of the heavenly Tao. This step was the most dangerous step. The slightest carelessness could lead to qi deviation. In the past, countless experts in the roaming dragon realm had obtained 9 types of blood and successfully merged them. However, they all failed at the last step. Even someone as strong as the Golden Dragon Palace Master, who had been engrossed in his research, had still failed. Moreover, the aftereffects of failure made him not dare to rashly attempt it. In the outside world, the Golden Dragon Palace Master notified all the experts in the Golden Dragon Palace to not go out for the time being and to ignore the outside world. As for the change of ownership of the roaming dragon realm, he did not mention a word. After all, if Fang Qin failed, it was very likely that he would die. At that time, he would still be the rightful owner of the roaming dragon realm. As for Fang Qin's subordinates, the Thunderfire Beast King personally guarded the secret chamber to prevent anyone from causing trouble. As for the 5 advanced Beast Kings, they went to the remaining regions and suppressed all the forces. They had successfully controlled the 9 regions completely. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this period, the roaming dragon realm was extremely peaceful. Nothing major had happened. The secret chamber was also very quiet. There was no movement. Even the Thunderfire Beast King did not know what had happened to Fangchen. In the ethereal realm, not far from the roaming dragon realm. After 3 years, the ethereal realm lord had created a large number of men of sacrifice. He was preparing to lead the men of sacrifice to attack the roaming dragon realm and completely take over the roaming dragon realm. In that way, he would have more time to study the secret of the Gate of Hunting. "Are you ready?" the ethereal realm lord asked. The emissary said, "Realm lord, the preparations are complete. There are a total of 1,000 men of sacrifice. The weakest is at the level of a middle-level supreme master. This time, we have spent the financial resources of the entire ethereal realm to create so many men of sacrifice. We can definitely flatten the roaming dragon realm in one fell swoop." However, the ethereal realm lord did not know that when they had spent the financial resources of the entire ethereal realm to create 1,000 men of sacrifice to attack the ownerless roaming dragon realm, the roaming dragon realm had quietly undergone a major change. The biggest change was, of course, that it had an owner. Yes, it was Fangchen. After 3 years of seclusion, he had finally completed the third step and obtained the recognition of the roaming dragon realm's heavenly way. It had to be said that Fangchen was lucky. If he had not comprehended the heart power and become a spiritual cultivator, he would not have been recognized by the heavenly way. In the secret chamber, Fangchen suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, his every move contained the heavenly way. He seemed to have become one with the roaming dragon realm. His eyes were deep, and at a glance he seemed to be able to see through the entire roaming dragon realm. There was a clear map of the roaming dragon realm in his mind, and there was a fist-sized source of power in his body. This was the core of the roaming dragon realm. He was somewhat glad that his heart power had reached the second level and forcibly resisted the suppression of the heavenly way. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. No wonder all the experts in the Palace of Fortune are so powerful. Fangchen could not help but sigh. Now he was the true master of the roaming dragon realm, a true realm lord. As long as he was in the roaming dragon realm, he could use all his power and absorb the faith of all living beings in the roaming dragon realm. The second level of heart power made it easier for him to become a realm lord than others. He was probably the youngest realm lord in the 3,000 realms of the great Tao. Whoosh! Fangchen spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He slowly got up and opened the door of the secret chamber. The moment he walked out of the secret chamber, the sky above the roaming dragon realm changed. It was as if there were endless thunderbolts that swooped down and bombarded Fangchen's body. Seeing this, the Thunderfire Beast King's expression changed. He wanted to block it, but Fangchen's voice sounded in his ears. "Don't worry, I'm fine." This strange phenomenon alarmed all the experts in the Golden Dragon Palace. The Golden Dragon Palace Master was the first to rush over, staring in the direction of the secret chamber. Did he succeed? The Golden Dragon Palace Master frowned. It did not make sense. He could not have succeeded. This thunder tribulation should have been there to stop him. Such a powerful thunder tribulation. Even a top honorable might not be able to withstand it. Boom! 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 As the thunder tribulation fell mercilessly, the Golden Dragon Palace was instantly turned into ruins. There were many innocent casualties. However, the Golden Dragon Palace Master could not care less. He only wanted to confirm whether Fangchen was dead or not. Chapter 41:23. The terrifying thunder tribulation swooped down and bombarded the Golden Dragon Palace. In an instant, the Golden Dragon Palace was turned into ruins. Many experts of the Golden Dragon Palace fled for their lives. Those who reacted quickly were saved, while those who reacted slowly were instantly vaporized. Rumble. The thunder tribulation that had lasted for a long time finally ended. When the sky above the ruins of the Golden Dragon Palace regained its calm, the Golden Dragon Palace jumped to the original location of the secret chamber. He carefully checked to see if Fong Chen had died under the thunder tribulation. However, in the next moment, his body trembled violently, because he felt the change in the Wandering Dragon Realm's power of heaven. The entire space seemed to be changing, and the repulsive force had strengthened. "This is the Golden Dragon Palace," Master exclaimed. Did that guy really succeed? Did he successfully integrate the 9 types of blood and get the recognition of the heavenly way to become the new realm lord of the Wandering Dragon Realm? Crash! The ruins were scattered, and Fong Chen's tall figure stood on the ground. His body was enveloped by a faint layer of heavenly energy. With him as the core, the heavenly energy was slowly circulating. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and it was as if they were looking at a bottomless black hole. They felt dizzy. Buzz! Fong Chen looked up. Suddenly, the void distorted, and the power of heaven filled the air. Whoosh! He adjusted his body and recovered. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, and a smile finally appeared on his cold face. He succeeded. Now, he was the real lord of the Wandering Dragon Realm. As he merged with the Wandering Dragon Realm, his realm had risen to a higher level. He had reached the advanced sovereign realm. Greetings, Realm Lord. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire Wandering Dragon Realm. At this moment, all the cultivators seemed to have sensed it. They prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted in a deafening voice. At the same time, a strong power of faith emerged from all directions and drilled into Fong Chen's body. The Golden Dragon Palace Master led the remaining members of the Golden Dragon Palace and knelt down in fear. The Realm Lord, whose primordial spirit had merged with the heavenly way, could control everything with a single thought. In this realm, he was the absolute king. He could kill enemies thousands of miles away with a single thought. Of course, it was impossible for him to be above the supremacy realm. "Master, you succeeded?" The thunderous fire beast king grinned. It seemed like he had not followed the wrong person. Although the young man before him was not as powerful as him, he had become the lord of a realm. Most importantly, there was a terrifying existence behind him. Every time the Thunderfire Beast King thought of that terrifying existence in the abyss, he felt his scalp go numb. The 5 high-level Beast Kings also knew that Fong Chen had succeeded. They hurried over to congratulate him. "I was lucky," Fong Chen said modestly. In fact, he was really lucky. First, in the Zilong region, the assassin organization opened the hunting door and suddenly attacked the Zilong family, causing him to be involved in the hunting world. After that, he was chased by the Beast King and had no choice but to escape to the abyss. This led to a series of fortuitous encounters. Of course, the biggest reward of all was becoming a disciple of the Palace of Fortune and receiving gifts from the 9th brother. The 9th brother's help and the sky-splitting axe were definitely the biggest rewards for Fong Chen. Moreover, he had naturally become a mind cultivator, and his heart force had reached the 2nd level. This was the main reason why he could control the Wandering Dragon Realm. He was even thinking, could it be that the sector lords of other domains also used heart force to control their domains? However, he quickly shook his head. Mind cultivators were rare. It was impossible for every realm lord in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to be a mind cultivator. Obviously, they had relied on their own strength to become realm lords. It seemed that he had taken a shortcut by taking a different path. Ha ha ha, this is great. From now on, our Wandering Dragon realm finally has a real realm lord. We no longer have to be afraid of being invaded by other realms. The Golden Dragon Palace Master laughed excitedly. In fact, he did not want to see this happen. Previously, he was the actual ruler of the Wandering Dragon Realm. However, in such a short time, he had become someone else's subordinate. He did not feel good about it. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the Golden Dragon Palace Master quickly made a choice and decided to follow Fangchen. Fangchen nodded. As a realm lord, he could cover the entire realm with a thought and see every corner of the wandering dragon realm. He was about to give his first order after becoming a realm lord when he suddenly saw an invasion. That's the empty spirit realm? Fangchen frowned. The people from the empty spirit realm had entered the territory of the wandering dragon realm. Upon closer inspection, there were countless men of sacrifice following them. Want to take over the wandering dragon realm. Fangchen sneered and said, "The Golden Dragon Palace will remain. You are responsible for rebuilding it and re-establishing the bridge to the 9 realms." "Don't worry, Realm Lord. I will do it." The Golden Dragon Palace master patted his chest and promised. After that, Fangchen said, "The empty spirit realm has invaded our wandering dragon realm. Quickly mobilize people and fight with me." "What?" The Golden Dragon Palace master was shocked. "The empty spirit realm has always been friendly with our wandering dragon realm. Why would they invade us? Could it be what?" The Thunder Fire Beast King asked. Previously, the empty spirit realm lord knew that the Gate of Hunting appeared in our wandering dragon realm. He gave us 100,000 empty spirit fruits in exchange for detailed information about the Gate of Hunting. Since then, he has been studying it in the Zilong region. The Golden Dragon Palace master said. Hearing this, Fangchen frowned. When they came out of the hunting world, they happened to meet the empty spirit realm lord. At that time, they found it strange. Now, it seemed that the empty spirit realm lord was studying the Gate of Hunting. What was he looking for by studying the Gate of Hunting? Now that his plan was ruined, he became angry and led his men of sacrifice to invade the wandering dragon realm? Many thoughts flashed through Fangchen's mind. He suspected that the empty spirit realm had something to do with the assassin organization. If the empty spirit realm invaded the wandering dragon realm at this time, would the assassin organization interfere? The Golden Dragon Palace master was glad that Fangchen became a realm lord first. Otherwise, with the empty spirit realm's full invasion, the Golden Dragon Palace would not be able to resist. Empty spirit realm lord. I'm afraid you never dreamed that our wandering dragon realm would have a realm lord in such a short time, right? The Golden Dragon Palace master sneered in his heart. Having a realm lord and not having a realm lord were two completely different concepts. Obviously, the empty spirit realm did not know that the wandering dragon realm had a new realm lord. As soon as they entered the wandering dragon realm, they went straight to the Golden Dragon Palace in the central region. As long as the Golden Dragon Palace was destroyed, the wandering dragon realm would naturally fall apart. The empty spirit realm lord, who was walking at the front, said coldly, After occupying the wandering dragon realm, we will encircle it. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find traces of the assassin organization. For the latest update, please visit. For mobile phones, please visit Chapter 4124. The empty spirit realm lord was a top supreme being. However, to be able to become a realm lord, they could not be judged by common sense. After all, they could limitlessly use the power of the heavenly path of the realm lord. Since ancient times, there were very few wars between realms, because as long as there was a realm lord, it was basically impossible for a realm to be completely destroyed. Of course, if the difference in strength was too great, it could still be destroyed by force. For example, the top 10 realms of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were all top-notch realms. Those experts could destroy weak realms like the ethereal realm and the roaming dragon realm with a single thought. However, at that level, they paid more attention to ecological balance, and there was no need for them to waste time to destroy weak realms. To them, there was no benefit, and it was a waste of time. For powerhouses at that level, time was the most precious. They did not care about ordinary things at all, and wholeheartedly pursued the peak of martial arts. The empty spirit realm and the wandering dragon realm were on the same level of strength, and they were neighbors, so they knew each other better. This time, the empty spirit realm dared to openly invade because they had planned for many years. 1,000 men of sacrifice had been completely refined, and the empty spirit realm lord knew that there was no real realm lord in the wandering dragon realm. This was the real reason why he dared to make up his mind to invade the wandering dragon realm. Even so, he was still very cautious. He did not bring the powerhouses of the empty spirit realm, but only brought 1,000 men of sacrifice. If the men of sacrifice died, they would die, but if the powerhouses of the empty spirit realm died, it would hurt the foundation of the empty spirit realm. However, the empty spirit realm lord would never have dreamed that the beast kings and the human warrior he met at the gate of the hunt last time would be his biggest obstacle. Boom! Boom! After the empty spirit realm lord entered the wandering dragon realm, he brought 1,000 men of sacrifice and went straight to the territory of the golden dragon palace. He did not hide, and there was no need to hide. As long as he destroyed the golden dragon palace, the wandering dragon realm would be in his hands. Soon, the empty spirit realm soldiers arrived at the city. Golden dragon palace lord, come out and die. The voice of the empty spirit realm lord contained a terrifying sound wave attack. The entire city shook, but no one appeared in the golden dragon palace. Looking carefully, he found that the golden dragon palace had been turned into ruins and was now in the reconstruction period. This surprised the empty spirit realm lord, who destroyed the golden dragon palace. Voila! Just then, golden dragon palace lord appeared. He looked coldly at empty spirit realm lord and questioned, Empty spirit realm and wandering dragon realm have always minded our own business. Empty spirit realm lord, why have you brought so many death warriors here? Let's cut the crap. I want to take over the roaming dragon world. The empty spirit realm master did not pretend and directly stated his purpose. Humph, what arrogance. The golden dragon palace master sneered. Do you think you can occupy the wandering dragon world as you wish? Now that he thought about it, the empty spirit realm lord must have had an ulterior motive when he was willing to exchange 100,000 empty spirit fruits for information about the gate of the hunt. Now he finally revealed his fangs. Fortunately, the roaming dragon realm was no longer the same as before. It already had a true realm lord. You should know that the wandering dragon world doesn't have a realm lord. If I want to occupy it, it's easy. The reason why I'm negotiating with you is that I don't want to cause too many casualties. If you know what's good for you, obediently surrender to my empty spirit world. I can let you continue to replace me in ruling the wandering dragon world. What do you think? Buzz! In the sky above the empty spirit realm lord, the heavenly energy condensed into a terrifying light and swooped down, smashing into his body. Then Fong Qin appeared, who said that the wandering dragon world doesn't have a realm lord. The moment his voice fell, Fong Qin activated the wandering dragon world's heavenly energy as the lord of the wandering dragon world. The entire wandering dragon world was under his control. Seeing this, the empty spirit realm lord's heart was in turmoil. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Of course, he knew that the person in front of him could mobilize the wandering dragon world's heavenly energy. It meant that he had been recognized as the true realm lord, but he could not accept this fact. The last time he met this guy was at the gate of the hunt. How long had it been since then, and the wandering dragon world had become his? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The empty spirit realm lord shook his head. Fong Qin shrugged. Why is it impossible? You can swagger into the wandering dragon world. Why can't I become the realm lord of the wandering dragon world? But soon, the empty spirit realm lord woke up from his shock. He waved his hand and ordered the men of sacrifice to enter battle mode. He said coldly, "Humph! So what if you become the realm lord? It will take time to completely refine the wandering dragon world. Obviously, you are just a fox pretending to be a tiger." The empty spirit realm lord thought that Fong Qin had not completely refined the wandering dragon world and could not use his true strength. He could take this opportunity to kill him. Listen to my order, attack. Then the empty spirit realm lord gave the order. 1,000 men of sacrifice attacked wildly. The golden dragon palace lord was also prepared. He called the experts of the wandering dragon world that he had gathered in advance. The war broke out in an instant. Boom! The Thunder Fire Beast King led the 5 high-level Beast Kings into the battlefield and slaughtered the men of sacrifice. In the end, only the empty spirit realm lord was left. He squinted at Fang Qin and said, I admit that I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to not only come out of the Gate of Hunting, but also become the realm lord of the wandering dragon world in such a short time. You must be hiding a big secret, right? If he captured him, the secret of the Gate of Hunting would naturally be in his hands. After I became the realm lord, I haven't made a move yet. Just nice. I can use you to test my strength. Fang Qin grinned. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 realm lords broke out in a fierce battle. Due to the difference in realm, Fang Qin directly used the power of the entire wandering dragon world to fight against the empty spirit realm lord. The more the latter fought, the more frightened he was. How is it possible? In such a short time, he actually succeeded in refining the wandering dragon world. In just one exchange, the empty spirit realm lord felt a strong threat. He roared to the sky and then burst out with all his power. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Fang Qin. At this moment, in the Gate of Hunting, at the end of the Forbidden Abyss, the 9th brother King Xiaoyao looked at this scene with a smile. Not bad. The 9th senior brother, King Unfettered, was extremely fond of this junior brother of his. He was full of praise for him. Although there is a difference in cultivation level between junior brother and the others, the realms refined by the 2nd level of heart force are definitely much more thorough than the realms refined by that so-called ethereal world lord. Without thinking, he knew that this battle would definitely be won by his little junior brother. However, at this moment, a giant face appeared in the sky above the abyss. He looked down at the abyss and said, Should we help? The 9th brother king, Xiaoyao, shook his head. No need. If there were top experts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao here, they would be shocked. Because that giant face was the leader of the assassin organization. For the fastest update, please visit. For mobile phones, please visit. Chapter 4125. The empty spirit realm lord was depressed. After so many years of planning, he had finally refined 1,000 men of sacrifice. He also thought that the time was ripe to attack the wandering dragon realm. After all, a small domain was also a piece of meat. If he could occupy 2 domains at the same time, it would definitely be a qualitative improvement to his strength. Perhaps after being baptized by the power of the heavenly way of the 2 domains, he could successfully break through to a higher level. This was also the dream that he had been pursuing. But now, the empty spirit realm lord could not help but want to curse. What kind of bullshit luck was this? He had just invaded the wandering dragon realm, and the realm lord position that had been empty for so many years was filled by someone. And he had finally refined 1,000 men of sacrifice, but he had encountered a thunder fire beast king that was comparable to him, as well as 5 high-level beast kings. This was simply too shocking. The war broke out. As time passed, more and more experts in the wandering dragon realm joined the war. At first, the 1,000 men of sacrifice could still use their special bodies to gain the upper hand. But after the Thunder Fire Beast King's violent slaughter, the men of sacrifice were too exhausted. After they were killed by the Thunder Fire Beast King, they were truly dead and could not be revived. As time passed, the men of sacrifice came less and less. And in the battle of the Realm Lords, although Fang Qin had just become a Realm Lord, he had the 2nd level of Heart Force. He was not at a disadvantage against the Empty Spirit Realm Lord. As time passed, the Empty Spirit Realm Lord began to panic. How could this be? The Empty Spirit Realm Lord found that more than half of the 1,000 men of sacrifice he had brought had been killed. If this continued, they would definitely be wiped out. But at this time he had no way out. Once he left, it would mean that the plan had completely failed. Losing 1,000 men of sacrifice was a huge blow to the entire empty spirit realm, and it might even lead to a counterattack from the wandering dragon realm. This was something he did not want to see. Damn it! The empty spirit realm lord clenched his teeth and glared at Fang Qin. He believed that the source of all this came from this fellow in front of him. If he could kill him, all his problems would be easily solved. Kill. The empty spirit realm lord went all out. He wanted to kill Fang Qin at all costs. At the same time, the dominant forces of the 9 major zones also sent out their troops. In the Zilong domain, the Zilong clan had just been rebuilt. Although they had not fully recovered, they did not hesitate to lead their army to reinforce the ethereal realm when they learned that the ethereal realm was attacking. The two-headed supreme was also at the forefront, trying to curry favor with Fang Qin. The other domains also sent out their troops and gathered in front of the Golden Dragon Palace. Kill! The Wood Forest Beast Kings had gone crazy. Some death warriors could be destroyed directly, but some death warriors could be restored after being destroyed. This required the Thunderfire Beast Kings' powerful methods. In short, the 6 Beast Kings worked together to defend at the very front. The death warriors could not attack the people behind them. This also gave the experts of the roaming dragon realm a better opportunity to display their strength. They seemed to see the dawn of victory in the war. Kill. Kill everyone from the empty spirit world. Damned empty spirit realm. How dare they invade our roaming dragon realm? They are courting death. Battle cries reverberated throughout the sky, and the war entered an unprecedented white-hot stage. At this moment, the empty spirit realm lord was forced into a corner and finally used his trump card. He forcefully summoned the power of the empty spirit realm's heavenly path. He knew the danger of doing so, but in the current situation he had no other choice. He had to borrow the power of the empty spirit realm's heavenly path to kill Fang Qin. Otherwise, if things dragged on, the empty spirit realm would definitely lose, teleporting the power of the heavenly Tao. When Fang Qin saw this, he was a little stunned. Normally speaking, as the realm lord, he was the absolute ruler of his own realm. Moreover, he could mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao at any time and anywhere. However, once they left their own realm, it would be very difficult for them to mobilize the power of the heavenly ways unless they had no other choice. Furthermore, mobilizing the power of the heavenly ways across realms was very risky. If they were defeated, the power of the heavenly ways of the ethereal world would be damaged, and the entire ethereal world would be in an extremely weak state. There was no way they could resist the invasion of foreign forces. Therefore, when the empty spirit realm lord used this method, it meant that he was going all out. He did not leave himself any way out. If he failed, he would be doomed eternally. Aren't you afraid that if you fail, the empty spirit realm will change owners? Fang Qin said coldly. The empty spirit realm lord's face was ferocious as he continued to absorb the power of the heavenly ways across realms to strengthen himself. Impossible, I will not fail. The one who will fail is you. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to occupy the wandering dragon realm. At that time, he could use the power of the wandering dragon realm to repair the damage of the empty spirit realm's heavenly ways. Boom! 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 Above the firmament, there was a passage at the speed of light. In that passage, there was an endless stream of power of the heavenly ways that surged and drilled into the body of the empty spirit realm lord. Soon, the aura emitted from his body had reached the limit of the supreme realm. Crack! The moment the passage disappeared, the last wisp of power of the heavenly ways entered the body of the empty spirit realm lord. His aura soared again, reaching a terrifying level. At this moment, the empty spirit realm lord stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at everyone and said coldly, "What do you have to fight me now? Have I reached the limit?" Fang Qin shrugged. The disappearance of the passage meant that the empty spirit realm lord had reached the limit of the heavenly ways that he could borrow. Otherwise, the foundation of the empty spirit realm would be damaged. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not impossible to deal with, Fong Qin said softly. Then he activated his heart force to absorb the wandering dragon realm's heavenly ways. You're courting death. The empty spirit realm lord sneered. He would not give Fong Qin a chance. He immediately exploded with his strongest power and attacked the latter. What should we do? Do we need help? The Forest Beast King, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, saw this scene and was worried about Fong Qin's safety. The Thunder Fire Beast King said, "This is a battle between realm lords. We can't interfere." If they interfered, not only would they not be able to help Fong Qin, they would also drag him down. Moreover, the Thunder Fire Beast King believed that although Fong Qin's realm was low, he could use all the heavenly ways of the Wandering Dragon realm to fight on his home ground. With the support of the people's faith, he would not be weaker than the empty spirit realm lord. Boom! Boom! The battle between realm lords was beyond everyone's imagination. When the Golden Dragon Palace lord saw this, he was completely stunned. Is this a true realm lord? His heart was in turmoil. He had dreamed of becoming a realm lord for all these years. Now that he personally felt the pressure of a realm lord, his heart was filled with shock. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, anyone who could become a realm lord had something extraordinary. It did not mean that becoming a realm lord meant that one was very strong. In fact, in the vast world gap, there were countless terrifying experts. They could not be bothered to fight for the position of realm lord. Instead, they buried themselves in cultivation. Who will win? After sensing the true battle between realm lords, the Golden Dragon Palace lord's eyes burned with passion. Chapter 41:26. In fact, a true realm lord battle was far more exciting and intense than the battle between Fong Qin and the empty spirit realm lord. One must know that in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, the realm lords of the core realms were all at the pinnacle of martial arts. Only a realm lord of such a remote region could be like the empty spirit realm lord. However, to be able to become a realm lord at the sovereign realm was enough to prove his strength. The empty spirit realm lord was very talented, but he was too eager for quick success. As a result, he had been stagnant all these years and was unable to break through to a higher realm. This was his fatal flaw. Therefore, he had rushed to invade the Wandering Dragon realm, hoping to be baptized by 2 different heavenly path powers and break through the shackles. However, he had chosen the wrong time. The Wandering Dragon realm had a master. Fong Qin, as the realm lord, had mobilized the Wandering Dragon realm's heavenly path power and was supported by the faith of all living beings. In the short term, the empty spirit realm lord had the upper hand, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that after a long time, the final winner would be Fong Qin. Boom! The empty spirit boundary lord had put all his eggs in one basket. He couldn't care less anymore. He had already activated the heavenly Tao energy. He had absorbed to the extreme. The current him was like a god of war, suppressing everything. Even the Thunder Fire Beast King was a little afraid of him. However, Fong Qin didn't shrink back. Kacha! Fong Qin displayed his ultimate sword Tao. Terrifying sword light intertwined, forming a terrifying sword net. Within the sword net, there was a strange power that made one's heart palpitate. If it was anyone else who had just become a realm lord, they would not be able to withstand the powerful attack of the empty spirit realm lord. However, Fong Qin was different. He had terrifying heart power and was a true soul cultivator. He could completely make up for this weakness. When he used the second level of heart power, the battle seemed to have no suspense. He had withstood the storm-like attacks of the empty spirit realm lord. Now it was his turn to attack. How is this possible? After a series of attacks, the empty spirit realm master was shocked to discover that Fong Qin was actually unharmed, and the heavenly energy in his body that had crossed through space had already been greatly reduced. He gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. He planned to use this last chance to fight. Empty spirit, divine art. Following the furious roar of the empty spirit, world master, the color of the entire world changed. Frightening energy continued to emerge, with the empty spirit, world master, at the center. In an instant, it engulfed the entire world. At the same time, the empty spirit, world master's body also floated up. A huge ball of light condensed above his head, and intense light illuminated the entire land. The empty spirit divine technique was the strongest secret technique of the empty spirit sector lord. It had been a long time since he used it. When he cultivated the spiritual void divine art to its peak, he discovered that the spiritual void divine art was incomplete. Furthermore, he discovered a fatal flaw, which was that every time he used the spiritual void divine art, his free and natural physique would be weakened by a little. Therefore, ever since he became the empty spirit sector lord, he had never used his famous cultivation technique, the empty spirit divine art. Everyone thought that he was a sector lord and didn't need to use his full strength to suppress everything. However, the truth was that he didn't dare to use it. If he continued to use it endlessly, his free and natural physique would be completely weakened until it became an ordinary physical body. At that time, he wouldn't be able to withstand the baptism of the heavenly Tao. However, right now he couldn't care so much. He directly used the empty spirit divine art and also pushed his free and natural physique to its peak. The two combined, erupting with the strongest power. Boom! Boom! If it wasn't for the protection of the heavenly Tao, the entire wandering dragon world would have been destroyed. Facing the terrifying attack of the empty spirit world master, Fang Qin didn't choose to face it head-on this time. Instead, he turned around and dodged. However, the empty spirit world master's strength was too strong. He couldn't completely dodge in time and was hit by the huge ball of light above the empty spirit world master's head. Boom! The huge ball of light exploded, shaking the earth and mountains. The explosive force swept across the entire Golden Dragon Palace. The numerous experts of the Wandering Dragon world who were engaged in an intense battle were sent flying. Even the death warriors of the empty spirit world were overturned. Retreat quickly. The Golden Dragon Palace master roared and led the experts to retreat, avoiding the terrifying storm. In the center of the storm, Fang Qin, who had been hit, had already disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, the 5 high-level Beast Kings' expressions changed. They suddenly couldn't sense Fang Qin's aura. What did this mean? All the Beast Kings knew very well that this meant that Fang Qin was dead. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Thunder Fire Beast King was the first to not believe it. He transformed into his true form. His mountain-like body walked towards the center of the storm. At the same time, countless lightning bolts surrounded his body. He wanted to find Fang Qin. Master's strength is heaven-defying. He can't be dead. The Thunder Fire Beast King remembered the scene in the abyss when he stopped him from attacking. That expert definitely wouldn't sit idly by and let Fang Qin die. Let's go and find Master. The 5 high-level Beast Kings looked at each other and also rushed into the center of the storm. Ha ha ha, all of you die. The empty spirit world master fell into a state of madness. He laughed crazily, and his hands quickly formed seals. He wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the entire wandering dragon world. At this moment, the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, who was hunting at the end of the abyss, witnessed everything. Empty spirit divine art? 9th senior brother Freedom King's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. The empty spirit world lord's so-called empty spirit divine art came from an extremely evil cultivation technique. That cultivation technique belonged to the enemy forces of the Palace of Fortune before the primordial world was destroyed. Although the primordial world was destroyed and the enemy forces disappeared, their cultivation technique seemed to have been passed down. It was also possible that, like the experts of the Palace of Fortune, their forces also had people who survived. Moreover, they had evolved this empty spirit divine art. However, it was obvious that the empty spirit divine art had been evolved countless times and had completely lost the essence of the demonic cultivation technique. Only a trace of demonic power remained. Even so, the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, was very unhappy. After all, that force had killed many of his fellow disciples of the Palace of Fortune. He immediately sent a message to his junior brother, Feng Qin, and told him to ask about the origin of the empty spirit divine art. In the center of the storm, everyone thought that Feng Qin had died. Only the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, knew that his junior brother couldn't have died. Although he was in danger of dying from the explosion of the empty spirit divine art, at the critical moment, he used the sky-splitting axe to block most of the power. Moreover, he used his heart force to protect his body. It could be said that it was only a superficial wound. I hope that I'm overthinking. The ninth senior brother, the Freedom King, stared at the crazed empty spirit realm lord and mumbled to himself. He didn't wish to see the resurgence of that enemy power. He hoped that he was just imagining things. Chapter 41:27. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual void divine art was too powerful. The terrifying spiritual void storm lasted for about an hour. During this time, no one could get close to the center of the explosion. Even the 5 high-level Beast Kings and the Thunder Fire Beast King couldn't do anything. Boom! The Thunder Fire Beast King couldn't remember how many times it had been blown away by the spiritual void storm. However, it didn't stop. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at the center of the storm. It wanted to save Feng Qin regardless of its own safety. It knew how strong the terrifying existence at the end of the abyss was. It could probably turn it into ashes with just a thought. Therefore, it wanted to save Feng Qin at all costs. What should we do? The Wood Forest Beast King was also very anxious. Even the Thunder Fire Beast King couldn't do anything. The 5 high-level Beast Kings were even more helpless. Could they only watch their master die? Moreover, as time passed, the energy of the explosion had already spread throughout the Wandering Dragon World. If the Realm Lord died, the Wandering Dragon World would be destroyed. Kill him! After the Realm Lord used the spiritual void divine art, he was already showing signs of madness. He crazily increased his strength and attacked the explosion. However, at this moment, at the center of the explosion, Feng Qin held the sky-splitting axe. The second layer of heart force formed a barrier to protect his body. The sky-splitting axe blocked 90% of the power of the spiritual void divine art. The remaining 10% was absorbed by his heart force. In simple terms, this was the spiritual void divine art that the Realm Lord was so proud of. However, it didn't cause any substantial damage to Feng Qin. It only caused some superficial wounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After another hour, the sky-splitting axe finally absorbed all the energy of the explosion. In the next moment, the heaven path energy of the Wandering Dragon World turned into a light pillar and rushed down. It smashed onto Feng Qin's body and then spread out at a terrifying speed, covering the entire Wandering Dragon World. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Wandering Dragon World jumped up excitedly from their sadness and despair. The Thunderous Fire Beast King and the 5 high-level Beast Kings also smiled ecstatically. Ha ha ha! I knew that Master wouldn't die so easily. Master is still alive. Under everyone's expectant gazes, a figure standing on the ground appeared before their eyes. He held the sky-splitting axe in his hand and was like a god of war, shocking everyone. How is this possible? The moment he saw Feng Qin, the empty spirit Realm Lord went completely mad. He had paid such a painful price, and yet he wasn't able to injure him. How was this possible? Damn it. At this moment, the empty spirit Realm Lord couldn't care less and used the empty spirit divine technique again. Wang. The spiritual void divine technique was very sinister. Every time it was used, it would devour a portion of the free and natural physique's characteristics. After using it twice in a row, the free and natural physique's characteristics had already dropped to the extreme. But this time, the explosive storm formed by the spiritual void divine art still didn't hurt Fangchen. Instead, the sky-splitting axe absorbed a huge amount of energy. Even the seal inside the axe seemed to be loosening. No, absolutely impossible. The empty spirit realm lord went completely mad. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the enemy in front of him. As for the consequences, he did not even think about it. Boom, boom, boom. After using the spiritual void divine art consecutively, the free and natural physique had suffered an unprecedented blow. It was already unable to support the empty spirit realm lord's explosive power, and the power of the spiritual void divine art he used was also decreasing. No one noticed that the empty spirit realm lord's eyes were slightly empty. It was as if he was affected by the spiritual void divine art and had lost his mind. It's time to end this. Even the strongest spiritual void divine art couldn't do anything to him. The empty spirit realm lord was already a lamp without oil. The plan this time could be considered a complete failure. Not only would he lose his life, he would also lose the empty spirit realm. Kill! Fangchen began his counterattack. The sky-splitting axe that was accumulating energy fiercely chopped down at the empty spirit realm lord. Kacha! The latter didn't have any strength to dodge. His body was instantly split into two, and his internal organs were ruptured. However, after suffering such heavy injuries, the empty spirit realm lord recovered in the blink of an eye. It was just that his mind was still a little crazy. Ha ha ha, it's useless. As long as the empty spirit realm isn't destroyed, I won't die. The empty spirit realm lord laughed maniacally. Fangchen frowned. What he said was true. As long as the empty spirit realm wasn't destroyed, he couldn't kill the other party at all. He could only suppress him. However, it was still a huge hidden danger. At this moment, the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, who was at the end of the abyss, had a rare trace of killing intent in his eyes. Humph! He snorted coldly. Even though the cultivation technique has been evolved countless times and has long lost the demonic nature of the sect, it still has a subtle influence on cultivators. It should be killed. Obviously, he had seen through the essence. The empty spirit realm lord had continuously used the spiritual void divine art and had fallen into madness. Such a person couldn't be left alive. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, through the endless void, he directly pierced through the empty spirit realm lord. The empty spirit realm lord, who was laughing maniacally a second ago, had a thumb-sized bloody hole on his head in the next second. His eyes were filled with fear as he unwillingly fell into a pool of blood. Fangchen was also a little stunned. The empty spirit realm lord had died? What on earth was going on? But soon he heard the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao's voice in his mind. Little junior brother, the empty spirit realm lord has been tainted with demonic nature. I have already killed him. Next, you have to take control of the empty spirit realm. Investigate carefully and see if anyone else has cultivated similar cultivation techniques. After hearing the ninth brother's voice, Fangchen realized the seriousness of the matter. The ninth brother's tone was very heavy. It seemed that there was a big problem with the spiritual void divine art that the empty spirit realm lord had cultivated. Don't worry, ninth brother. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Fangchen still assured the ninth brother. Crack! The empty spirit realm lord's body was directly incinerated. Then the empty spirit realm's heavenly energy flowed back, and the empty spirit realm was in a masterless state. All the experts in the empty spirit realm were in shock. Had the empty spirit realm lord died? In the wandering dragon realm, the Thunder Fire Beast King and the 5 high-level Beast Kings were also completely stunned. Didn't they say that as long as the realm was not destroyed, the realm lord would not die? How did the empty spirit realm lord die? The Golden Dragon Palace master was even more dumbfounded. He thought that it was all Feng Chen's doing. He was terrified. At the same time, he deeply understood that he had to serve the new realm lord wholeheartedly. He couldn't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Feng Chen announced the death of the empty spirit realm lord, the 1,000 men of sacrifice also disappeared. The entire wandering dragon realm was extremely shocked. It was the first time they knew that as long as the realm was not destroyed, the realm lord would also die. However, what Feng Chen announced next made their blood boil. The empty spirit realm invaded my wandering dragon realm for no reason and caused such a large number of casualties. They must pay a heavy price. Therefore, I have decided to reorganize the army and set off in 3 days to attack the empty spirit realm. Chapter 41:28. Originally, Feng Chen had planned to attack and occupy the ethereal world after killing the ethereal world lord. This was the price of war. You want to invade my territory, but you will be killed by me. You will have to pay a heavy price. In addition, the message from the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, made Feng Chen even more vigilant. He thought that the ethereal world must be hiding some shocking secret. Otherwise, how could it alert the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao? The war in the wandering dragon world had ended. The experts of the 9 domains cheered. The Zilong family of the Zilong domain, after a long silence, burst into a roar like a tsunami. They had made the right bet. Feng Chen not only became the lord of the wandering dragon world, but also successfully killed the ethereal world lord. This was an unprecedented event for them. They could imagine that with the support of the ethereal world lord, the Zilong domain would definitely become the top force in the future. In the other domains, the forces that had submitted to Feng Chen early on were also glad that they had made the right choice. As for the forces that had submitted on the surface, but were secretly leaning towards the Golden Dragon Palace, they were trembling in fear. They all went to the Golden Dragon Palace to beg for the ethereal world lord's forgiveness. Of course, with Feng Chen's current status, he naturally couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. Moreover, he had given the management rights of the wandering dragon world to the Golden Dragon Palace lord. The latter had witnessed the battle between the ethereal world lords and was full of respect for Feng Chen. At this moment, he didn't dare to have any selfish thoughts in his heart. He only wanted to serve Feng Chen. The entire wandering dragon world was supported by the belief of all living beings. Feng Chen's strength was also increasing day by day. However, the ethereal world lord had brought 1,000 men of sacrifice to attack, turning countless areas of the wandering dragon world into ruins. The Golden Dragon Palace lord had led many experts to begin rebuilding. 3 days later, Feng Chen led the 5 high-level beast kings and the Thunder Fire Beast King on their journey to the ethereal realm. He did not bring the Golden Dragon Palace lord, nor did he bring the roaming dragon realm experts. The realm lord of the empty spirit realm had already fallen. The Thunder Fire Beast King alone was enough to wipe out the entire empty spirit realm. It would be useless no matter how many people he brought. Moreover, once they encountered danger, it would be easier for them to retreat. Farewell, Sector Lord. The Golden Dragon Palace master cupped his fists. Protect the roaming dragon world well and speed up the reconstruction. When I return, I want to see a brand new roaming dragon world. After Feng Chen said that, he disappeared. The ethereal realm was the closest realm to the wandering dragon realm. Originally, the 2 realms did not interfere with each other. However, due to the appearance of the Gate of Hunting, the ethereal realm lord could no longer hold himself back. He wanted to annex the wandering dragon realm and thoroughly investigate the Gate of Hunting. In the end, he died, and even the empty spirit realm was about to fall. At this moment, empty spirit realm Lord Manor. When the heavenly energy of the empty spirit realm underwent a huge change, The protective layer around the entire realm Lord Manor completely disappeared. Then, the upper echelons of the Realm Lord Manor were shocked to find that the Realm Lord's life slip had shattered. Suddenly, the entire Realm Lord Manor was in an uproar. What kind of joke was this? The Realm Lord had actually fallen. What was going on? How could this be? Everyone exclaimed, their faces full of doubts. Normally, as long as the realm was not destroyed, the Realm Lord would not die. However, why was the empty spirit realm still intact, but the Realm Lord had died? Moreover, they did not sense the appearance of a new Realm Lord. This meant that no one could replace the Realm Lord's position. Then, there was only one possibility. In the roaming dragon world, there was a peak expert above the supreme realm who had killed the Realm Lord. This guess caused the entire empty spirit realm to fall into panic. The second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor gathered all the experts overnight to discuss countermeasures. However, it was still too late. Boom! In the sky, a flaming light beam swooped down, carrying a terrifying power of thunder, and exploded above the Realm Lord Manor. A deafening sound resounded through the sky, and the explosion's energy directly destroyed the Realm Lord Manor. Whoosh! 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 Countless experts in the Realm Lord Manor soared into the sky, glaring at the Thunder Fire Beast King. Who are you? Why did you attack my empty spirit realm? The second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor asked in a deep voice. The empty spirit realm lord led 1,000 death warriors to invade the roaming dragon world. Now we are here to counter-invade, the Thunder Fire Beast King said coldly. As soon as this was said, the experts of the empty spirit realm trembled. Everyone's eyes were focused on the second-in-command. It's you! The second-in-command was stunned. He did not expect the roaming dragon world to act so quickly. However, after sensing carefully, he realized that the Thunder Fire Beast King was only at the peak level. It was impossible for such a level of combat power to kill the Realm Lord. Could it be that the expert behind them did not appear? Yes, it's us. Fan Chin took a step forward and looked at everyone with a smile. Our objective for coming here is very simple. We're not here to kill. We're here to take over the empty spirit world. If you know what's good for you, cooperate obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Humph, presumptuous. Someone could not help but curse and attack directly. Boom! The Thunder Fire Beast King killed him with a punch. If you want to try the power of my fist, then go ahead. Facing the threat of the Thunder Fire Beast King, no one dared to act rashly. Even the second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor was weighing the pros and cons. We of the Empty Spirit realm believe in strength and fists. If you want to make me submit, you have to show me strength that can subdue me, the second-in-command said after a long while. In fact, he had thought it through. The cultivation world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. He had followed the Empty Spirit Realm Lord because the latter's methods were too ruthless, and he was stronger than him. People had to bow under the eaves. It did not matter who he followed. The most important thing was that he had to be stronger than him for him to acknowledge. Okay, I'll satisfy you, the Thunder Fire Beast King said. However, Fan Chin pulled him back and did it himself. The second level of heart force was activated. In an instant, the second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor was sent flying. The latter was shocked. He did not even have a chance to react before he was defeated. Moreover, the most important thing was that the opponent's realm was not as high as his, but the aura just now, he swore that it was the most powerful aura he had ever seen. You, the second-in-command who got up from the ground, was completely stunned. This is the Realm Lord of our wandering dragon realm, the Wood Forest Beast King introduced. Hearing this, the second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor finally understood. This person was able to become the Realm Lord at such a realm. He must have something extraordinary about him. Moreover, the strength he displayed just now was the ability to kill the Empty Spirit Realm Lord. You killed the Empty Spirit Realm Lord? Even so, he still had to ask to clear his doubts. I killed him, Fangchen said. Not only him, but in the entire empty spirit realm, I think no one is my match. At this moment, his body was shining with golden light, like an invincible god of war. Chapter 41:29. From the moment the empty spirit sector lord was killed, no one in the entire empty spirit sector was a match for Fangchen. After all, he could even kill the sector lord, which broke everyone's understanding. Now he led his troops to invade the empty spirit sector. Even the second in command of the sector, Lord Manor, was defeated by him. No one could stop him. When the second in command felt Fangchen's terrifying aura, he trembled and knelt down on one knee to show his allegiance. All right, from today onwards, the Wandering Dragon sector will take over the empty spirit sector. But the structure of the empty spirit sector will not change. After I become the sector lord, you will manage the empty spirit sector for me. Fangchen's voice echoed throughout the empty spirit sector. Suddenly, there were many voices of opposition. They did not approve of Fangchen, nor did they support Fangchen. Humph! The Thunder Fire Beast King snorted and spat out a thunder fire from his mouth, killing those people instantly. This scene was extremely shocking. In an instant, no one dared to resist. Congratulations, Sector Lord. The second in command of the sector, Lord Manor, took the lead and knelt down. Fangchen did not waste time and directly refined the empty spirit sector. Master, be careful. It's very difficult to be two sector lords at the same time. The Thunder Fire Beast King reminded. He was the sector lord of the Wandering Dragon sector and had the protection of the Wandering Dragon sector's heavenly way. It was very difficult to be recognized by the empty spirit sector's heavenly way. The two different heavenly ways would cause a strong rejection. However, Fangchen was very confident in himself. Buzz! Fangchen sat cross-legged as a terrifying light appeared around his body. He activated the empty spirit sector's heavenly way and began to attack. At this moment, a group of people hiding in a dark corner had faces full of anger. They vaguely emitted a trace of demonic chi. What do we do now? The sector lord is dead. Where do we go? One of them asked. The others also expressed their anger and helplessness. With their current strength, they were not able to avenge the empty spirit sector lord. After weighing the pros and cons, the leader said, "Now we must hide. As long as we are alive, as long as the empty spirit divine art is still around, we will have a day. That's right. Our bloodline must survive. Let's take advantage of the chaos in the ethereal realm and escape." Soon, the group withdrew their demonic chi and disappeared without a trace. However, what they didn't know was that they had been discovered by Fangchen before they could escape from the ethereal realm. It was very difficult for ordinary people to be the master of two realms, but Fangchen was different. He was a spiritual cultivator, and his heart force had already reached the second level. Even the 9th disciple of the Palace of Fortune before the destruction of the Hongmeng world was shocked by his attainments in the path of soul. One could only imagine how great his potential was. Previously, he had obtained the recognition of the roaming dragon world's heavenly Tao because of heart force. Now it was the same. With the help of heart force, he obtained the recognition of the ethereal world's heavenly Tao without any effort. The moment he became the master of the empty spirit world and fused with the power of the heavenly way, the entire empty spirit world was under his control. He naturally discovered the few people who were preparing to escape. Although he did not sense any demonic chi from them, he sensed the presence of the empty spirit divine technique. "You want to leave?" Fangchen sneered. He grabbed with his hand, and instantly across the endless void he enveloped the few people and caught them in front of him. "How is this possible?" Everyone exclaimed and looked at Fangchen in disbelief. "You. Impossible, absolutely impossible." One of them wanted to self-destruct, but he realized that his body had been imprisoned by Fangchen and could not move at all. "You all cultivated the empty spirit divine technique?" Fong Chen looked down at them from above and asked coldly, "Although you are the master of the realm, you cannot kill the innocent." After a brief moment of panic, the leader gradually calmed down. As long as he did not reveal any flaws, he should not be discovered. He gathered his courage and looked Fong Chen in the eyes. The empty spirit divine technique is a legacy technique of the master of the realm. We have followed the master of the realm to conquer the world, so it is reasonable for us to cultivate the empty spirit divine technique. However, I did not expect that you would want to kill us all just because we cultivated the empty spirit divine technique. Are you trying to kill us all? Aren't you afraid that the people of the empty spirit world will oppose you? Although we cultivated the empty spirit divine technique, we only recognize the master of the realm. You have become the master of the realm. From now on, we are willing to serve you. Everyone spoke one after another. In short, they just wanted to live. Fong Chen shrugged. These people wanted to accuse him of killing them all, and wanted to take the opportunity to anger the experts of the empty spirit world so that they would join forces to ostracize him. What a joke! Swoosh! Fong Chen flicked his finger and instantly crippled their cultivation. Then he said, "Take them away. I will deal with them after I am done here." The Thunder Fire Beast King nodded and opened its bloody mouth, sucking them into its stomach. At this moment, Fong Chen turned his head and faced the people of the empty spirit world. He said in a clear voice, "Although I have a grudge against the previous master of the empty spirit world, he has been killed by me. From now on, I have no grudges with the experts of the empty spirit world. Now that I have become the master of the realm, I will not interfere too much in the battles between the various forces. As long as you do not do anything out of line, I will not interfere. Moreover, I will not interfere with the structure of the empty spirit world. I will even let the second-in-command of the realm Lord Manor manage the operations of the entire empty spirit world." After hearing Fong Chen's words, the leaders of the various forces breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this new master of the realm was ambitious and did not care for the empty spirit world. This was good. At least they did not have to worry about being punished or even killed because they were too close to the previous master of the empty spirit world. The second-in-command of the realm, Lord Manor, was overjoyed. He said to the crowd, "I hereby swear that from now on, I will serve the realm Lord wholeheartedly. If I break my promise, I will be punished by the heavens." At the same time, he also emphasized that no force or cultivator in the empty spirit world could be enemies with the new master of the realm. "Welcome, Realm Lord." The people of the empty spirit world knelt down and bowed to the new master of the realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A huge power of faith came from all directions and poured into Fong Chen's mind. It merged with the power of faith of the wandering dragon world and constantly improved his strength. Whoosh! Fong Chen sighed. No wonder so many people wanted to become the master of the realm. Just the power of faith alone was enough to benefit the cultivators. Of course, those peak experts who stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path did not care about the position of the master of the realm at all. Their time was too precious. They used it to cultivate and pursue the peak of martial arts. They could not be bothered with the struggles of the mortal world. Now that he had become the master of 2 realms, he gradually had the capital to survive in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In his mind, the 9 heavens realm that the black-robed ancestor had mentioned appeared. Chapter 4130. The power of faith from the 2 realms continuously entered Fong Chen's body, causing his strength to slowly increase. Although he was only a middle-level supreme martial artist, his real combat power was definitely comparable to an advanced supreme martial artist. If he used the sky-splitting axe and heart force, he could compete with an ultimate supreme martial artist. Of course, these were all his trump cards. A few days later, the empty spirit world was completely stabilized. The second-in-command of the Realm Lord's Manor completed the integration of the forces of the entire empty spirit world with ease. After the integration, All the forces of the empty spirit world absolutely submitted to Fangchen. On this day, in the meeting hall of the Realm Lord's Manor, Fangchen used a secret technique to completely seal the meeting hall. The 5 high-level Beast Kings stood behind him. The Thunder Fire Beast King glanced at Fangchen, then threw the few people who had cultivated the spiritual void divine technique out of its stomach. Whoosh! They were trapped in the Thunder Fire Beast King's stomach and were tortured. Now that they could finally see the light of day, they were extremely happy. However, before the smiles on their faces disappeared, they found that Fangchen was staring at them. You, the leader, looked at Fangchen and wanted to say something, but he was sent flying by the Thunder Fire Beast King with a slap. This is the current realm lord of the empty spirit world. Don't make a fuss. Hearing this, the others trembled. How could they escape from the hands of the empty spirit world's realm lord in the territory of the empty spirit world? In the end, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask Fangchen how to let them live. Realm Lord, although we used to follow the empty spirit world's realm lord, we didn't do anything outrageous. You don't have to kill us, do you? Someone asked. Yes, isn't it because we cultivated the spiritual void divine technique? If you can let us live, we can destroy the spiritual void divine technique and hand over the scroll of this secret technique. There were even people who expressed that they hoped to follow Fangchen. In short, for the sake of survival, they did everything they could. However, Fangchen remained indifferent to all of that. It had to be said that the spiritual void divine art was indeed a very powerful secret technique. If it wasn't for the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao's message, Fangchen would have personally studied the uniqueness of this technique. What a pity. Fangchen shook his head. When the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, sent the message, it was already destined that they would die. The reason why they were allowed to live for a while longer was to find clues to see if there was an evil force behind the spiritual void divine art. Recognize your situation clearly. You don't have the qualifications to bargain. Answer whatever the master asks. The Wooden Forest Beast King glared at them. Realm Lord, what do you want to know? The leader asked. Fangchen walked up to them and asked with a smile, Where did you learn the spiritual void divine art? It was taught to us by the previous Realm Lord. That's right. Back then, we followed the Realm Lord to conquer the world and made great contributions. In the end, the Realm Lord formed a suicide squad. We were in charge, so he secretly taught us the spiritual void divine art. Another person said, Puchi. Fangchen flicked his finger. Immediately, a bloody hole appeared on the forehead of the person who spoke. He lost his life instantly. You guys are very dishonest. I don't like it. He wouldn't give them a second chance. As long as they lied, they would die without a doubt. Seeing this, the remaining people trembled. Their hearts were filled with fear. This is your last chance. Speak. Fangchen looked at the leader of the group and said, Our spiritual void divine art was taught to us by a mysterious person. The leader was terrified. He had no choice but to tell the truth. Who? Fangchen continued to ask. We don't know who he is. We only know that he can control the ethereal world. The previous Realm Lord was appointed by him. The Realm Lord's spiritual void divine art was also learned with us. After that person taught us the spiritual void divine art, he disappeared. However, before he left behind a mission that was to devour the surrounding worlds as much as possible. Moreover, there was an even more important mission. That was to find the gate of the hunt. Fangchen's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. He didn't need to think to know that the mysterious person who taught the ethereal world lord and the others the spiritual void divine art must be related to the evil force that the 9th brother mentioned. The mission he left behind was to find the gate of the hunt. What did this mean? Could it be that the force had really risen from the ashes? Did they already know where the 9th brother was hiding? Did they want to find the gate of the hunt and enter the hunting world to deal with the ninth brother? Thinking of this, Fong Chen directly used his heart force to contact the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao. Ninth brother. Fong Chen told the ninth brother everything he knew. After hearing this, the latter fell into deep thought. Ninth brother, what should we do next? Fong Chen's voice interrupted the ninth brother's thoughts. He slowly raised his head and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the force has really risen from the ashes?" But soon, his expression gradually became serious, and even a trace of cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Before the destruction of the primordial world, the Palace of Fortune had an irreconcilable hatred with the evil force. Originally, they thought that the evil force had been destroyed after the destruction of the primordial world. Who would have thought that after countless years, there would be another clue about the evil force? Was it a coincidence that the mysterious person who taught them the spiritual void divine art, or was he really related to the evil force? Continue to investigate and see if you can get any useful information from them. The ninth brother replied, "As for the evil force, you don't have to worry about it. See if you can find out the identity of the mysterious person. Follow the vine to the melon and find more important clues." "Okay, I'll go and interrogate them now." After communicating with the ninth brother, Fong Chen began to interrogate these people seriously. He did not let go of any details. In the end, he even had the Thunder Fire Beast King cripple their cultivation and forcibly use the soul-searching technique to check their memories. However, he did not expect this. When his consciousness came into contact with their memories, all of a sudden their bodies seemed to have activated self-destruct mode and exploded uncontrollably. Boom! There were continuous explosions in the meeting hall. But because of the seal, the outside world could not hear anything. This, the Thunder Fire Beast King, was also stunned. What a vicious method to install a self-destruct device in their minds. Once their memories were touched, they would activate the self-destruct mode. This was to prevent anyone from checking their memories. The more it was like this, the more it meant that there was something wrong with these people. That mysterious person must have some unspeakable secrets. But now, Fong Chen was having a headache. The clues were cut off here. How was he going to find the mysterious person? For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit mobile phone recommendation. Recommenda font size 15px color. Hashtag 396DD4 padding 010px. Chapter 40, 131. There was a self-destruct device installed in their bodies. Once their souls were searched, the self-destruct device would be activated. Now that they were all dead, the clues were suddenly cut off. Fong Chen found a copy of the spiritual void divine art from their bodies, but it was useless. He could not study it at all. In the end, he passed the copy of the spiritual void divine art to the ninth brother to study it slowly. He then integrated the two realms. A few months later, the two realms were completely under Fong Chen's control. The faith of countless living beings endlessly drilled into Fong Chen's mind. During this period of time, his strength had also improved by leaps and bounds, and even his heart force had increased by a lot. However, there was still a certain gap between him and the third level. On this day, Fong Chen appeared in the ice field of the Wandering Dragon Realm and continued to break through. During this period of time, he constantly wandered around the major forbidden areas of the Wandering Dragon Realm and the Ethereal Realm, looking for pressure and looking for a breakthrough. Currently, his cultivation had reached the perfect middle stage utmost exalted level. He was only a step away from reaching the advanced stage utmost exalted level. This time he chose the icy domain. This was the first forbidden area of the Wandering Dragon Realm. It was snowing all year round, and at a glance it was covered with ice and snow. There was also a very special field here. As long as one entered, their body would be out of control and would be suppressed by the field until they could not move. After Fong Chen entered the ice field with his strong physical body, he first resisted the attack of the ice and then resisted the control of the field. At first, it was very difficult for him, but he spent 3 months successfully resisting the attack of the ice. Finally, he could adapt to the cold temperature here. At this time, he began to devote himself to the field. There was a pattern to the field, but those who did not understand the field would not be able to find the pattern at all. Fong Chen also knew little about the field. He could only rely on his strong physical strength to resist and constantly cleanse himself in the flood-like power. Finally, after another year, he succeeded in resisting the control of the field. Rumble. On a certain day, a terrifying power shot up into the sky above the ice field, causing a phenomenon in the sky. The heaven and earth anomaly lasted for 3 months before it gradually disappeared. This scene caused a stir in the entire Wandering Dragon realm. Many experts came to ask the Golden Dragon Palace Master what had happened. Was there an invasion from the outside? The Golden Dragon Palace Master knew that the Realm Lord was breaking through, so he sealed off all information. However, at that moment, a Hydra ship passed by the World Gap. A group of interstellar bandits saw a terrifying phenomenon through the World Gap. Could it be that a treasure has been born? One of them asked with a fiery gaze. That should be the roaming dragon world. It's not far from us. Let's go and take a look. Soon, the Hydra organization's ships sped towards the wandering dragon world. At this very moment, the vision of heaven and earth disappeared, the power in Fong Chen's body surged. He had successfully stepped into the advanced Supreme Being level. Wang. With a single thought, the entire domain of ice was under his feet. No matter how cold the chi of ice rushed towards him, it did not affect him in the slightest. It was just that he was still unable to break the domain, but the domain of ice was also unable to do anything to him. What a magical field! Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that he didn't know anything about the field, and he didn't want to learn it. After all, a person's energy was limited, and he couldn't bear more. Just as Fong Chen was sighing, he suddenly sensed that someone had entered the wandering dragon world through the power of the heavenly way. He looked through the void and found that it was the Hydra organization's ship. Interstellar bandits. Fong Chen frowned. Why would the Hydra organization's interstellar bandits come here at this time? Could it be because of the heaven and earth anomaly just now? Swoosh! Almost a moment later, the Hydra organization's ship appeared in the ice field. Several interstellar bandits walked out of the battleship and stared at Fong Chen. Who are you? The leader asked. Did you get the treasure that was just born here? Another person asked. Fong Chen shook his head. The heaven and earth anomaly just now was caused by my breakthrough. There was no treasure born. Moreover, I am also an interstellar bandit of the Hydra organization, which belongs to the same organization as you. I don't think you would attack someone from the same organization, right? As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the Hydra organization's people changed greatly. But soon, the leader's expression returned to calmness, and he asked coldly, you say you are from Hydra, so you are from Hydra? Who would believe that? Crash! Fong Chen waved his hand. Enada, who had already received the news, drove the battleship over. There is no sign of the Hydra organization, someone said. Fong Chen explained that the reason why he erased the Hydra organization's expression was that he was chased before and was afraid that his enemies would find him. The leader nodded. Although there was no sign of the Hydra organization on the battleship, he could sense that the battleship belonged to the Hydra organization. However, just as his expression eased, he suddenly noticed something unusual. No, I have ridden on this battleship before. It belongs to the disciple of the White Emperor Palace. As soon as this remark came out, the other people also glared at Fong Chen and asked, Boy, you took the battleship from the disciple of the White Emperor Palace, right? You said that you were hiding from your enemies, but you were also hiding from the White Emperor Palace, right? Fong Chen was speechless. How could he be recognized? Could it be that these people knew the White Emperor Palace? Humph, you actually attacked someone from the same organization. This is unforgivable. I have some friendship with the disciple of the White Emperor Palace. Let me avenge him, the leader said sternly. Boy, don't try to escape. If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure that just appeared and everything you have. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. In fact, they had only met the disciple of the White Emperor Palace once. The reason why they attacked Fang Qin was firstly to befriend the White Emperor Palace. Secondly, they were greedy for the treasures on Fang Qin. After all, the heaven and earth phenomenon just now had lasted for too long and was too dazzling. They could clearly see it from the world gap. One could imagine that the treasure that was unearthed was definitely extraordinary. Therefore, they wanted to kill Fang Qin. I don't want to fight with you. Don't force me, Fang Qin said coldly. As the lord of a realm, he was naturally not afraid of these people. However, he was worried that these people had a way to contact the members of the other organizations. Once news of him was leaked, it would cause unnecessary trouble. However, if they insisted on attacking, he would directly kill them with lightning speed. He hoped that the news would not leak out. Otherwise, when a large number of experts came, he would have to give up on the roaming dragon realm and the empty spirit realm. Humph! How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? You are courting death. The people of the Hydra organization were furious and directly attacked. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit recommendation. Recommenda font size 15px color #396dd4 padding 010px. Chapter 4132. The Hydra organization was a famous interstellar bandit organization in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. However, this organization was relatively loose and had almost no binding force. However, because their reputation was too bad, the top giants did not allow them to exist. Therefore, they were forced to wander in the World Gap. Their headquarters were also set up in the chaotic World Gap. Its members liked to adventure in the World Gap and search for legendary top treasures. Now, a few members of the Hydra organization were attracted by the phenomenon. Fang Qin did not want to expose his identity as a realm lord, so he took out the Hydra organization's battleship to make his stance clear, hoping that they would retreat. However, some of them had met the disciples of the White Emperor Palace and had even ridden on this battleship. Although all the aura on the battleship had been erased, they still recognized it. The members of the Hydra organization glared at Fang Qin, believing that he had snatched the White Emperor Palace's battleship. Kid, you're really bold. How dare you touch the people of the White Emperor Palace in this area? You're courting death, the leader said coldly. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him and snatch his treasures and inheritance. Then take his head to the White Emperor Palace to receive the reward, another person said. That's right. If the White Emperor Palace knows that their disciples have been robbed, they will definitely be furious. Seeing this, Fang Qin shook his head helplessly. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly used the power of the heavenly path before the members of the Hydra organization could speak. The terrifying power of the heavenly path swooped down from the entire wandering dragon realm, instantly suppressing them. Moreover, Fang Qin sealed the void and isolated all communication devices. He was worried that the news would be exposed. Oh no! Finally, they noticed that something was wrong. He's a realm lord. As soon as these words were said, a trace of fear appeared in the hearts of the others. Although the wandering dragon realm was a remote realm, someone who could become a realm lord was naturally extraordinary. He was not someone they could provoke. Brother, we were in the wrong earlier. Let us go. From now on, we will never set foot here. We are all members of the Hydra organization. Why do we have to kill each other? We promise that we won't tell anyone about you stealing the White Emperor Palace's battleship. We only ask that you let us go this once. For the sake of survival, they incessantly begged for mercy. but the pressure of the heavenly energy made their bodies unable to move at all. They could only be slaughtered. Is it possible? Fang Qin shrugged. Just now, when I tried to persuade you to leave, you insisted on attacking me. Now all of you can stay. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. Whoosh! Under the pressure of the heavenly way, Fang Qin was the absolute ruler of the wandering dragon realm. With a flick of his finger, he pierced through the head of one of them. The latter fell limply to the ground and lost his life. Seeing this, the others became even more terrified. Let us go, and we can give you cultivation resources in exchange. They took out all the cultivation resources they had on them, hoping that they could escape this calamity. However, none of this appealed to Fang Qin. I know that there is a cave abode of a powerful being nearby. There are countless opportunities inside. I can tell you everything I know. The leader of the group shouted. Poof! A few consecutive finger radiances killed all the other members of the Hydra organization, leaving only the leader alive. He was so scared that he was trembling. That cave abode is said to be left behind by a super powerful being in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, he kept shouting. At the same time, he took out a rag and threw it to Fang Qin. This is a map. If you don't believe me, I can take you there, the leader said. Fang Qin took the map and suddenly found that the red dot in the center of the map was not far from the wandering dragon realm and the ethereal realm. It was in the gap between the two realms. Moreover, it was said that there was a very strong spatial storm at the red dot. If one was not careful, they would be torn to pieces. A cave abode left behind by a super powerful being? Fang Qin suddenly became interested. A super powerful being in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path must be a top giant above the supreme realm. And it didn't seem to be fake. He stopped attacking and looked down at the leader condescendingly. He asked, Since you have the map, why don't you go there yourself? The leader breathed a sigh of relief with a helpless look on his face. I want to go there too, but I'm not strong enough. When we got close, we were hit by a spatial storm and our battleship almost fell apart. Moreover, we vaguely saw someone in the center of the storm. Bathed in the storm, we fled in panic. Bathed in the center of the spatial storm? What kind of powerful being was this? Could it be that the super powerful being who left behind the cave abode was not dead? Where did this map come from? Fang Qin asked. We stole this map from a top force. After countless years, we finally deciphered the location of the red dot. He said that except for the few of them, no one else knew about this. Now only Fang Qin and he knew. I am willing to make a heavenly oath. If I lie, I will die a horrible death. Seeing that Fang Qin was still hesitating, the leader immediately made the most vicious heavenly oath. After thinking for a long time, Fang Qin agreed to let him go. Take me there. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I will definitely die. Don't worry. The leader was filled with gratitude towards Fang Qin. As long as he could survive, he didn't care about the treasures or legacies. Tell me everything you know about this cave abode, said Fang Qin. Of course, he wouldn't blindly follow the Hydra members to explore. He had to understand it clearly before making a decision. After that, the people of the Hydra organization began by killing the cultivator of the top sect of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and inadvertently obtained a map from him. They had been explaining it in detail. After that, in order to avoid the pursuit of that top force, they had to hide at the edge of the spatial storm for thousands of years. After that, they concealed their identities and changed their appearances before daring to return to the world gap. That sect was still searching for them all over the world as though it had gone mad. Many factions in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao were puzzled, but only they knew that the top faction was probably going crazy because of this map. How did you crack a map that even a top sect can't crack? Asked Fang Qin. Actually, we didn't crack the map. We spent a lot of money to find an expert in Hydra to help us decipher it. Fang Qin's expression changed when he heard that. However, don't worry. That expert signed a contract with us. All he did was decipher the map and not leak any information, explained the Hydra immediately. As a member of the Hydra organization, you should also know that we have a dark net. As long as our consciousness is immersed in it, we can make virtual transactions. Almost no one in it knows our real identity in reality. We're looking for someone to decipher the map on the dark net, so you can rest assured that it is absolutely confidential. Chapter 4133. The dark net was an illusory space that completely belonged to the Hydra organization. Moreover, this was the only place where the Hydra organization could trade missions. All missions, items, and so on were carried out on the dark net. Here, people used their divine consciousness. Their real bodies couldn't enter, so they didn't have to worry about their real identities being exposed. Humph, Feng Chen snorted. Although the dark net could protect real privacy, this map was so precious. How could the expert who deciphered the map not know its value? Would he give the deciphered map to these people so easily? Obviously, it was impossible to infer from common sense. Feng Chen looked at the map seriously. He wanted to see if the expert who deciphered the map had done anything to it. For example, he left a trace of his aura and then tracked it here. In this way, even if he didn't know his real location and identity, he could still track him based on the aura left on the map. Of course, the world gap was so huge that even the top experts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao might not be able to cover it in their lifetime. It was very difficult to track one's aura in the vast world gap. Moreover, if the distance was too far, it was impossible to track one's exact location. This made it extremely difficult. However, there was no lack of people who had special means to track him down. As a newcomer, Feng Chen had to be careful. Otherwise, he would attract a fatal disaster. Although he had successfully broken through to the advanced supremacy realm by using the faith of all living beings in the two realms, he was still a distance away from the ultimate supremacy realm. Moreover, if an existence above the supremacy realm came, he could be destroyed with a flip of the hand. Aren't you afraid that he did something to the map? Feng Chen questioned. The leader shook his head. Impossible. The dark net is very special. No item can be marked. Feng Chen didn't believe it. The leader asked Feng Chen to enter the dark net to take a look. Feng Chen pretended to be a member of the Hydra organization before, but he didn't know how to enter the dark net. He deliberately got information from the leader that every member of the Hydra organization has their own mark, and this mark is on the battleship. Feng Chen hurriedly asked Ada to search for it. Although he had erased all the imprints of the White Emperor Palace, there was still one imprint in the core control center that could not be erased. After seeing the imprint, Feng Chen directly used his consciousness to invade it. Following a flash of white light, he found that his virtual consciousness had arrived in a virtual environment. Is this the dark net? Feng Chen whispered. However, what he didn't expect was that when his consciousness first entered the dark net, all the experts of the White Emperor Palace were paying attention to the dark net. Many people from the White Emperor Palace had joined the Hydra organization. Feng Chen was using the dark net identity of the White Emperor Palace's young master. The White Emperor Palace had been searching for the enemy and paying close attention to his dark net identity. At this moment, the imprint of the dark net had been used by someone else, so the user was most likely the murderer. White Emperor Palace in the White Cloud Realm. Emperor Bai was the absolute expert of this realm, and also the Realm Lord. He was cultivating when suddenly one of his subordinates rushed in to report that Bai Qiu's dark net imprint had been used. Emperor Bai, who was wearing a brocade robe, suddenly stood up. The entire White Cloud Realm was shaking. He didn't get angry, and a terrifying aura spread out. He directly gave an order. Let the white crane go and see who dared to kill my son. Back then, the young master of the White Emperor Palace had led a few people into the chaotic realm by mistake, but he didn't reveal his identity. He only told Feng Chen that he was from the White Emperor Palace, and also scared Feng Chen, saying that the White Emperor Palace was the top force in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In reality, later, Fan Chen found out that the White Emperor Palace was actually only a little stronger than the empty spirit realm and the roaming dragon realm. In the empty virtual square, Fan Chen was receiving new information. Suddenly, an illusory figure came in front of him aggressively and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you kill the people of the White Emperor Palace?" The person who came was naturally the other person from the White Emperor Palace who had joined the Hydra organization, but Fang Qin frowned. He had just entered the dark net. How was he discovered by the people of the White Emperor Palace? Could it be that the person from the Hydra organization had secretly tipped them off? At this moment, he sneered, "Humph, you think you can hide it from everyone?" From the moment Bai Qiu died, the White Emperor Palace had been paying attention to his dark net imprint. Now that you are the first person to come to the dark net through his dark net imprint, you are the murderer. Am I right? Bai He's words enlightened Fang Qin. Could it be that the dark net imprint left behind by the person from the White Emperor Palace that he had killed had betrayed him? However, he quickly calmed down. No one on the dark net knew the other party's information. They only had virtual titles and illusory figures. Even if the White Emperor Palace knew that he was the murderer, they wouldn't be able to find his exact location. Humph, just you wait. The White Emperor Palace won't let you off. Fan Chen entered the dark net and learned a lot of information. He also knew that the person from the Hydra organization wasn't lying. The dark net did a good job of keeping information confidential. Even so, he was still worried. He had heard his ninth brother say with his own ears that there were too many capable people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. He couldn't let his guard down. After he exited the dark net, he directly engraved a new map. Then he erased all the auras on the original map and got the members of Hydra to take the map and leave the wandering dragon world. They were to wait for his orders in the world gap. The people from the Hydra organization didn't know what this meant, but they still did as they were told. Just like that, Fang Qin secretly observed the people from the Hydra organization every day through the power of the heavenly Tao. Sure enough, half a year later, a terrifying expert suddenly attacked and killed the people from the Hydra organization and snatched the map. "Humph, you want to play with me?" The person sneered. He had left an imprint on the map. After half a year, he had tracked him down. Fortunately, the map was still intact. If it weren't for the fact that the engraved map is ineffective and can't open the cave abode, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you. Upon hearing this, Fang Qin was stunned. The engraved map couldn't open the cave abode. Could the original map be the key to opening the cave abode? He had been taking it for granted previously, but it didn't matter. He just had to secretly follow this expert and find an opportunity to enter the cave abode. After the expert obtained the map, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the roaming dragon realm. With a wave of his hand, the entire roaming dragon realm shook and almost turned into ruins. Nearly 70% of the heavenly Tao's power was lost. Fang Qin also suffered a backlash. Fortunately, he activated his heart force in time to protect himself and barely escaped the calamity. Chapter 40:134. With just a glance, the wandering dragon world lost 70% of its heavenly energy, and most of the buildings were turned into ruins. All the experts flew up into the sky, their hearts filled with fear. They would never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. What happened? Did a strong enemy invade? The Golden Dragon Palace Master was the first to rush out. He wanted to see what had happened and why the wandering dragon realm had suffered such a huge attack for no reason. However, at this moment, Fang Qin also walked out of the ruins. His heart was in turmoil. Who was that expert? Why did he turn the wandering dragon realm into such a state with just one glance? If he really wanted to attack, not to mention the wandering dragon realm, even the ethereal world together would be destroyed in a minute. Miserable screams could be heard. Those who were weak couldn't resist the terrifying attack at all. When the Golden Dragon Palace master found Fong Qin and learned about the situation, his face turned pale. Soon, the casualty figures were calculated. Basically, half of the 9 regions had been destroyed, and the number of casualties had reached as many as 4 cities. "Realm Master," the Golden Dragon Palace Master asked in a low voice, "what should they do next? Would there be any danger?" "Don't worry. That expert has left. The Wandering Dragon Realm will not be in danger for the time being. We have lost too much heavenly energy. I will completely seal off the Wandering Dragon Realm. No one can enter or leave until the heavenly energy recovers," Fong Qin said. The Golden Dragon Palace Master nodded. "Well, I will deal with the aftermath." Whoosh! The Thunder Fire Beast King and the 5 high-level Beast Kings came one after another. They also felt the terrifying power just now. It was too strong. "Master, what happened?" the Thunder Fire Beast King asked. Fong Qin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked up at the 6 Beast Kings and said, "The map given to us by the people of the Hydra organization was tampered with in the dark net. That person tracked us here, killed him, got the map, and turned to look at the Wandering Dragon world. Then it became like this." "What?" the Thunder Fire Beast King exclaimed. In terms of realm, it had reached the ultimate Supreme Master level and had vaguely touched the power of that level. It knew even more clearly what it meant. Just one glance destroyed nearly 70% of the Wandering Dragon Realm's heavenly energy. How powerful did it take? Could he be a Tao Realm expert? Above the Supreme Being was the Tao Realm, which meant the realm of the heavenly Tao. Experts in this realm were equivalent to a world of their own, and they could derive their own heavenly Tao energy. One person was a world. However, ordinary Tao Realm experts would not be able to do such a feat. They would be able to destroy 70% of the Wandering Dragon Realm's heavenly energy with a single glance. The Thunder Fire Beast King guessed that this expert was at least a Tao Realm expert, or even higher. After coming into contact with the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Fong Qin realized that the Sovereign Realm was not eternal, nor was it the end of martial arts cultivation. There was an even more powerful realm above the Sovereign Realm, which was called the Tao Realm. The Tao Realm was divided into 3 stages, namely the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal Realms. The Human Tao Realm was the lowest, the Tao Realm was the middle, and the Heavenly Tao Realm was the highest. Above Extreme Supreme was the Human Tao Realm. Although the two were only 1 level apart, the difference was huge. However, according to the Lightning Fire Beast King's deduction, that expert was at least a Tao Realm expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such powerful strength. Tao Realm? Fong Qin took a deep breath. With his current strength, even if he used the Sky-Splitting Axe and Heart Force, he would not be able to block the attack of a Tao Realm expert. However, he had to take revenge for the Wandering Dragon Realm. Thinking back to the scene just now, Fong Qin's heart was filled with cold, killing intent. The strong had killed the weak, wantonly. This was akin to toying with life. The person just now had actually discovered him, but he did not kill him. He was just toying with him. Fortunately, he was stronger and had more tricks up his sleeve. That was why he was able to block that terrifying attack. "A Tao Realm expert is not someone we can provoke right now," said the Shepherd Beast King. The Thunderfire Beast King looked at Fong Qin. He wanted to tell Fong Qin to find the expert at the end of the abyss. He could definitely crush a Tao Realm expert. However, he did not say it out loud. "Next, we will rest and reorganize. The 6 of you will help Golden Dragon Palace Lord rebuild the Wandering Dragon Realm. I will temporarily seal the Wandering Dragon Realm and leave for a period of time. During this period, the Thunderfire Beast King will be in charge," said Fong Qin. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down." After dealing with the matters of the Wandering Dragon Realm, Fong Qin made a trip to the Ethereal Realm. Everything was normal. After that, Ada controlled the battleship and took him away before entering the World Gap. There was a vast world gap between the Wandering Dragon Realm and the Ethereal Realm. In an inconspicuous place, a storm black hole suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a figure appeared. With a flick of his finger, the storm black hole exploded. In the next moment, he took out the map he had snatched and slowly unfolded it. Immediately, the power of a special mark landed on the exploding storm black hole. Not long after, an illusory cave abode appeared inside. As expected. Seeing this, the person put away the map and disappeared into the illusory cave abode in a flash. However, just as the illusory cave abode gradually disappeared, an inconspicuous black quietly entered it. Buzz! Fang Chen felt his vision turn white. Then he realized that he had already entered the illusory cave abode. After looking around and confirming that he had not been discovered by that expert, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was no match for a Dao Realm expert, the illusory cave abode was filled with danger. He wanted to try his luck. Besides, even if he was discovered by that expert, he still had a chance to escape. After all, the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, owed him a favor. If there was no other way, he could only ask the ninth brother to kill that Dao Realm expert. Which way should I go? After looking around, Fang Chen fell into a dilemma. There were 2 passageways in the cave abode. He did not know which one he should take and hesitated for a moment. If he took the same passageway as that Dao Realm expert, would he meet him? Once they met, he could only ask the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, to take action. At this moment, the Dao Realm expert was overjoyed as he ran through the passageway. He had no idea that the person he thought of as an ant had secretly followed him. It's really the cave abode of a heavenly Dao Realm expert. He was overjoyed. He had been stuck at the Dao Realm bottleneck for tens of millions of years. If he could obtain the heritage left behind by a heavenly Dao Realm expert, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and successfully break through. Ha ha ha! Once I reach the heavenly Dao Realm, I'll be able to take back everything that belongs to me. He seemed to have already imagined the scene of him stepping into the heavenly Dao Realm and sweeping through everything. Chapter 40, 135. A Dao Realm expert was a terrifying existence above the Supreme Being realm. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Dao, anyone who could become a Dao Realm expert could be considered a powerhouse. And now, Fang Chen was tailing a Dao Realm expert. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a single look from him could destroy him. However, he had some confidence. After all, his ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, had promised him that he would help once in a life-and-death situation. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Chen didn't want to waste such a precious opportunity. When he entered the cave abode, Fang Chen had already decided that he couldn't expose his identity. Otherwise, he would attract a fatal disaster. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to choose which passage the Dao Realm expert should take. If he made the wrong choice and encountered him, it would be very dangerous. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen finally chose the first passage. After entering, he was met with darkness. He kept advancing, and at that moment, the Dao Realm expert who entered the second passage was moving at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of millions of miles away. Soon, he stepped into the end of the passage. Here, he encountered a gatekeeper. "Defeat me, and you can leave the passage." The gatekeeper said mechanically. "Humph!" The Dao Realm expert snorted coldly. His eyes spewed fire as he unleashed his strongest strength. However, what surprised him was that his destructive power couldn't shake the passage. It was obvious that this cave abode was at least left behind by a heavenly Dao Realm expert. With this in mind, he became even more excited. Boom! Boom! However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't pose any threat to the gatekeeper. After a series of attacks failed, the Dao Realm expert frowned. "Are you a machine that was created?" The gatekeeper nodded. Although he was a machine that was created, he had his own consciousness. His mission was to guard this place. Furthermore, his strength was the same as the challenger. In other words, he was at the same realm as the challenger. Now that the challenger was a Dao Realm expert, the gatekeeper was naturally a Dao realm expert as well. Very few people in the same realm could defeat him. Is there a time limit? The Dao realm expert asked. If there was a time limit, it would be very difficult to pass. However, he had already come this far and was unwilling to give up. Of course, if you can't pass within 3 years, you will be automatically sent out. The gatekeeper said. Hearing that, the Dao realm expert became even more anxious. In the first passage, Fang Qin also encountered the same gatekeeper. However, the gatekeeper was a high-level utmost exalted. After the two of them fought, although Fang Qin was temporarily defeated, he felt that the gatekeeper's strength wasn't much higher than his. Furthermore, he hadn't used his heart force earlier. If I use heart force, I should be able to succeed, Fang Qin thought to himself. Human, I advise you to cultivate for a period of time before coming back. The gatekeeper reminded, I've seen plenty of people like you, but I've defeated all of them. Even though my cultivation realm is the same as yours, an advanced Jizuan realm cultivator, the strength that I possess isn't something that you can imagine. Supremacy, 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 supremacy. Really? Let's give it a try. Fang Qin grinned and leaped forward. The heart force in his body instantly exploded. Terrifying heart force circled around his body, accompanying his fists as they danced in the air. Boom! When the gatekeeper was hit by Fang Qin's fist, his face suddenly changed. This is heart force? The gatekeeper was stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at Fang Qin. How could there be a spirit cultivator in this era? Moreover, he could clearly sense that Fang Qin's heart force was very special. You are a spirit cultivator? The gatekeeper asked. Fang Qin nodded. He didn't think that this person would also know about heart force. It seemed that when the master of the cave mansion was alive, he should have come into contact with the spirit lineage. Otherwise, the automatons he created shouldn't have known about it. Voila! To Fang Qin's surprise, he thought that he would have to fight a tough battle. But in the end, the gatekeeper gave up and let him pass. Master once said that everyone else has to defeat me to pass the checkpoint, but spirit cultivators are an exception. They can pass directly. The gatekeeper said. Seeing this, Fang Qin was overjoyed. Although he had some doubts, he left the passage as soon as possible. After Fang Qin left, a glimmer of light flashed in the gatekeeper's dull eyes. Then his consciousness went to the second passage. Bang! In the second passage, the Dao realm expert was defeated again. He was sent flying by the gatekeeper with a punch. He was a little frustrated. He had already used his trump card, but he still couldn't do anything to the gatekeeper. Time's up. You can leave. Suddenly, the gatekeeper said. Hearing this, the Dao realm expert was completely stunned. How can this be? Didn't you say that you have 3 years? How many days has it been? The gatekeeper shook his head and said, Someone passed the checkpoint, so this passage will be closed. You can only leave. What? The Dao realm expert shook his head and said coldly, Impossible. I came in alone. How can someone pass through the checkpoint before me? He even asked the gatekeeper about the other party's identity and background, but the gatekeeper refused to answer and sent him away. No, the Dao realm expert struggled frantically, but it was to no avail. The gatekeeper could control the entire cave abode and send him out. Whoosh! In the world gap, the Dao realm expert suddenly appeared in the spatial storm. Then he frantically searched for the cave abode's entrance, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. How can this be? For the sake of this cave abode's treasures, he had paid a huge price. He even didn't hesitate to violate Hydra's rules and tamper with the darknet transactions. This was a huge risk, but now someone else had beaten him to it. Could it be that they are in cahoots? After the Dao realm expert calmed down, he slowly analyzed. However, he quickly rejected it. He had already killed the owner of the map. Then, who knew this secret? Suddenly, he recalled that an ant in the roaming dragon world had spied on him. Could it be him? Impossible. A mere martial highness, and couldn't even withstand a single glance from him. How was it possible for him to enter the cave before him? Let's take a look. He had no choice. The Tao realm expert was unwilling to give up. He went outside the roaming dragon world again and realized that it was still the same as before. However, there was a heavenly Tao protective barrier around it. He shook his head. The person who spied on him should be dead, right? As for the dilapidated roaming dragon world, he didn't take action. Any realm in the 3,000 great Tao realms had its own reason for existing. If one was strong enough, they could destroy a realm and make it dilapidated, but it was impossible to make it disappear from the world gap. Even if they could do it, they would have to pay a heavy price. Many powerhouses in the 3,000 great Tao realms were unwilling to do such a thing. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit recommendation. Recommenda font size 15px color, hashtag 396dd4, padding 010px, chapter 4136. With the Thunderfire Beast King leading the team and the 5 high-level Beast Kings as support, they were working with the Golden Dragon Palace Lord to rebuild the Wandering Dragon Realm. Although the process was a little slow, they still managed to preserve the core strength of the Wandering Dragon Realm. As for those weaker cultivators, they perished under a single gaze from that Tao realm expert, and Feng Chen was helpless against them. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The gap between the Supreme Realm and the Tao realm was too great. Even if Feng Chen wanted to protect them, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Even he was lucky enough to escape. Now, the Wandering Dragon Realm was in ruins, but before Feng Chen left, he had fully activated the array formation. The remaining heavenly Tao power enveloped the Wandering Dragon Realm, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. With the Thunderfire Beast King presiding over it, the Wandering Dragon Realm wouldn't be in any danger unless it was a Tao realm expert. However, Tao realm experts were high and mighty. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't forcefully destroy a small realm. The Tao realm expert glanced at the dilapidated Wandering Dragon Realm. Although he was furious, he still turned and left. After being kicked out of the cave abode, he couldn't even pinpoint its location. This meant that his treasure hunting trip was completely over. I will definitely find the truth. How dare you take my things? You will die miserably. The Tao realm expert sneered. Then he entered the dark net and began to gather information. World Gap, Void Cave Abode. He originally thought that he would have to fight to the death before he could pass. Who knew that he would be directly led in by the gatekeeper after using his heart force? According to the gatekeeper, the owner of this cave abode had once said that cultivators of the mind lineage could directly pass through this passage. After walking for about 4 to 5 days in the long passage, he finally reached the end. After coming out of the passage, Feng Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation level had increased greatly. His realm was infinitely close to the peak Supreme Realm. He was a little stunned. Could this passage also be a cultivation holy land? Walking in the passage was also considered cultivation? Impressive. After a long while, Feng Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. If such a cultivation holy land could be placed in the Chaos Realm, it would definitely allow the Chaos Realm to produce many experts. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for him to do so with his current strength. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, adjusted his body condition, and stepped out of the passage. What entered his eyes were countless dazzling lights. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling lights and gradually calmed down. To his surprise, he found that he had arrived at a peach blossom forest. He couldn't see the end of it. All he could see were densely packed peach trees. Each peach tree seemed to be a world of its own and didn't interfere with each other. But upon closer inspection, these peach trees seemed to be connected to each other, forming a world of their own. What test is this? If the first test was to defeat the gatekeeper, Then what would the second test be? Well, just as he was thinking, an identical gatekeeper suddenly appeared in the peach blossom forest. Fan Chen was a little stunned. Could it be that all the gatekeepers in the cave were the same person? We meet again. The gatekeeper smiled at Fan Chen. There was another Dao Realm warrior who entered the passage with you to participate in the test. But because you passed the test in advance, he was kicked out of the cave. Hearing that, Fan Chen was stunned. He followed the Dao Realm warrior in and didn't expect that in the end. The Dao Realm warrior was kicked out and he was left behind. You went for wool and came home shorn. This cave treasure didn't belong to him in the first place. He violated the rules of the dark net and secretly left a mark on the map. If the Hydra organization knew about this, he would definitely be punished. Now that he had been kicked out, he could focus on clearing the trial with peace of mind. However, Fan Chen was still a little worried. He was afraid that the Dao Realm warrior would destroy the wandering dragon world and the ethereal world in anger. Forget it, it's useless to think about this. Only when I'm strong enough can I protect the people and things I want to protect, Fan Chen whispered. Then he looked up at the gatekeeper. The latter seemed to understand the doubts in his heart and explained, I was personally created by my master. I'm very special. All the gatekeepers you met in the cave were illusions of me. Moreover, I will determine my own strength based on the true strength of the challenger. In other words, when facing Fan Chen, the gatekeeper's realm was only at the advanced supreme realm. However, even so, Fan Chen couldn't defeat him. Lord Gatekeeper, may I ask what the test of this level is? Since he was already here, he might as well take it easy and see if he could pass. Even a salted fish had to have dreams. What if he succeeded? Moreover, he passed the test directly because of his identity as a soul cultivator. He wondered if this identity would work in this level. You're a soul cultivator. Logically speaking, you should be able to enter the last level directly. However, you're too weak and haven't reached the Dao realm. Therefore, you must rely on your own strength to pass the Peach Blossom Forest. The gatekeeper introduced that the Peach Blossom Forest was a formation made up of 36,500 peach blossom trees. Each peach blossom tree was unique, and there was a special connection between these peach blossom trees. In the end, they formed this incomparably wondrous formation. To break the formation, one must comprehend all the mysteries of the 36,500 peach trees. There was a profound mystery hidden in every single one of the peach trees. In other words, comprehending all 36,500 mysteries would allow one to pass the test. In this level, cultivation level doesn't matter. It's a test of comprehension, the gatekeeper said. Has anyone succeeded before? Fan Chen was speechless. 36,500 mysteries. He didn't know how long it would take to comprehend them. Moreover, some mysteries might not even be comprehended. Millions of years ago, there was a genius who comprehended 9,999 mysteries in one go. However, he came to a halt and failed. The gatekeeper sank into his memories, as though he was very fond of that genius. However, the mystic mysteries he figured out were of great help to him. Although he didn't succeed, he managed to step into the heavenly Dao realm in just 10 million years after he left. He was famous in the 3,000 realms of the great Dao, an existence that left people trembling. Oh, Fan Chen was alarmed. To comprehend 9,999 mysteries in one go? Wasn't that too monstrous? However, he changed his mindset. Even if he failed, as long as he comprehended more mysteries, it would be of great help to his cultivation. Perhaps he could become the next heavenly Dao realm expert? Even if he failed, it wouldn't be a huge loss to him. Furthermore, he could temper his heart force in the process. If he could raise his heart force to the 3rd level, his strength would definitely soar. When that happened, he might be able to fully use the special heart force in Heaven's splitting axe. With this in mind, he came to the nearest peach tree and sat down cross-legged to begin his meditation. The gatekeeper nodded in satisfaction. He was neither arrogant nor rash. He had a stable mindset. It was indeed commendable. I hope you have good results.